I don't usually spend a lot of money on certain things, but a bed and shoes, those are two things that I'll spend some money on.
Yeah. Yeah, see,
Comfortable
we
shoes
need to
and a
teach our
comfortable bed.
kids that too. Yeah, your good shoes keep your back good, and so does your bed. If we're gonna work them their entire damn life. So when you get hurt, they teach you a bunch of stretches. When you have worn disc and your vertebrae start to bulge. So they teach you all these stretches to build supporting muscle and strength and everything. I think we need to teach our kids that stuff as kids before they get hurt so they can develop those muscles and maybe wear their vertebrae less and teach them good back health, and good stretching. It,
I'd teaching my kids that stuff, because our generation, we're not probably going to have it as bad as the next generation, but the next generation is going to have self.
yeah. You know what I mean, though? I'm tired of watching people work their life away miserable, can't even raise their kids because they got to work too much, and they work their back in for nothing. It didn't do the work we do doesn't do anything to make this world a better place. Especially if you work at Wendy's or the grocery mart, or you know what I mean. If you're a veterinarian shooting our beef full of a bunch of fucking chemicals, we should be working our life away, doing things that improve our earth, our lifestyle, our mental health, and our physical health. We should be working towards living longer and doing less work. Shouldn't be fighting wars for elites, governments, and rich people, banks, and fucking citizens. Screw all that shit. I don't want to. I don't want my children. It's slavery any way you fucking look at it. I don't want my kids to work their back in the ground. I'd rather they just be able to live free on their land. I would like all people in the world to have their own portion of land. They think all this crap they got makes their life better, but it just makes it worse. Life is better when you got less crap. You got less responsibilities. Your responsibilities are where they should lie, with your family, in your home, in your meals, in your shelter, in your heat, your food, your animals, the earth you're living on.
Yeah, I'm so damn tired. I'll turn off my computer right in the middle of me talking. But yeah, I was talking about, having the good bed, and the children, they're all going to have cell phone neck, because they all
Yeah,
look down, and
yeah.
they don't learn to
I
raise their arm up to where they look up at their phone and put that natural curve back in their neck. They're all going to look like Jim Panda by the time they're 50.
Oh, that's funny. Half these people haven't seen Jim. They don't know. I'd have to go looking
I
through
don't
all
know.
my. I'd have to look through. It actually. I think it's in my DMs from Roxanne from the Flat Earth Tour, or Karen. I could get pictures from either one of those DMs, but hell, that was years ago. He looks like a fucking troll. Or fuck it, I'll go. I guess I'll keep scrolling up till I find it.
Yeah, and we can have great beds and we can have great shoes and stuff, but if we don't remind our bodies to have good posture, then it's not going to matter if we have good shoes and a good bed. Because if we just keep doing the same thing over and over again with our body, they'll learn, our muscles will learn that repetition. Just like what Hill was talking about, the cell phone neck. That's funny, but also kind of sad.
My main client never stands up straight, and when he does, it's the only time I realize that he's taller than. And it's only once every 3 months or so he'll be standing up straight.
Yeah, it makes such a big difference in the way somebody looks. Like if you stand up tall and straight, put your shoulders back, chin up a little bit, you look so much more confident.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people realize how much the ladies realize posture. Because us men, we don't really necessarily need a confident woman, right? We just need a woman that thinks that we're confident, right? So when you have good posture, not only are you sending signals out to the ladies that you're a competent man, but you're also sending signals out to the men that you're not to be trifled with, right? So you're less likely to be a victim. So good posture is more than just your health. It's also a financial thing too, right? It's a sexual reproductive thing. Like if you don't have a curve in your neck, you better put a towel around the base of your neck and put 2 to 5 pounds of pressure with the towel in each hand, and just kind of look up at your ceiling and roll your neck back and forth and put that curve back in your neck, because you have to have a curve in your neck if you're going to be healthy.
You've been watching them videos too, huh?
Oh, dude, I consume copious amounts of chiropractor videos. My wife had spinal meningitis.
I watched it. He said you can use the towel, you can use the pillow, you can use a lot of stuff. Yeah, I like that guy.
Hey, Hank, well, what's this about the towel in the neck? Send me a link or whatever to what you've been watching, because I have a lot of issues with my neck, actually.
Yeah, you can crack. If you hold that position too, when you send her the video, if you hold that long enough and then you learn to gently roll left or right with your chin up, you can also crack your neck and align it awesomely. But you got to hold that posture like he's talking about to the point to where it relaxes it. It stretches out all the muscles you tighten up from looking down. And then the vertebrae that are going side to side and putting pressure on things and creating tension, once you've held it up there long enough, you'll stretch it out and relax it. Then when you roll side to side with your chin up, it actually pops them into place. It allows them to line, but first you gotta relax those tense muscles.
They got this thing that you can buy off of Amazon where you can lay down and you have it set up on the door of your on the top of the roof of your door, and you're laying down and you have a strap that's towards your neck.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a strap on you. You know what I'm talking about, right? What?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that will help also align.
I got a teeter. Yeah, I got a teeter sit up. It's pretty much same thing.
Yeah, and also practicing good posture as you sit down. That's something that you want to do as well. There's also a
teeter hang up.
A magnet.
Isn't that where you hang upside down?
Yeah, that's a teeter sit up. Yep. Yeah. It does spinal.
One of those.
What it does is called spinal decompression. Your spine gets compressed from always standing upward. And when you hang upside down like that, it pulls it apart in a separate manner. It compresses it the opposite way. You know what I mean? But it pulls it apart. when you're hanging upside down, and it allows all those out of alignment, your spinal misalignment. If you hang long enough, it allows it relaxes everything, and it allows it to correct it itself. By pulling apart, when you hang upside down, it stretches your vertebrae apart, and it puts it's kind of like acupuncture. It pulls on every little place that's tense in your spine, and if you hang there long enough, you exhaust all the knots you have, and it'll just naturally align itself. Then you twist left and twist right, and that pops anything that's majorly out of place. Spinal misalignment is the leading cause of fucking mental sickness and then physical sickness. You feel bad. It fucks with your mentality, you know, how you feel, and then you end up worse. When all you really need to do is wear out certain muscles in your back so your spine can stop creating tension that creates more tension. It's a vicious cycle.
But think about it like this too, right? So the doctors, right? I don't know if you can really call them a physician. They're more like symptom hiders, okay? But a chiropractor, he's like a physician, right? And what I mean by physician, think about it like this. Say you got a slob for a husband and he's a couch potato, and you say, hey, I need light hooked up to the front porch. So he runs an extension cord out there, and every time he slams the door, like he's cutting into that extension cord, right? And it's shorting out, and your light isn't working very well outside. Well, that's the nerves, like in a subluxation. If you got subluxations in your spinal cord and it's pinching the nerves, you're going to have carpal tunnel, all kinds of problems, right?
Yeah.
And not just carpal tunnel, problems with your organs, right? Like
sinuses, respiratory.
Well, it can even get worse than that, depending on what it's doing, which nerve, because I've got issues with my neck. I have like an old injury that has caused damage to my neck, and if I sleep on it wrong, or I mean, some days I wake up and I cannot function for the entire day, because if I sleep on it wrong, or if I turn my head the wrong way, and I can actually lay on my stomach on a flat surface, and you know how you'll fold your arms in front of you, and you'll turn your head to one side and lay your head on your folded hands. I can't do that if I turn my head to the left side. Damage to my neck, it's like what it will do is, and I've looked in like the different things within the brain that it could be affecting, where that nerve could be going, but it could be the artery, it could be the nerve. I mean, I really don't know. I just don't want to go back to the doctors to find out, honestly.
Should look into getting a massage therapist.
What happens with it though is when I turn it, when I turn it that direction and hold it there, or if I sleep on it wrong, I'll wake up and I'll be dizzy. It'll cause me to get nauseous.
Yeah.
I'll feel like I'm about to vomit. I'll get dizzy. The room will spin from the right to the left, from bottom to top, at a diagonal.
It's called spinal misalignment. I'm telling you.
Yeah, and
I got
my fingers and shit will even beat up with sweat. It's like, listen. Sweat before.
Listen, Truth. I got 3 bulging discs in my neck: C4, C5, and C6. When they're really out of place and they're staggered, one's going left, one's going right, the other's going left, they create tension on these nerves that you have. They're like hairs on the back of your vertebrae. Not only that, they cause nerve compression. So they compress the nerves that go through your spinal cord and the orifice and the holes in your vertebrae. They're putting tension on those. They're creating tension on muscles. And then it's like acupuncture on your spinal cord, where you put a certain pressure on your spinal cord for a certain period of time. You have numbness in your hands, numbness in your wrists, your elbows. It can affect your hip, just like Hank was saying. And it can also tighten the muscles in your rib cage. It can tighten the muscles in your shoulders. It can affect your breathing, tension at the back of the head. It gives you stress headaches. But literally, if you can take a chiropractor, if you can supported or your insurance covers it, and you can take them reefing around on your neck and aligning your spine. It really sometimes you can get instant relief from
Oh,
going to a
I know
chiropractor.
that for a fact because back when it was years ago when the injury first started like manifesting and causing me trouble. I went um I went to a chiropractor because I had actually see I wasn't having the dizzy issues, right? But I was having like I couldn't sleep, I couldn't stand, I couldn't do anything. I was bedridden and I had to put a pillow up behind my back and I had to put one between my legs, between my knees to keep my legs straight so that they didn't go together at the knees and make my hips crooked. And I had to like lay my and see I didn't really have any issues out of the neck portion of it, but I went to the chiropractor. I was like that for days. It's like honestly, it was pretty bad. The my children were like two of them were in diapers and one of them was coming out of diapers and he'd have to go get cans of soup and go get the can opener so I could open it right there. I couldn't even get out of the bed for days. So I went to the chiropractor and uh, he did x-rays and everything and said I had progressive degenerative disc disease, which
Yeah,
and said that
stenosis.
my right leg was shorter than my left leg, and then I had a misalignment in my neck. But I know what that's. I know
Yeah,
what that's.
the shortness in your legs can be from spinal misalignment too. It causes hip displacement.
But here's the
So
thing, though. He like massaged my back, and he used the TENS unit. And then after he did it, he
yeah,
massaged it again. And then when he aligned my back, it was like immediately I was able to walk. I mean, it
I
was
got
just immediate relief.
I got two of those 10 units right on my dresser. When I get knots, I put them on there, and I use them to exhaust the energy out of those knots. And then I wake up every day with stretches because of my problems. I do stretches. I hang upside down on the teeter sit up. But that's every day of my life. And then if I have a problem, I have to adjust it with tension, with muscle spasms or muscle tightness. I use the STENS unit to it makes your muscles pulsate, and it
Yeah,
exhausts them.
yeah.
And then once they're exhausted, I used to crack my neck violently, just grab my chin and the top of my head and just snap it, but I don't do that anymore. I use the STENS unit, and then I hold a position for a period of time, and my neck will crack. Like if I hold my chin up and my head all the way to the right, if after using the STENS unit, if I hold that there for like 5 minutes, I can hear the vertebrae pop into place. They go tunk, 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 and it's not as violent. The violent snapping causes more wear and tear.
And
So
you've got to watch also because if you turn your head too far, too many times, like what you'll do is you'll
yeah,
stretch your carotid arteries, which will cause blood clots and then lead to strokes.
yep.
But yeah, I mean, I know for a fact that they can give. There's no way. I was thinking that I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to go to a chiropractor, find out what's wrong. I'll probably have to have surgery because it was bad. But after I left his office, I was able to walk, and I've not had that issue since. And that was, oh man, that was 20 years ago. I've not had to go back. I haven't had that issue ever. So I don't know if maybe I injured myself or did something. I don't know.
You
And
got worn disc.
but
Degenerative disc disease is basically all people have it. It's a normal wear and tear on your disc. As your disc wear out, your vertebrae compress. They get closer together. And it also allows those discs, as they're worn, to slip out of place, which causes a spinal misalignment where the vertebrae are now out of place. So,
yeah, the only thing I know is just to do a lot of
degenerative,
bones, eat,
yeah,
and to keep the muscles that keep your back aligned, keep those strong. and stay
Yep.
active. That's the only thing really. But see, I didn't
Yeah.
have the neck issues then. But after that, I've not had any issues with my back. But I have, like, since then, the neck issues, and I know it's from that injury. But it definitely it causes like dizzy spells, and it's like it does scare me because I wonder. Because okay,
Well,
so I
if
know
you
that
get
eventually,
if
what
you
if
get
it
a
never
knot,
goes away? What
yeah,
if I get dizzy like that and it doesn't go away? I'm like screwed.
if you get a knot in the wrong place in your neck, it puts pressure on those arteries too, and that's where the dizziness comes from. If you have a tensed up muscle and it's pinching those arteries, it's restricting the flow of blood. So yeah,
And you know, I've wondered because
I've
one of
dealt
my
with that.
pupils, one of my pupils of my eye and my face is kind of looks a little like to me when I look at my face. If I try to take a picture of myself and look at my face, it looks to me like it's crooked. Okay, so like it's droopy on one side, and one of my pupils look a little bit bigger than the other. So I wonder if that isn't from from the same thing that's causing the dizziness. Anyway,
Yeah,
it does. So yeah, the teeter
it's
hang up
it's
though.
it's
I'd
nerve
like to get one.
compression. Yeah, once
Think
you
it would
get
help.
really good with the teeter setup, you don't need a chiropractor no more. Because the longer it decompresses your vertebrae. It stretches your spine out the opposite way. Instead of getting pushed down one way, you flip it around and it's being pulled apart the other way. And it promotes alignment. It's fucking relaxing.
Yeah.
I'll hang. When my back and neck are really hurting, I'll hang on that motherfucker for a half hour. Because it pulls on every tense muscle in your back. Your back isn't used to being stretched from the feet up. It's used to being pushed from the head down, you know?
Yeah. I think it would help. I think one of those would help.
They
And
th-
I totally
they
forget about
also
it
Gravity,
until
right?
someone else mentions having one too. So
well, wait.
I forget.
So your spine is a load bearing structure. The load it bears compresses your vertebrae. You can say gravity all you want, but it's weight. It's the weight of your structure. It's a load bearing structure. The same way pylon pins get compressed under the weight of a bridge.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say gravity at all. No, it's a load bearing structure. Load bearing structure, and 9 times out of 10 is caused by undue stress, or stress is equal to load. When you put too much stress on it, it's like you're applying a force on your back. It's
Having
more of a
three
load than it can bear.
having 3 children within um 3 years. Well, like 3 children within 4 years. That's what it was. And then packing them around with all of them in diapers at the same time. And then carrying oxygen tank and medical supplies and all that stuff that you have to carry with them. I'm sure that right there was enough load bearing.
Oh yeah.
But see, I was always kind of like really tiny, and I hated how small I was. I always tried to gain weight. I felt like I was, if I tried to carry something, it made me feel top heavy or whatever. And it was after, I really felt it, you know, when I had kids. But 126, I was 119 before I had them. After I had all three of them, I was still only 126. And then I think about 140, 145 is my average weight now. So that's not really
How tall are you?
5'5 3/4", almost 5'6", unless I've shrunk. Who knows? That could be going on too.
It can. As you lose distance in your vertebrae, you do get shorter.
If you look at the structure of your foot, there is a pyramid pattern of muscles and tendons. And if you walk, because obviously our feet are what hold us up, you know what I mean? Like all day.
Yep.
If you're walking around all night. And so if you walk, um,
You talking about like the pressure
you know, like
points? What kind of
differently.
print your feet leaves when you if
Yeah.
you stand on it? Like measuring, like if you go to the shoe shop and they have this, you stand on this thing and
Contact
it.
points. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
is that what you're
the
talking about, Kelly?
Kind of. I mean, that's part of it, but then actually, like deep in your foot, at like your arch, and then your heel,
Yeah.
and then the other side of your foot too. So like that you will see that impression, and then you can, yeah, then you can see like where you hold most of your pressure and stuff. And I was taught in massage therapy school how to help like structurally correct people and their feet, and that can help your entire body too. You know, that's like totally related to your hips and then your spine and your neck and everything.
Yeah. Well, you know the very last vertebrae, your tailbone. Mine's slipped by about 3/4 of the way. It's like almost completely out of place, and I know what caused that. I feel like I was I was swinging from a tree when I was a little girl, and my cousin and I, we would get in the tops of the trees and we would grab each other. We'd hang from our knees and we'd grab each other's hands and we would swing. And we would like swing up like we were trying to do acrobats or whatever, and grab another branch. And when she did, she swung me. When she swung me, I started slipping and I screamed, but it was already too late because she had already swung me and it swung me out of the tree. I missed every branch. It swung me out so far. And when I
Ow.
landed flat on my tail with my legs sprawled out in front of me. But I was still lucky because there was a stump from an old pine tree that had been cut down right next to me, like maybe 3 inches to the right. Because when I put my hands on the ground, put my hand on that stump, so I almost landed on that. But I couldn't breathe. I started turning blue in the face. It was minutes after that before I started breathing. And I know that that's what did it, and that's probably also what caused my right leg to end up being shorter. I don't know if it is or not, but yeah, if there's some way that I can do something with my feet to correct some of this, yeah, just tell me what to do and I'll try it.
I'll send you a link.
I broke up with a girlfriend in like 5th grade, and she kicked me in my tailbone with the roller skate. You know, the stop on the roller skate.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and then 3 days later, one of my quote friends unquote kneed me in the ass because he knew how bad it was hurt. Oh man, it was the worst pain ever. Him kneeing me hurt way worse than being kicked. Black and blue all over.
Yeah, that hurts me thinking about it.
A tailbone injury could also be affecting your neck too.
Do you think? I don't.
It could. I mean, it's
don't know.
definitely all connected.
It could be.
I was taught, yeah, the things like opposite of where an injury is can sometimes actually be the cause of where the pain is feeling. So it's like your body's in protection mode and it's over spill pain. So like trigger points and stuff where there's an actual huge knot, you don't feel the pain, but you'll feel it in another part of your muscle because it's how the body copes with like continuous knots and pain and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just a thought.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know of any way. I don't even know if they can fix that. To be honest with you, but I'm good with it. I fare pretty good.
You can fix it, Truth.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want any doctors fooling with it. To be honest, yeah. If it's something that I can do, like naturally, I'm willing to try anything. within reason, you know. It's like I'm not going to stick any needles in my back at home or anything like that, but because I don't know what I'm doing. But I've discovered something else too through trial and error. They claim that rheumatoid arthritis, that the damage to your joints, this is what they claim. They claim that the damage, and I do believe that it's it's another one of those autoimmune that are caused from the different jabs that they want to give you. But anyway, it's like, nevertheless, the thing that they claim causes the deformity of your joints, according to them, is the inflammation. However, after I was diagnosed with it, I started looking into this one. I started looking into a lot of the natural remedies, and so I found some natural things where I don't have this inflammation issue anymore, ever. Like I never have any problems with inflamed. It depends. If I'm really toxic for about 3 or 4 days straight and I get lazy, then yeah, I can feel it start to come on, or I don't have an issue. But for the most part, I don't have any. As long as I, stay on the healthy routine, and I'm not really toxic with my diet, and I use the natural health remedies, I don't have any inflammation or any flare-ups. But the joints still want to deform. I can see them still trying to deform, and that's another thing that makes me think that could be going on with my neck. But anyway, what I've done though through this process is I've proven pretty much that they're lying to us, that the inflammation is not the thing. Yeah, it could and it can, I'm sure, but it does. That's not the cause of the joint deformity, because I totally eliminated that for years and still had the joint deformity going on with my elbows and shit. So just saying.
Yeah, I think it could be our bodies trying to get the minerals and the nutrients it needs, but from our own bones, because like
Yeah,
maybe
Robin,
you're still right. Yeah, you're trying to detox from something. I mean, even just our environment, our everyday environment now is just toxic, really.
Robin Peter
And
to PayPal your body within your body.
yeah. Oh, the Flash. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Oh man, good morning. Damn, Robin, Robin Peter. Painful. Uh, maybe have you tried like what is it? Like non-processed milk, like
What are you
just like
talking about?
straight
Fresh from the
raw
cow?
milk, straight up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Raw
I could
milk?
get it straight from the cow. There's actually a farm that I want to order some from, and I want to try theirs, but no, I haven't. But you can get powdered bone. You can get actual bone and add to your diet. You can put it in smoothies, and I've been using collagen and stuff. So I don't really have any issues with, but it's whether or not you can build it back. I think after a certain age, your body, like the regeneration process is not as adequate. It's not as efficient. Like it will not like when you're, younger, of course.
I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. I think our bodies were made to be a perfect machine as long as we feed it correctly and detox. I think that's like the big thing these days is that people need to detox from these heavy metals and from all these emotional stressors and stuff, and like get our livers working correctly. I don't know. I've just been looking
Yeah.
a lot into that type of stuff, and And
Well, I like perspective a lot
yeah.
better than mine. So it's maybe we should chat more about this. I think I should talk to you more
Totally.
often about it because I'm kind of with you on that. To be honest with you, I am kind of with you on that because there was a lot of things in regards to my health that was not going in the right direction, and when I started changing things in my life, it's been I haven't had any issues with any of it for years. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you on it.
I'm kind of
I
with
mean,
her
if
all
we
the
think,
time.
isn't he so lucky? I'm just joking. Anyway, yeah, if you think about it, we are told that in many years ago, pre-flood times, that people lived to like, I don't even know, 900 years old, and so that means their livers, their kidneys, their spines, I mean, they were still functioning after hundreds of years. And so why can't, I mean, there are bodies made to function like that, It's just something has set a time limit on us. I don't know. That's natural law, I guess. Death is natural law.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's true.
it's,
I mean, even though there's a lot of the things about the way that they lived and how active they were and uh, the foods they ate, I mean, that was from they didn't have, like we have what, like 15 to 20, well, not everyone, but for the most part, 15 to 20 years of just blind living like a sheep and, eating the same foods that everyone else does. And then when you wake up to it, okay, well, you've got 20 years worth of damage that you have to reverse and you have to fix and you have
right.
to address, So if
Right,
maybe,
yeah.
so like with your children, they may have a chance to, and I'm not saying that we can't, but they would have a better fighting chance than and anyone who brings
I
up,
know what you're saying.
yeah,
Because I still got vaccines, and I mean, can that be 100% repaired? I don't know. I really don't know about that. But I've sure tried over the years to detox and go on cleanses and fasts and stuff, and it's definitely made a difference.
yeah, yeah. We can just do what we can and hope and pray, right? And then pass on the knowledge, help make the next generation better. That's all we can do.
I agree. I tell my children not to do stuff that I do, and I'm like, you need to be better than me. I don't know if they really get that yet, but
Mine still don't listen to me. I mean, it's because by the time I woke up to a lot of this, they were already, in high school, getting ready to get out of high school, and so they'd already had their bad habits created and routines set and relaxed and this, herd mentality and shit. So
yeah.
they still don't listen to me.
But you know what? You have that example set for them now, though, And so maybe as they grow through the years, they'll see that our actions are the best thing that we can do when we can't tell people things,
Well, I know they listen because whether they do it or whether they admit it, it doesn't matter because it's like my daughter when she gets and okay when she has an issue, even though she'll still go to the doctor and she'll see the doctor, she'll call me and tell me what the issue is, and then she'll listen to what I have to say just so that she'll know. She's like, okay, well now I know what mom says, and I know what the doctors are saying. So she'll do what the doctors say first, and if that doesn't fix it, then she'll do what I say. But she's beginning to learn that I do know a little bit. So it's like
cool.
so I know
Yeah.
that. I mean, I know that she's at least looking into it and taking in the information, whether she's doing it or not. Seeds are planted. I just think it's funny. And that's happened 2 or 3 times already since she graduated college. You know, she's two or three times already. She's went to the doctor and then it didn't work, so she came to me and you did what I said, and you know, and then it worked. So
You gotta feel great, you know, like I hope that's what my children do is still come to me for advice and stuff when they're older.
oh, I'm
Through
sure they
health
will.
stuff, that is like a huge eye opener, you know? That's like if she gets her foot in the health conspiracy stuff, she'll I don't know, she might come to more truth.
Just don't get discouraged because you know there's always that moment when they stray, but they always come back. Just when that happens, don't be discouraged.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Those are good reminders. Yeah. Ours are still so young. I'll just leave that for the future.
Right, right.
Yeah.
It's Mama's Morning on 24/7 live.
Everyone's got a mama, so
Oh, I love
they're
that.
either a mama or they have a mama or both. We wouldn't have this compression problem though if we lived on a spinning ball because the centrifugal force would like pull our joints apart instead of compressing them. Like we would be spinning on it.
Yeah, I wonder how tall we would actually be, you know, with us
That's pretty,
evolving, right?
yeah, pretty tall, slender. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go have some coffee and breakfast.
All right, talk to you later.
Later, Gator.
After a while, Crocodile.
Yeah, and aren't we folding shirts that have gators on them? It's a sign.
Psychic. She's watching you through your phone, Kelly.
I knew it. Oh, Well, I don't know who's out there, but everyone sure is being quiet on 24/7 Flat Earth all day, every day, and all night, every night. And I'm folding these t-shirts for a compression job, and I'm using this pretty cool machine that folds the t-shirts for you. And if you're going too slow, it will beep at you and tell you your production is slow.
It
It's
never
pretty
beeped
cool.
at me.
Oh, well, when I first started doing it, I'm trying to figure out where to line it up perfectly. It was saying I was going too slow.
Real fast.
So what'd it be like?
It'd be flat.
Sure thing. No doubt about that.
Oh, and it's not moving either.
I think you only believe that because somebody told you that. You're in denial. You felt motion and you just deny it.
Oh shit. Busted me.
Well, that's them, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, what do you experience? Oh, it's actually the opposite of that, which is batshit crazy. We call people like that psychotic when it comes to any other subject.
My DMs, he was like, saying that we were idiots and shit. And of course, he had been banned from here. And I was like, well, I sent him a link, and I'm like, okay, hop in and we'll chat about it. So I don't like the text and shit. And he's like, I'm banned from there. I'm like, well, I can see why, but maybe if we bring you back, maybe you can just, not call people, idiots and just stick to the information. So Michael unbanned him, and his very first post was doing the exact thing because he wanted to get banned. He wanted to get banned because he didn't want to address the information. It's like I mean, it was very, very telling because he would try to make these baseless arguments in the DMs, but the minute that he was able to come into the server and not hide behind, hey, I can't come in there, I'm banned. The minute that he was able to come back in, it's like, boom, he did the same very thing that he knew got him banned the last time. So he's just running from it. Totally just wanted to get banned.
Well, did he get his wish?
Yeah, he got his wish. This is a place where dreams come
Customer service. Yep.
aim to please.
Responsive customer service.
We give you what you ask for.
Out of all the things that baffle me about this subject, this topic, it's a psychological aspect of the Culvers. I don't get it. I don't get why they're also mentally ill, triggered all the time.
And it is a mental illness, delusional. It's delusion. That's the very definition of delusion. When you believe something that is contradicted by the evidence in front of you and you still believe it, that's a delusion. Textbook. Oh, I guess he left. Yeah, uh, I was just busy. But to comment on what he was saying, what he was talking about, like the mindset, like I often wonder that myself. Because I think back when I came across the information and when I first came into it, it's like if people were giving me this much information, because then when I came to the knowledge of it, it wasn't so, clear cut and dry, and the arguments weren't as solid and everything. I mean, yeah, the water arguments and seeing too far, but like they didn't get as deep as they do now. So it's like I'm trying to think, like being handed this information and just being resistant to it and having and like trying to argue for something you haven't looked into. Because when I came into it, if I talked to someone and they had told me these things, I'd be like, my response would have been like, oh shit, you know what? I really need to look at that because you're right. I mean, it's like that's kind of the response that you would have had. You would have had that, oh shit, this could be true. I need to find out. I need to look into this. This is not how they're acting. So to understand their mentality is beyond me. I'm not capable of doing it. I don't know. Maybe one of you guys can, but when you do, enlighten me. That's all I say.
Oh, anybody there? Hi. Is there anyone here? Hello.
Yeah, I'm driving there.
Okay. Yeah, then might not be so good to talk. Um, better to wait.
Globers on the hamster wheels about to crash.
No, we're talking about electrostatics.
This is common sense. You don't even need to do a test to understand that is just true.
But you're just
Right.
restating your conclusion. What I've
But how are you not understanding the simplicity and what I'm
talking about? The Globers on the hamster wheels about to crash.
No, we're talking about electrostatics.
If you
give us a rundown?
Technically, hamster wheels.
I was gonna try, but these fucking guys are on hamsters.
I don't know why you're talking about it. I'm asking why. Right? Why are you saying that, Sonny?
See?
Oh my gosh! Are you serious, Crack?
Listen, the reason I'm saying is because what Richard was saying.
Are you continuing, Sonny?
He asked me to.
I don't care. You tell him wait after. Just tell him wait. Let QE finish. We were on electrostatics, not hamster wheels.
Hamsters are inherently electrostatic, just to let everyone know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no.
A hamster wheel would be an example of kinetic.
Boy, Sonny, they're bullying us, isn't it?
Oh, shit.
We're just not going to get to it. I don't care.
I know.
That's all I care about.
Okay, electrostatics. Let's hear it. I want to hear it myself.
Electrostatics. Yeah.
Fuck, I might as well just rap.
Oh no! Here comes the hamster wheel rap.
Electrostatic, we got a habit, eradicate the vibrate. Can we get back to the debate?
Automatic. You might understand it. We might get erratic around here. The quick statement about it.
Oh my gosh. Now you know it's bad. I apologize.
I'm about to put you in cactus.
Really want to know. Oh.
Put Sonny in cactus. It's the only one I could put in cactus.
I can put every one of you in cactus.
You can't put Sonny in cactus.
Everybody one.
Not you, Battle Mod. I know you can put everyone in cactus. Well done. Like, for fuck's sake. Like. Man.
Yeah, the problem is half of you are already there. I wouldn't be doing nothing.
Cogdish is alright, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people keep.
Oh my gosh!
People talk about like
we're never gonna get to it.
What were you talking about, Quantum?
I don't know. Just go ahead with that, please.
What I was saying was, Witsit was always correct. The first time he said it, he said that that everything has electrostatic forces. And as soon as he said it, I remembered it way back in the day, right? And I said, yeah, he's right. He just wasn't specific enough because he likes specificity. So I just helped him out with his specificity. That's all I did.
Good.
Do you want to know it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, everyone wants to know now. Right? Go hamsters.
You added specificity.
You got these guys on the edge of their seats, bro.
No. I got a question.
So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic. That's what Witsit was talking about. He just wasn't specific enough. But they're called van der Waals forces. They're dipole forces, London dispersion forces, and hydrogen bonding are all electrostatic.
Yep.
That's all inter, I-N-T-E-R, molecular forces, not inter.
So that's yeah. So the difference between intra and the difference between what would you say the best way to say it to everyone?
So the three types of intra molecular forces obviously are covalent, ionic, and metallic bonding. But the inter molecular forces between molecules are all electrostatic. Those are van der Waals forces. Dipole, London dispersion, and hydrogen bonding.
Yeah.
All electrostatic. So he's got him by the balls. So I just helped him out just a tad bit to get him up against the wall.
Yeah, they spiraled, bro. It was hysterical.
Yeah, you can't deny the existence of those things as well, either, can you?
I think Zanuck said, oh, no, it was Scott Veach or Zanuck. I think it was Scott Veach, right? He said, no, maybe it was Zanuck. Who knows? I mixed them up. But he said, okay, well, but not everything. No, there are some without molecules. There's some forces without molecules or something. And I was like, what?
Hold off, dude. I'm telling you, we got a signature numpty clip on a similar vein with the booger eating PhD, M. Scott Veach, with his covalent bonds in alloys. Just hold off. So it's in the similar vein, but go ahead. What's it?
No, it was absolutely hysterical. All I did was sit there and laugh for 10 minutes. So that citation was so awesome, bro. It was like I was a kid in a candy store, bro.
I bet. I knew it, man. I knew it when I sent it to you. I said, oh, he's going to love this.
It's so funny. And I set them all up because I always say, well, everything's intrinsically electrostatic. All compilations of matter are electrostatic. I always say that, and they hear it all the time. So I started it off with the same thing they always hear, and I just eased them into just being combative and then just decapitated them with the citation.
Damn. That's what I fucking love, man. Good job. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Man, it is interesting, though, because, the fact that gold leaf sticks to everything, right? And then when you take it that further and then you, I don't know, not like gold plating things, for instance, where you use, you can use an electrode and then you can gold plate shit, right? I know it's not the same thing. It's not really the exact same thing at all, but I'm saying the fact that it sticks like your hand or a piece of furniture, it will stick to pretty much anything.
Do you guys want this? Do you guys want? I bet everyone wants a source for that. I know Drake says so. Yeah. Okay, let me get it for you. Hold on a second.
Yeah, do it. How long is it?
It's not. No. What do you mean? How long is it? That's what she said.
It's a keystone interaction. She said that too.
All right, there you go. At 21 minutes after the hour, you guys can copy that shit and then go check it out for yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, have fun with that one. I mean, that's why I just put it in there and then left. And then they freaked out, and I just kept posting it.
This isn't from making shit up out of your ass university. This is from the chemistry department at Purdue, so you ain't getting around it.
Exactly.
Chemistry is like the one sector of science or field of science, right? That
I knew it. I just needed to find it. It didn't take long.
It's the best way, right? It's the best way, dude.
But he didn't read his Skype messages for like 6 months. I'm here fucking Witsit.
He is bad for it's Witsit he doesn't reply.
Yeah, if you saw the left side of my Discord right now, you'd have like an OCD attack, bro. It's awful.
I'll be fair though. To be fair, this motherfucker's replied back to me every time though as well.
I didn't play that shit on Discord. I didn't play it on Discord. I knew better. That's how I went to Skype. I should have known better there too.
Skype is definitely the better angle, though. You're right about that. You're right about that.
Yeah.
I don't have near as many people that have my contact on there, so it's not as bad.
Exactly. That's what I thought. See? Yeah.
Like, you messaged me on Facebook? Bro. Yeah. Okay, I'll get back to you in decades, bro. It's never going to happen, dude. I have like 400 pending requests and thousands of messages. I'll never do it.
Yeah. Fuck Facebook.
Hey, so everyone get that at 20 minutes after the hour. You can use that shit.
Yeah, of course, bro.
Got it. Good.
I'm reading up on
Man,
intermolecular.
there's no point in doing your work yourself, man. Q does it for you.
Exactly.
Yep. It led into like I'm like so because they were talking about gravity, right? So I'm like, wait. So if on the smallest scale, this is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. Well, if you can't isolate it, like, how did you find gravity? And dude, they just melt. It's so funny, bro. It's so funny. Like,
I love that part.
go there, right? But like, it's just still funny. It's still funny to go there. Like,
Yeah, it's still kind of fun. It's still, even though it's old, it is still kind of fun to like, and you get like the excuses. I don't know.
like the fact they even utter the word Cavendish around people now is still impressive. I'm just like, I just go straight to this, you know. Like I don't even. There's so many easier ways to do it, but I think it's almost like a cat with a mouse or something, right? Like it's like I'm shining the laser on the ground for the cat. It's kind of funny. So I don't know.
I wanted to talk to QE about mitigation of electrostatics when they talk about using water, right? For instance, yeah. So when we use water to apparently get rid of electrostatic charge, that's not really truthfully what's happening, is it? Because
yeah, water.
Well, but no, because it's not, is it? Like, so let's say you have a balloon.
Or
If you have
using
a balloon,
water.
you have the balloon.
Water.
Remember, it's
Water.
like
That's hydrogen bonding. That's Van der Waals
Isotropically?
forces. You still have electrostatics. Holy shit, man! You guys got diarrhea of the fucking mouth.
Yeah, can everyone shut up, please? Go ahead, please. I'm just trying to. That's one thing. Right. Electrostatics. Okay. So when they say they're going to negate for it, and they use, let's say, water to do so. Let's say over a balloon. Realistically, you're not removing the electrostatic charge, are you? This is what I'm saying.
Of course not.
Right. So putting a barrier between you and the thing momentarily would change the reading, correct? Much like a frequency being given out. How does this work? Why does this occur? And where does the charge go? And then does it just come straight back?
Polarization.
That can polarize back towards it, like a person that goes back towards it after the water's been on it. You go back towards it, the balloon is recharged again, correct?
Yeah. How did they separate the two forces? Yeah, that's a very good point right there.
That's my point. Where does it go? That's my whole point. Where does it go? I don't care even if they say they exclude for electrostatics. How do they gather if it's inherently electrostatic, and we have proof of that? How do they gather the electrostatics?
"200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball" by Eric Dubay. 1. The horizon always appears perfectly flat 360 degrees around the observer regardless of altitude. All amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage show a completely flat horizon over 20+ miles high. Only NASA and other government space agencies show curvature in their fake CGI photos and videos. 2. The horizon always rises to the eye level of the observer as altitude is gained, so you never have to look down to see it. If Earth were in fact a globe, no matter how large, as you ascended, the horizon would stay fixed and the observer would have to tilt looking down further and further to see it. 3. The natural physics of water is to find and maintain its level. If Earth were a giant sphere tilted, wobbling, and hurtling through infinite space, then truly flat, consistently level surfaces would not exist here. But since Earth is in fact an extended flat plane, this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. 4. Rivers run down to sea level, finding the easiest course, north, south, east, west, and all other intermediary directions over the Earth at the same time. If Earth were truly a spinning ball, then many of these rivers would be impossibly flowing uphill. For example, the Mississippi in its 3,000 miles would have to ascend 11 miles before reaching the Gulf of Mexico. 5. One portion of the Nile River flows for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. Parts of the West African Congo, according to the supposed inclination and movement of the ball Earth, would be sometimes running uphill and sometimes down. This would also be the case for the Parana, Paraguay, and other long rivers. 6. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downward an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. This means, along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak. Every time such experiments have been conducted, however, standing water has proven to be perfectly level. 7. Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Canals, railways, bridges, and tunnels, for example, are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles without any allowance for curvature. 8. The Suez Canal, connecting the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, is 100 miles long without any locks, making the water an uninterrupted continuation of the two seas. When constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line, 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. 9. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. 10. The London and Northwestern Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. If the world were actually a globe, however, curving 8 inches per mile squared, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with the center point at Birmingham raised over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. 11. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying, according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another, all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a chord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 12. The Manchester Ship Canal Company published in the Earth Review stated, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." 13. In a 19th century French experiment by M. Biot and Arago, a powerful lamp with good reflectors was placed on the summit of Desierto las Palmas in Spain, and able to be seen all the way from Campri on the island of Ibiza. Since the elevation of the 2 points were identical and the distance between covered nearly 100 miles, if the Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the light should have been more than 6,600 feet, 1.25 miles, below the line of sight. 14. The Lieutenant Colonel Portlock experiment used oxyhydrogen Drummond's lights and heliostats to reflect the sun's rays across stations set up across 108 miles of St. George's Channel. If the Earth were actually a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Portlock's light should have remained hidden under 1.5 miles of curvature. 15. If the Earth were truly a sphere 25,000 miles in circumference, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. A pilot wishing to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet, over 0.5 mile, every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 31.5 miles higher than expected. 16. The experiment known as Airy's failure proved that stars move relative to a stationary Earth and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model correct. 17. Olbers' paradox states that if there were billions of stars, which are suns, the night sky would be filled completely with light. As Edgar Allan Poe said, "Were the succession of stars endless, then the background of the sky would present us a uniform luminosity, since there could exist absolutely no point in all that background at which would not exist a star." In fact, Olbers' paradox is no more a paradox than George Airy's experiment was a failure. Both are actually excellent refutations of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth model. 18. The Michelson, Morley, and Sagnac experiments attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. 19. Tycho Brahe famously argued against the heliocentric theory in his time, positing that if the Earth revolved around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months' orbital motion could not fail to be seen. He argued that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax can be detected in the stars, proving that we have not moved at all. 20. If Earth were truly constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west. In actual fact, however, when this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, often directly back into the muzzle. 21. If the Earth were truly constantly spinning eastward at over 1,000 miles per hour, helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. 22. If Earth were truly constantly spinning eastward at over 1,000 miles per hour, during the Red Bull stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. 23. Ball believers often claim gravity magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of infinite vacuum space. Such nonsensical theories are debunked, however, by rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, planes, and projectiles, all of which would behave very differently if both the ball Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastward at 1,000 miles per hour. 24. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastward over 1,000 miles per hour, then north-south facing cannons should establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. 25. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, then the average commercial airliner, traveling 500 miles per hour, should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. 26. Quoting Heaven and Earth by Gabrielle Henriette, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the opposite direction to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in midair over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. 27. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, which face all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would be practically impossible. Yet, in reality, such fictional concerns are completely negligible. 28. If the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, then clouds, wind, and weather patterns could not casually and unpredictably go every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. 29. If the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. 30. In his book South Sea Voyages, Arctic and Antarctic explorer Sir James Clark Ross described his experience on the night of November 27, 1839, and his conclusion that the Earth must be motionless. The sky being very clear, it enabled us to observe the higher stratum of clouds to be moving in an exactly opposite direction to that of the wind, a circumstance which is frequently recorded in our meteorological journal, both in the northeast and southeast trades, and has also often been observed by former voyagers. Captain Basil Hall witnessed it from the summit of the Peak of Tenerife, and Count Strzelecki on ascending the volcanic mountain of Kyrenia in Owyhee, reached at 4,000 feet an elevation above that of the trade wind, and experienced the influence of an opposite current of air of a different hydrometric and thermometric condition. Count Streletsky.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake ass apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your motor nine boy, scientific. All the thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best thing since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
Raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key at ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flat. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're a denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
And y'all need to listen to like some classical or something. But that wasn't bad.
Oh, I'd love to be able to play classical. Don't get me wrong, but copyrights. I don't know what to get it.
It's not actually. It should not. Classical is out of copyright, especially the JS Box stuff. It's 1600.
Oh no shit! So I can play Mozart.
Yeah, you can play all of that. Yeah, I mean, unless, I don't know how. Like, maybe if you play like a band, they might have a copyright on it. Like I have a couple of CDs. What is it? It's the London Philharmonic something. So, anyways, that's like a good CD, but for like classical. But maybe something like that where I don't know how. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they would copyright it because they can't copyright it. So, but they can do maybe something else, which is I'm not sure what.
Yeah, you're probably right. Because I know some other people who on their channels, like when they were doing moon observations, they played Mozart in the background. So
as long as it's like books, I think I'm not sure how long the copyright is. I know on patents it's 17 years. You can extend it or not, but copyright is similar. Like I think books from the 70s are out of copyright. I'm not sure. I would have to Google that. How long does your copyright on let's say like a book or like on printed material, right? Because I think it's different on like what it is, what kind of material you're copywriting. Because I was never really after copyright. Good morning. So I don't know the ins and outs of it. Morning, everyone.
Hey guys. What's up?
Royal, there's Royal. Good morning, Royal.
Yeah. What's up?
Royal, oh my god, that guy. Hey, Royal. Oh my god, bro. Holy smokes, man. What's up, bro? Where you been at?
I'm good, man. I've been listening on YouTube.
You been listening?
No.
Alright, man.
My last semester in uni.
Alright. Almost done? Nice, man. Good, dude. Yeah. Good. Well, it's good seeing you around, bro. Good.
Yeah, I'll be more active maybe in a few months. 3-4 months.
Alright. Well, good luck. You got your final year project?
Yeah, it is my final project. I'm doing civil engineering project management project.
Okay. Sucks. What are you using? Microsoft Project or Primavera?
We just started the semester, so I'm not sure what we are going to do.
Okay. Okay. No problem. You'll find out. Nice, man. How's wait, are you you're in UAE, right?
Yep.
Okay, how's the corona stuff over there?
Yeah, you have to take the vaccine to do anything there. And go to the shopping mall, you can't go anywhere.
How about for your university? Did you have to take the vaccine? Yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to enter.
Damn. So you're dosed up, aren't you?
Oh man.
Oh my god, man.
I'm a hygiene now.
Oh my god.
Hygiene.
Fuck, bro. You're fucked. Damn. Yeah. That's how they would squeeze us when we were in our universities and work and shit. But I was just telling everybody how my friend over there, he has a bracelet because he came back from UAE, right? And he went back to Oman, and he wasn't vaccinated, so they put him under house arrest for a week. And you guys have this bracelet, this chip bracelet, where if you're under house arrest for not being vaccinated, if you come close to like the vicinity of someone that's vaccinated, their phone rings because of your bracelet. To warn them that, hey, there's an unvaccinated peasant around you.
There's an alien.
Yes, there's an alien around you.
Wow.
Yeah, that's your part of the world has already got that. Like it's already in effect, man.
But how was he able to travel without the vaccine anyways?
You can. You can. Yes, they did. He entered your country without. Yes, he did. And dude, he just got back last week, man. He just got back. I talked to him yesterday, talked to him yesterday, and the day before. So he just got back. He was there last week, and I was wondering too. He said it's okay. He just has to get house arrested when he comes back in. I was like, oh, okay, all right, cool. Yeah, but it's kind of really it's interesting how it is like by your part of the world. It's kind of they're really mean, bro.
Yeah,
really fucking mean with the Corona stuff.
What is this, Middle Eastern African hour or what?
That's right.
it is. Yeah.
Salam alaikum. How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I'm good,
man. How about yourself?
Pretty good.
We might as well just start speaking Arabic. That's what it is.
Allah, something. Just talking Arabic and ignore everyone's Allah. You'll find India and he'll dude, what the fuck are you guys doing? Speaking English, bro.
We're conspiring to hijack the server with a box cutter.
Nice one. I'll say Crypto would probably be the first one to join.
Yeah, it's fucking.
Just man. I just drank water, Royal. Are you still drinking the 17-18% water, salt water?
Yeah.
Okay. He keeps drinking a lot of water. I'm like, what? That makes no sense because he's so lean, right? And then I asked him how much percentage of salt is in his water, and he tells me 17-18. I've never heard 17-18% water.
It's a check now. Wait.
That's
okay, you got new water.
Actually, it is 17. It's a different water, dude. 17,
sodium.
Yeah, percent.
17.
No. Wait, what? I don't know.
17% of your daily value of sodium. Okay, because 17% sodium means 17%, like by volume, I guess. The sodium. That's like there's no way. That's like straight salt.
Average composition.
The seawater.
ppm.
Yeah, ppm. Okay. How many? Yeah, ppms. I can mess with ppm. ppm is it's parts per million. Like percent is part per 100%. Okay. So per million is the ppm. So it's 1/1,000,000 parts per million.
So MJ, do you still think that's a lot?
To me, that's a lot because the ones I have over here are 8%. And I used to drink it and I used to get thirsty right away because usually my mouth is never, dry. And I drank those. I went to bed, woke up, and my mouth is like, I can't even do it. So yeah, I've had quite a few experiences with that ever since I was, how do I say this? Quote unquote, lubricate myself properly with milk, butter, and dairy stuff.
Lubricate yourself.
MJ.
What else? I have no idea how else to say this.
Lubricate. Hydrating? Maybe hydrating your body?
Well, hydrating is just water, right? No. See, this over here.
You're lubricating.
It actually feels like, exactly.
You're lubricating. You're funny, man. Fucking Arabs.
No, I'd go. Okay.
Oh man, where you guys been at? I need some Quran discussions, guys. You guys need to bring some non-flat Earth Muslims in here so I can shred them.
Shred them? Oh, dude, what are you talking about, man? BRB.
Okay.
Trust me, man, the proper Earth Muslims are even more close-minded than the Muslims. You know?
They're really close-minded. They're really close-minded, man. Terrible shit. They're religious and close-minded. It's like the worst combo you can ever have.
Religiously close-minded. So
Yeah, I like that.
they
Yeah.
connect the globe with whatever.
Right,
Yeah,
with
yeah.
so-called, their religion, yeah. Yeah, like that. Religiously close-minded. Nice one, man. I'm gonna use that one from now on. I gotta clean my cat's litter box.
You know the argument they always use, which makes me laugh from inside every single time. Sometimes I can't hold myself, I just laugh instantly. I burst out on. And they say, "You think that God can't create a globe Earth?" I'm like, oh my
Well,
god.
because I know that's the only word we have. That they don't understand what it means.
regardless of that, man. They just say, "Do you think that God cannot create a globe Earth?"
Sure he can.
Sure he can. Okay, that's it. Earth is a globe. خلاص.
Oh, come on. Yeah. Well, he can also create pyramid Earth. Earth is a pyramid. He can create no Earth. There's no Earth. It's just kind of like, I don't know how they can use that as an argument. It's not really create anything. Of course, we know that.
I'll be right back. And
All right. You guys are dipping on me. All right.
You don't have that drop chart on speed dial, do you, Cyrus?
Drop chart? Fuck no. I got nothing on speed dial right here. So my phone. Are you talking about the like Rob Skiba's?
Yeah, Truth
drop value.
Just posted it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Ether's got it. Okay, cool. So we have it. I just gotta remember. I need a fucking list of the memes that we have in the Ether bot. I know there's a way we can get it. I just don't know how. I'll say.
So, I had this really weird thought yesterday. Which happens. I have weird thoughts sometimes. So I'm wondering if there's anywhere in the world, like you have to think like a glober to really understand where I'm coming from with this curiosity. Is there anywhere in the world where, based on sea level, it's let's say 100 feet, just for kicks and giggles, right? 100 feet sea level at one location, and there's a perfect slope over a 1 mile span from 100 feet to 100 feet and 8 inches. It's a slope according to sea level. And according to a glober, that would be flat. Do you get where I'm coming from with this?
One more time. No. I'm trying to imagine it. Okay. Yeah. Just go through it again.
Yeah, he said he'll be back. He said he'll be back, but good luck with that list, man. It's like good luck finding a meme in there. It's like,
oh yeah, thanks. This is enormous, right? Yeah. And I guarantee you, all the memes we have in there are like doubled and tripled up.
Do you know there's so many of them? Do you know what I do, Cyrus? I do the command and I put memes, and then whatever I'm looking for, I just type it in, and generally there's a meme for it. You just, and then if it's not the right one, type it again, and then put 2 after it. And then so on until you find it.
Oh my god, alright. Well, I gotta get organized with this shit, and I guess I'll just make my own, right? Well,
That's
but the problem is, I'm never on my computer. That's the thing. I'm never on my computer, and I'm always on my phone.
All the ones that I use, I've added to it. Like for the most part, there's a few here and there that I use that I didn't put in there, but I had to add them to it so that I would know what they were. And here's the thing, though. When I first started using that bot, there were 9 pages of those memes. Now there's 13. So this keeps growing. MJ's back.
Yeah, I was about to troll you guys. Why are you speaking in English? This is the Arab hour. But getting a call again, BRB.
That fucking Bob Marley song. Why did I start listening to Bob Marley again? It's fucking off my head.
Which one? Which one is it? This one?
It is. That's that fucking line. I just love it. It's so good. It's just open your eyes and look within. It's like, what? That's when you open your eyes, you don't look within. But that's what he's saying. Are you satisfied with the life you're living? Am I satisfied with the life I'm living? No, is the fucking answer. No, it's the answer.
Not no, but hell no.
Hell no. Oh my god, the ether bot. Wow. That's a short list we got. Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, just try it. Next time that you want to use the bot for a meme or you're looking for a meme, just do the command and then type in the name that you think the meme would be called. And more than likely, it's there. Or just do like I did and add the ones that you plan on using yourself.
No. Royal hopped up. It's funny, I just got a listening pass. Royal's like, what the fuck? He used to be gold. He was gold plus. Huh. No wonder. Royal? Royal, he was just here. I was talking to him.
Oh, he just had a listening pass.
Yeah. I was like, what the hell?
I got oofed. Sorry about that. It's involuntary.
What happened? You got moved?
No, oofed. I'm just using young children.
Yeah.
Vernacular
terminology. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
It's like,
so here was
fuck what?
So there's an 8-inch drop. There's an 8-inch drop supposedly on this ball that we like to imagine from time to time after a mile, right? So my curiosity is there anywhere in the world where there's an 8-inch slope over a mile? Because if it, like, according to, there's a conundrum here. It's actually kind of funny to think about this for a moment. If it were a ball, and if there were, it's a catch-22. a slope of 8 inches over a mile would actually be physically flat, according to the globe.
It's a linear.
Well, not a
slope. Yeah.
But
so
then
it's just like flat. Flat slope.
But it would not be flat horizontal, according to.
Yeah, correct. It would not be level. Yeah. But it could be like flat and sloped and not level. Like just on a simple XY grid on a piece of paper, you can draw a straight line that is not level with the x-axis. You can draw it in any direction you want, and that it has a slope. But as long as it's straight, it doesn't curve. So you can have a straight line that's out of level.
Yeah. I know. I'm thinking through what I was saying all over again and realizing that it's not as much of a catch-22 as I thought it was.
Okay.
I basically confused myself.
Okay. This shit happens, man. It's good to think it out loud, the others. That way he's like, oh, fuck, hold on. Oh, no, that's not. Oh, shit, I was an idiot. Hold on.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so the only difference is we know that the ground is, well, topography always plays a role, but we know that overall the gross mean or whatever of the land is flat. If you were to smush all the mountains down and hills and all that, we'd have a flat surface, so on and so on, which is not the same thing that can be said of the ball, obviously. And I guess that was my thought, is that an 8-inch slope will be an 8-inch slope in either case. The only difference is there is a difference. And I lost it again.
I'll come back.
Yeah. Oh well.
Is it too early in the morning for you? Are you East Coast?
I'm only like 2/3 through my cup of coffee, so.
All right, man. I'm 2 sips in my cup of coffee. It's 7:25.
Oh, okay. Pacific, I got you. I'm Central.
Mm-hmm. All right, nice. Chicago time. Yeah, I grew up in Chicago, so I used to be on Central Time all my life. Most of my life.
That would be really interesting if that actually was like an Indian word originally or something like that.
It is. Oh yeah, Chicago. Oh yeah, it means wild river onion. Most people don't know that. It's a thing.
Oh.
Chicago it's a thing that used to grow by the river, Chicago River.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's called Big Onion. The city, the Big Onion city, or actually, it's Wild River Onion. From my understanding, that's the best native. That would be the proper translation. The Wild River Onion.
Speaking of weird things that's not that weird actually, but there is a weird Indian myth or English I don't know. It's a myth regarding the state of Iowa.
Okay, what's the myth?
So the myth and or speculation is that the word Iowa, which is Indian, I don't know which Aboriginal language it was, but Yawa is another way to pronounce it. Anyway, the speculation is that it's potentially those people knew or were offspring of Hebrews from ancient days, and that they knew about God's name and stuff. It's an interesting speculation. Those kinds of things are hard to validate.
I would think they had their messengers, or I would assume so. At some point in time, they had someone that was telling them about creation, the creator.
Mm-hmm.
That's just for speculation. I mean, just assumption on my end that every part of the world the creator would send someone with their language so they can understand, of course.
Mm-hmm. And it's self-evident, that part too.
I think Chad hopped in there. Okay, cool.
Yeah, back to what my silly ponderings. I guess it makes more sense if you think of it at a bigger scale. Because I was imagining definitely something that would be visible, which you would never be able to really see with your eyes, an 8-inch slope over a mile. But let's say like 100 miles, which is super far, as far as the eye can see. 100.
Yeah, I think how many inches was drop? I don't know, like 6,600 or inches. So about a mile, 100 miles. So. So a lot of dropping, 100 miles. But then, like, what are you looking across? Like that 100-mile span. It's like if it's over land, like you're still screwed. You got topography.
Ain't there nobody talking?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
and what you would do is lose air.
Bro, why is it dead?
Soviet Dom. Hello, mate. How are you?
What's up, man? Why did you change your profile picture
What's
from the
happening,
ostrich?
Dave?
What? What?
You got your profile picture from an ostrich?
No, no, no. Where is your ostrich profile picture? You have the ostrich on your profile picture.
You think I'm pantomas, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. You sound the same.
That's okay, mate. It's okay. It's an accent thing. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
okay.
not very good with those.
Yeah, I know Pantomas. He stays close to me. Yeah, our accent is very the same because we stay very close. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're homies, I understand. Why is there not many people here? Not very many.
I don't know, my friend. I don't know. They're all back to work or off to school or who knows.
Interesting. Okay. Oh.
So I've seen you around the server once or twice. What's your take on the Globe Earth?
Globe Earth?
Yeah.
I don't really care.
You don't care?
No, it isn't important to me.
Ah, that's
There's
interesting.
more things important to me than the Earth.
I have a question.
Shoot.
Hi, Azan. What's your question?
There are NASA documents that describe the map based on a non-rotating flat Earth, and I recently heard that somebody won a court case citing these documents, and I wonder if someone could provide a link.
Yeah, I think I know the thing you mean. I don't know about a link though. I would have a look through our NASA section. There might be something in there. The person to ask if you could get hold of him would be Wolfgang Goyam. He knows an awful lot about the court stuff. Or Wetsit, maybe.
All right, I'll do that then. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, mate. Sadly, there's none of the more kind of senior moderators in here. A lot of them would have a direct link, for sure.
His name is Wolfgang?
Yeah, Wolfgang Goyam. Yeah, he knows a lot about stuff like that. He's one of the moderators in here. Yeah.
All right, sure.
Yeah, he's the legal stuff. He's quite switched on. But there's a lot. If you could get hold of Pantomas, he might know it as well. He might know where it is too. Or rather, I think he's called Spakeface now.
All right, I'll look through the NASA section and I'll ask Wolfgang Goyam. Thank you.
You're welcome, mate.
You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
Well, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That's the title of a video that I watched on YouTube. You can see astronauts hanging from wires, proving that astronauts and NASA are liars. They analyze photos and highlight mistakes with the moon landing missions. They show it was fake. You can see them faking the photos of Earth. They use a round window to fake the curve. That's suspicious, don't you think? Yeah, listen up. I watched another documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild. Astronaut Buzz Aldrin gets a little riled. All he was asked to do was to swear to God that he went to the moon, but he would not. He was faced with a moon landing denier. Had a chance to show that he ain't no liar, but Buzz decided to punch that dude just for asking him to swear if he went to the moon. That's suspicious. So, do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that we didn't go to the moon.
Why don't you swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't.
And how about those moon rocks they gave to museums? And thousands of people did see them. But one museum took a closer look. They soon realized that something's afoot. The rock they were given turned out to be a fake. Just a piece of old wood, not a rock from space. Yeah, when God made the moon, he saw it was good, but apparently made it from petrified wood. Yeah, that's suspicious. Listen up. In another museum sits an astronaut suit. Take a good look at the tread on the boot. It doesn't match up with the prints on the moon. And y'all still believe what they're telling you? Or how about that phone call that Nixon made to the moon that's 250,000 miles away? When I can't get a signal on my cell phone line, I guess phones were better in '69. Well, do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that we didn't go to the moon.
And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House.
Yeah, you went straight through those Van Allen belts. It wasn't a problem, right? And nothing was felt. But now you say it's a problem and you can't get through. This problem needs to be solved, according to you. But didn't you solve that problem back in '69 and you flew straight through them 5 more times? You wonder why I think it's fake when there are so many Apollo mistakes, like the telemetry data that's all gone missing. 13,000 reels, are you kidding? A giant leap for all mankind, but you lost the data and no one can find. Come on, man, are you kidding? Do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that you can't go. No, there's no blast crater from the lunar module. Probably because that thing is just a model. Or the flag that flutters with no atmosphere. Don't you think that's a bit queer? Intersecting shadows means another light source. Do I think it's fake? Yeah, of course. The whole thing was filmed on a Hollywood set. Directed by Kubrick is my best bet. The moon's so cool, we'd love to explore it, but we can't get past low Earth orbit. Do your research, people, I think you'll find. But NASA admits that a bunch of times. Listen.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to. And we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Hey, Andio. How's it going, mate?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
All good on the Western Hemisphere.
All good in the Western Hemisphere. Yep. Eastern Hemisphere, yeah. Almost got me saying it. There ain't no sphere.
Yeah, mate. Old programming, it's still there.
Oh, yeah. It's going to take... I don't think you'll ever get rid of that.
Yep. Everywhere we look, everything we touch, everything we read, mate, it's all in there. It's woven into the whole narrative of life, pal. Can you remember, Indio, the court case that NASA was brought into? Was that the one where the boy tried to prove the globe using NASA?
I don't remember.
Yeah, me neither.
Someone in our Discord?
Yeah, well, someone was looking for it a while ago. I sent him to Wolfgang and told him to go look at the NASA stuff. But yeah, he was saying something about NASA being involved in a court case, and my mind went to the one where the boy tried to prove the globe and failed. But other than that, I don't know.
I don't know. You got to give me a minute. I'm in the store.
Well, hello again.
Hey, Sam. Any luck?
I could not find it in NASA. You said what other person could I ask?
What's the question?
If you could get hold of Spakeface, that's who Pantomath is now. That's his name now. He might know.
Spakeface?
Yeah. Hang on. I'll at him in the chat and you'll see his name.
All right. Well, the question was Elbow TV. It's I was wondering about a court case that was won citing NASA documents that base themselves in a flat, non-rotating Earth, and where I could find the links to them.
Right.
The only court case I know of is the one. Listen, the only court case I know of is the one from Zen Garcia. Zen Garcia had a contest that if he could prove that the Earth was a globe by measurement, or there was another qualification, then you would get something like $10,000. Person did it, claimed they won, and then sued him, and then he lost in court because his evidence wasn't good enough. What the guy did was, guy ended up doing was like making a model, basically. He drew a diagram and said, "This is my proof of the globe." Now, as far as the NASA case goes, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's not exactly what I'm after. The reason I'm asking this is because I recently told a friend of mine about flat Earth, and I sent him a book and I sent him all these documents. And while he makes the pretty logical argument, well, those are just, they measure or they use those calculations because it's easier, there's no need for them to use all the spinning of the Earth and all that stuff. So I thought, well, if I could link him that court case, then it gives some legitimacy to it because someone actually did win a court case over it. He's pretty meticulous in his arguments, so I'm trying to make it as meticulous as possible too.
Well, that's the first I've heard of it.
What?
The court case you're looking for it's the first I heard of anything like that existing. No one's ever. I've never heard of the. So NASA has the documents for the flat stationary non-rotating Earth or whatever.
Yeah.
So those documents, you're saying that they were used in a court case, right?
Yeah, exactly. I saw it somewhere popping by in the feed, and I kind of forgot about it. But I want to use it as a way to give legitimacy to the fact that that this is real stuff. This isn't just something like, oh, we're just doing that because it's easy. No, they're doing that because that's what's true.
Well, I've never heard of this court case at all. So, and put it this, I got a pretty good memory. If someone would have brought it up, then I'd remember it, especially that.
It might be that one, but I think it was something against the local. I think it was something local against the court system locally. It wasn't really about something like rewards not being paid out or anything like that. It might be this one. I'm not sure. I'll check.
Have you seen the case? Have you seen the case yourself?
No, I haven't. I just saw it flash by somewhere. This could be it, to be honest. I'm not sure. I'll check it out.
Let me tell you a little. I don't know how long. Are you a flat earther or globe earther?
I'm flat. I believe in flat Earth.
Okay. So, I believe we got a problem with that. Anyway, so there's sometimes globe earthers will go and they'll spread misinformation. So they'll go and they'll pretend to be a flat earther. They'll tell some other flat earther something, and then they'll go repeating it, and then to make us look like a bunch of idiots that'll believe anything.
Yeah, that could be. So I haven't really mentioned it, but I thought if I could find it, then it would be a great way to legitimize those documents.
Someone did this with a YouTuber Temple Conspiracy. They called up and said they were an F-16 pilot and said a bunch of shit. And then he posted the video, made himself look like a fool.
Yeah, I can imagine. To be honest, I have sent him the 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball by Eric Dubay, and I have to admit his response, like like I don't really agree with it, but a lot of things, like the author doesn't actually specify where he got his information, gives inaccurate information, the information is not complete and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh shit, I should have combed this out more thoroughly before I sent him this book, because he's kind of right. There's a lot of stuff missing.
But listen, he was able to detract you or detour you into those specifics. But what about the actual information itself? See, he's got you off on this sidetrack about the quality or the source of the information, but he's not looking at the information itself.
No, not at all. I mean, he's completely citing himself, like if the Earth is a globe, then no, this is not possible. Well, if you take something like an airplane, moving and having to adjust its height every time, and you say, well, no, because we're just going to ignore all the physics and we're just going to say like these pseudosciences are true, then yeah, of course you can like say no, it doesn't matter. But that's just not how these things work, and that's the kind of point that I'm trying to get across to him then.
Just tell him in his analysis he needs to take out all the presuppositions first.
Yes, I probably should tell him, yes.
Yeah.
Well, Eric Dubay's 200 proofs is not, let's say, some of the arguments are very weak. Some of it's not accurate.
Yeah.
So, I mean, listen, we, at least as far as I'm concerned, we don't have idols, right? There's no, like, supreme flat earther that's telling us the way shit is. So, what one flat earther says, that's on them. I'm not
definitely
endorsing anybody. I endorse my words. I don't endorse anybody else's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him it's a great introduction, but I said it's an introduction. It's not. It's not all that there is, of course. But no, like he like a lot of the things he just goes off into, like speculations about different kind of models you can apply into a globe Earth model, and it just doesn't really make any sense. Like for example, for one bit, like there's something in the 200 proofs that says, if you can sometimes see stars and planets or wandering stars through the moon, and I've seen this myself as well. And then he says, well, that's the moon is not actually transparent. What you're seeing is refraction from the atmosphere. And then in another debunk of an argument, quote unquote debunk, he says, well, I think it was about someone's paradox about seeing stars a lot.
Paradox, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he says, well, like the Aldous paradox isn't a debunk of a globe model. It just goes into if the universe is finite or infinite. And then he goes into, well, to actually explain this, you have to take a vision from so-and-so. And that says that all the planets and stars, they are all transparent and they are all reflecting light from one source somewhere far off in the universe, and it's just like, what the,
he's like off into philosophy. He's off into this fantasy land. Tell him to show you. Ask him to show you the official Earth curvature measurement. We need a direct measurement. When was that done? We need to find it because it has to be everywhere as a reference. So Asking where is that official Earth curvature standard that was a direct measurement in order to use that as a reference of measurement.
Yes, exactly.
So, and then...
But I still kind of feel an obligation of like giving some commentary on each point he made, because he made commentary on each of the 200 proofs. And I feel, because I gave him the book, of course, I feel obligated to give some commentary back.
Yeah, okay. I would just like not let him. He sounds like a LARPer to me, but anyway.
Well, I just kind of came to him with this, and then I gave him the book, and he said he would comb it through, and he did. So it's all right. It's probably it's the first time he ever even heard of this. So.
Well, yeah, might be worth a conversation, I guess. Sure.
Well, the transparency of the moon, it's been like, as far as I know, I'd have to get the background on this, that it's been published in 2 different astronomical journals that stars were observed through the moon. And just asserting the moon is not transparent is just saying something. Doesn't mean anything. I don't know if the moon's transparent or what it is, but saying this is caused from refraction, that's, I don't know. He just made that up. Sorry, dude, your friend just made that up.
Yeah, you kind of did.
Yeah, like, listen, that tells you something about him. He'll lie to get you to believe something.
Well, yeah, sure, but he's he's indoctrinated, of course.
Still,
one's really expecting.
Still, why would somebody lie? Think about this: if I lied to try to get you to be a Christian or a Muslim or whatever, and I told you that religion believed in a doctrine that they don't believe in, to get you to become a member of that religion, that would be psychotic.
Well, I'm sure that he reasons from a point of view that makes sense to him at this moment. I don't really think he has. Yeah, sure, you can say that it's a lie, but I think he's an all right fella who has his stuff together for the most. But
yeah, so someone that could be lying like that and not know it, and then that's another whole
he knows he's lying.
Another
yeah,
level.
of course, but
he knows he's lying. Come on.
But he's indoctrinated, so like he's going to reason from what he's familiar with, and it's going to take a few times to say no, that's not correct. I mean, I'm going to have to point it out at first before he even realizes he's doing it.
Well, I'm not just saying he's lying because I feel like it, because he's wrong. He's lying because he made it up. He never read in any book anywhere that you can see stars through the moon because of refraction. No one ever said that. So where did he get it from? Means he made it up out of his head.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because okay, so the 1921 solar eclipse. There was a 1921 solar eclipse where they retested. So you had the 1919 solar eclipse from Eddington, so-called proved general relativity. You heard of that one?
But come again, I'm also writing it down.
1919 solar eclipse for Arthur Eddington, where confirmed the so-called confirmed the predictions of general relativity. This is the claim, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So again, in 1921, there was another one. There was another eclipse. Okay, and there's a whole bunch of stuff published on it that said that this deflection of light wasn't caused by the warping of space-time, but it was caused by refraction in the air, because when the moon goes in their model, when the moon goes in front of the sun, everything cools off, right? So you have a temperature gradient. So this temperature gradient, because everything cools off, because the sun's being blocked out, causes refraction. And that this deflection that they were observing was not space-time. It was because of the gradient of the temperature in the air. So this is what he's saying is happening during a non-solar eclipse, right? He's just saying that I just look at the moon and this is just happening for some reason. Like he's just making it up.
Yeah.
It's something that irritates me because we've had an epidemic of liars in this server the last week. Crazy. It's just crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people will just make things up on the spot.
Wrong. Well, I have no problem with people being wrong, right, or incorrect, or misreading something, but telling blatant lies or making stuff up. Why are you making stuff up? We should just say, I don't know, or maybe I'll look into that, or something like that. You don't just like, oh, they might have a point, so I'm going to make up a fact, or I'm going to make something up and claim it as fact, just so they keep, just so I don't have a piece of evidence against me. This is psychotic thinking. This is dishonesty. Like I don't even know what to say anymore. It's so bad. We had a guy in the lobby today. He says, I researched the Antarctic Treaty. There's no restrictions. Right? to go there. He said, I researched it. Now, saying there's no restrictions, he can just be incorrect. But saying he researched it and there was no restrictions, that's a lie. Okay? That's a lie. He either never researched it, and if he did research it, he saw that there are restrictions. There's freaking laws, $10,000 fines. You got to fill out a form like that. I mean, it's endless, like the amount of restrictions. Listen, it goes worse than that. Listen to this, Sonny. You're going to love this. He said, so I posted, it's called the the Antarctic Environmental Protection Act. That's where like a lot of these restrictions come from.
Yeah.
He said that was to regulate hunting in Antarctica. Hunting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Okay. Well, there's nothing to hunt in Antarctica. There's no animal life. There's no plant life. What are you hunting?
Zero. There's one.
Oh, aren't there penguins in Antarctica?
Yeah, that's one.
No, they're actually not in Antarctica.
They're off shore, right?
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
They're like in the islands that surround the area.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there's any like in the main continent. So, but the point is this a lie or is he just wrong? Saying, it's restricting hunting. No, the guy's lying. So why would people ask this all the time? Why would they lie? Why are these clowns coming in here and telling these freaking lies, dude? Like, I don't why?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, he didn't really cite a source or anything for his claim.
Yeah,
but
he couldn't. But my point is, he knows. He didn't read it anywhere, so where did he get that information from? He's not just wrong. He just made it up.
He made it up.
Of course he did.
To me, that's dishonesty. I don't know. If you're having a supposed, honest debate with somebody, you don't make up facts. So what would be the point of like debating somebody where you're, having an honest debate and the other side's making up facts and lying? Why are you even debating?
Well, I get your point, but I can emphasize with his mind.
Oh, I can't.
If this was anyone else, I would probably have the same reaction. But he made an error, and he doesn't really. I think he doesn't really see the error of it. So I'm just going to point it out. And
he made a moral error. It was an error in morality.
Yeah, it's an error.
I got a question.
Yeah. Same one you always ask.
How come you guys never just go to Antarctica? There's no restrictions.
Holy shit.
Because, man, I don't have a hunting license.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Continue.
I was gonna lasso me some blue-green algae.
All right, I'm going muted for a bit. Thank you.
All right, man. Have a good one. What's that guy's name? I didn't catch it.
It was Zan Indigo.
Okay.
He says he's a flight archer.
Think he's his friend. Don't you love that one?
Yeah, so that's the whole point.
My friend says this. My friend, I'm trying to convince my friend that he's that the earth is flat. And I said this and he said that. How do you answer that?
Yeah, that would be a good thing to do if you were a PSYOP.
Never seen that LARP before. Hundreds of times.
Yeah, so liars coming in asking us why they would lie is hilarious. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's like I don't even know, man. It's like what Scooby-Doo double take, man. When Scooby and Shaggy are like, like what the fuck? Bro, is right, man.
So now that's the whole thing. We catch them so quickly and their lies and making stuff up. That's a really good point. There's no way they can pass through this gauntlet. Maybe I shouldn't say that on the live stream. Scare them away. We're trying to get people to come in, but I can't just sit still and not say this stuff. It's freaking so ridiculous.
You
so
can just clarify it a little bit, Sonny. Make it sound better. It's not like it's a gauntlet. We're just looking for truth, right?
Exactly.
We're just trying to establish objective reality, and what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, exactly. So if they come in and we find out they're making logical fallacies, and then it turns out that they're not only making logical fallacies, but they're using lies to direct these logical fallacies, that's a lie. I'm sorry. It's being dishonest. We catch it all the time in here. And there's no way, like what I was trying to say is, I don't see how they're going to get through 20 or 30 people in here or whatever, up to more than that. 50 and 60 people in here is like a mechanism that we have an intuition. Each one of us here spots different things. So anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but I guess I was just trying to say you're not going to get away with it here is what I'm trying to say. It won't be tolerated.
To sum it up, you're saying all the bases are covered with all different troll dollars in here.
Yeah, exactly. So if you do come in, just be honest. If you don't know something, just say you don't know. Don't make shit up.
Right. Just don't start lying and making shit up and you'll be good.
Yeah. Because it's easy to find out. We've been studying this for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, feel free to come in, ask questions. If you really have to ask questions for a friend, okay, we can do that. But yeah, come in, ask genuine questions, ask us anything. Guaranteed one of us will have a link to someone who knows something about it if it's a fact. If it's not a fact, we'll find out. If it's a lie, we'll find out. But yeah, come and ask questions. We don't bite. Well, QE does, but we don't.
Well said, old dude. I agree.
Well, it's not a lie if you can't prove they're lying, I guess.
Yeah.
Some flat earthers say the Earth is a disc in space. No, they don't.
No,
they're on Instagram. Like, I'm on Twitter and Instagram. Well, how do you know I'm lying? You can't prove it. Yeah, because,
wow.
Because I'm subbed to all the flat earthers on frickin' Twitter, and I'm subbed to all the Globers. And if some flat earther said something stupid like that, all the Globers would be ripping them apart, and I would know about it.
Yeah, that's a kind of a complex logical fallacy. That's like a layer cake. What would you call that? Well, I know what you would call it, but what would you call it? Logical fallacies.
How about this? Something like, we're not talking about the physical quantity of the Earth when it comes to human behavior. I don't have to prove things.
Yeah.
It's nearly impossible to prove somebody's lying because how do you prove intent?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You go into their mind.
Making claims about social behavior or that's philosophy also.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just philosophy. Subjective opinions.
I know what you're saying, Indio. They walk that line between just being ignorant or actually lying. So how do you prove that?
You can tell they're lying because their mouth is moving. Matthew Learns would be the perfect example, Dave Hinckley.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that.
Matthew Learns lies by omission.
He is the big. I've never met a fanatic like that, Indio. I can usually figure people out. I'm too scared to figure him out.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre.
He should be in an airport somewhere passing out flyers like the Moonies used to.
Oh, Indio. He's going to be the guy at the supermarket that's going to, tag your mark of the beast on your forehead. Yeah. It's just a number. The
simply
Bible
a
wasn't
product of
talking about this.
indoctrination. Look at his profession. It's not that complicated.
Mm-hmm.
It's his
That's
profession.
a level of psychosis. Yeah.
Apparently,
he do?
Teacher?
Apparently, he's a math professor or something to that effect. I've seen it before, so maybe for me it's obvious. I don't know.
Yeah, that situation is, I guarantee you, is far crazier than any of us could ever imagine.
He says people were stupid back then, Sonny. That's why God had to explain a flat earth, because people couldn't comprehend the globe. Remember?
Wow.
It gets to the point where they're only lying to themselves, that no one else believes anything they say. And no one else with sufficient brain cells. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he designs his videos for the young audiences and he has 500,000 subscribers. I've never made the claim of a shill, but if I had to, it would be him.
See, the XO, that stuff is basic. If someone has sufficient understanding of mathematics, that's easy. And if he spends his whole time in front of an audience of people who, in most situations, wouldn't give him the time of day, right? Because of the age, because of the culture. That's actually not that complicated. So that's not really necessarily an indicator of whether he's a shill or not. The point I was pointing at is because of his profession, because of his behavior, and the fact that he's holding on to one thing because it gives him solace, but he's contradicting it with everything he does. So, i.e., he's holding on to the belief, but he doesn't really believe it because everything he does is worldly, etc. That comes from the indoctrination of the world that he put himself in, and that's why most of the time he's just lying to himself. He's not really malicious.
Yes.
Most of the harm he's doing is to himself.
But he's basically
from our point of view, it's like, well, we've heard it enough and it gets annoying. But I'm just putting it in perspective. Hopefully, I did that cleanly enough.
He seems to be choosing to do that now, because anybody that weasels out of a conversation by saying, well, I'm only showing this because I want to give an accurate representation of what these particular people's argument is. See how it gets out? See how he does that?
Right. But it's much worse for Matthew Learns. You see, like I've always told you guys, like we don't see a slew of, so-called religious people, Torah believers or Quran believers or Bible believers that come in here and defend their globe religion. He is this exception. That's 1 out of a million that not only defends it, he literally disowns his own belief and says that the Bible isn't saying anything that it's saying when it comes to this topic, and the Bible doesn't mean this. So he's the only person that says his religious book is just kidding about all this. I mean, I can't even put it into words. There's no comparison to this guy denies his own belief system and trusts man, and then goes through these psychological games and bounces around and lies. He's the biggest liar I've ever met. I mean, I can talk to an atheist all day, and I just have never seen a liar like that. So the reason he is such a magnificent specimen is because he's lying about the Bible as well. He's perverting that and trying to use it for his claim. He admits it describes a flat earth, but says God had to talk to people like Job that way because they weren't educated. And Job is probably the smartest man in the Bible. Thanks.
Just to be fair, let's do a shout out to Matthew in case he's listening and come in here and set us straight if we're saying anything wrong.
Oh, please no. No, please, no. Yeah.
Yeah, my cat
Okay,
can't take much more of this. You don't see anybody else coming in here and saying, "No, my Bible actually says this," and it really means that nobody else does that.
There's so many people in general society in different states of psychosis. It's hard to diagnose all of them. And
Well,
So God-
he loves his lusts. That's the reality. Thanks.
Yeah. So God had to wait until some other numpty came along, like Einstein.
No, Sonny, Copernicus and all these Satanists know
Right.
better than God. Actually, that's the real
all-
scary truth
yeah,
here. Yep.
yeah.
All these Catholic priests, all these ancient people that we were told about that might have not even existed, that were, these pagan weirdos. Of course, we can trust them, but God was just joking. And this person claims he believes the Bible. That's the scariest part about this. I can respect a psychotic atheist all day because at least he's sticking to his point. Matthew doesn't have a point. He's believing everything. In fact, guys, everything he uses is from the literal Satanist groups that are antichrist groups. Everything he uses. Thanks.
Yeah. I agree.
yeah, the
God
main thing
says
that
that he
shoots
is.
it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say real quick.
you
The main
finish,
thing
Dave.
that shoots it down. Main thing that shoots it down for me is that allegedly we've known for like 2,000 years it's a globe, but it took them to like what 1,500 globe. So, go ahead, Exo. That's a little
Yeah.
off topic.
That's a good point.
Well,
That's a
right.
point.
The Bible says that things are clearly seen. God is revealed clearly in his creation. And oh, that's a lag. Hold on. When the Bible says these things are clearly seen, and then Matthew tells you, no, they're not. I just don't know where to go with that. Whether it's Earth curvature or a Selenelian eclipse or the non-parallel sun rays, everything has the same excuse. Refraction just makes it look this way. So they're admitting they can't trust their eyes ever unless they're watching TV, right? You can't
For
identify
everything,
anything.
yeah.
Right, for everything. I just hit a dog on the road, but I'm not sure if it's a dog. Let me go to outer space and look down, and then I can tell
Yeah.
it's a dog. That's
Yeah,
literally what they're claiming. Go ahead.
Yeah, and listen, even in their model, refraction can actually bend things 180 degrees. Like you're seeing something that's actually behind you, it's bending it all the way around, so now it's in front of you in their model or so-called model. They don't have a model, but
Right.
I mean, it can do anything because it has to. And the other part I was going to make is that their whole initial foundation is that you have to deny your senses. In order to go to fantasy land, you have to deny all of reality, all of your senses, all of your experiences, and everybody else's experiences as well. That's the whole thing, because you're not going to get to this place unless you deny all your senses and go off into a fantasy land in your mind. In the realm of imagination is where the globe exists. That's the only place it does.
Sonny.
Yep.
Sonny, watch this. It's worse than that because these people who are lying through their teeth. Yes, I know that India was like, how do you prove this? No, it's very clear they're lying because they'll say, as soon as we show them something that clearly shows that we are making the claim that we're just accepting reality, the earth is a plane of existence, they'll say you can't trust your eyes. But if there's curvature, then you can trust your eyes. What happened to not being able to? How do you know that curvature is really there? How do you know that's not refraction? How do you know something's not happening? You're telling me light bends, therefore it's making things look flat. Wait a minute. If light bends, wouldn't that mean that if it looks curved, then I can't trust it? It's the exact opposite. It's literally the most evil religion I've ever encountered, Sonny, because they're literally telling everybody everything you're seeing is not reality. You have to believe us telling you something other than what we experience. That's pure evil, bruh, period.
Yeah, at this point, I want documentation on everything. We can just take one of your little Earth curve charts, the one that shows a globe, with the drops over the distances. I want documentation. That refraction is doing that exactly what we see based on the Earth curve calculating chart.
There is no claim, Sonny. There is no claim, Sonny.
Yeah,
It's never
yeah.
been claimed. No.
Oh, they got a big problem. You can see
Exactly,
it, but you
Sonny.
can't see
Your
it.
heart.
You can see it, but you can't see it. You can see boats going over the edge, but you can't see left to right curve, a drop or left to right. You can't measure it. You can't see it, but yet it's still there.
Exactly, Sonny. Just to hammer that point real quick, I want to see the demonstration or figure out how you move the horizon 10 times farther back with refraction. I want to see that. Not happening.
Yeah, and then 30 miles back to the islands in the same view.
Nobody
And-
made these psychotic claims, Sonny, until 2015, and now you have this small group of people claiming that there's this magical world that they live in that you can't see it, but it's there. This is the anti-flat Earth movement, and it's the smallest minority on the internet. It's just a psychotic group of minions. And all these claims are coming from antichrist, Satanist channels that have, spent their last, whatever decade attacking Christians, and of course the evolution, controversy. And now they've had to switch gears. So all of these ideas are coming from Satanists. I'm sorry that I don't have an alternative word. That's what it is. When you worship yourself and you get to tell people that they can't trust their eyes because you know better, yes, that would be Satan. And that's where all this information comes from. There isn't another source. There isn't an official source. NASA or the military, nobody says that things aren't really where you see them. Nobody's ever said that. Everybody knows that, yes, reality is real and obstruction can hurt your view. And, Atmos interference can hurt your ability to see. It cannot extend your ability. It cannot advance your ability to see farther because there's more particulates in the air. Nobody believes this except for the biggest, this little group of Dunning-Kruger psychopaths. Literally, nobody believes that.
I got a quick question. Am I roboting or am I coming through?
Nope, you're good to go.
All right. What is their what is their excuse for why I can't see my house from over a hill? I mean, behind a hill. What do they say about that? What if we can see everything around a curve, the so-called Earth curve, why? What do they say? Why we can't see over hills? Am I making sense?
No, absolutely. Yeah. You should be able to see over a lot of things and around corners and things. Right. Of course, we never experienced that. They don't have an answer. They're going to come up with a lie. Obviously, I can make one up for them, but I'm sure they'll make up a better one.
Well, has anybody ever heard their excuse for that? Why we can't?
I can't put it. I've heard it discussed maybe just 2 times. And all they did, of course, was obfuscate and hide from the question, I believe.
Got it. Figured that would be it. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I've asked him that too. I don't really remember. It's the multitude of ways that they get out of answering questions like that.
Right. Again, Sonny and guys, this is evolution 101. This is it. It survived, therefore that's evolution. It died, therefore it's evolution. It's curved, therefore we know it's curved, but when it looks flat, it's also curved. It's the same argument. There's nothing. It's not falsifiable. There isn't. All you got to do is ask these people, "What do I have to do to falsify your globe?" They won't be able to give you an answer because there's nothing in their imagination that they can allow to take away their ball Earth religion. It's not falsifiable. So no matter what, I mean, you could just come up with, "Here's a turkey in the oven that proves curvature." There's that's it. That's their argument. Or if I see flat, it's also curved. It's just like evolution. The dodo bird died off. That proves evolution, Sonny, because it died.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. It's the same damn argument.
Yeah, so at this point, it's not about evidence anymore. That's it's becoming more and more clear to me anyway, right, that it's not about evidence at all anymore. It is all about this belief system that they have. And they really totally mistaken us as having a belief system, they don't even understand the concept of empirical truths or whatever you want, objective truths, things that you can measure, that you can observe, measure, verify. And
Well, it can't.
right?
It can't be about. It can't be about evidence because they don't have any.
They don't have any. Yeah, they have none. They have none.
Right, but remember this, DNR, and I've been telling you guys this for a little while. Not that I'm not forcing you guys what to do, but remember, as soon as they say refraction, they no longer have a claim. They are admitting they can't trust their senses. They're done. Do not resuscitate them. Let the corpse rot. Let
You're right.
them rot and say, thanks for admitting you don't have a claim. That was easy. Next.
Yep. So if anybody out there listening has a slam dunk for the globe Earth, we really would like to hear that. So, if you're worth your salt and you know what you're talking about, you think you got all the answers, then we want to hear from you.
It would be great if they could just come in and let us know one person in history that made the claim before the flat earth that objects in the distance aren't really there, Sonny. They're not really there. You see, that's what their claim is. When was this first, and when does this religion of things aren't where they appear to be? When did this initiate? Well, obviously 2016. Do they understand that? Do they know they don't have a claim? It's a small group of atheists and a few fake Christians on the internet making these claims, saying that you can't trust your eyes. And that's the whole argument. This entire time, we were told our whole lives that you could see the curvature of the earth, Sonny. And now the argument is you can't see the curvature of the earth, Sonny.
Well, nothing is where you see it, but yet snipers can hit their targets.
What that sounds like? Wait a minute. Hold on. I got
Insanity.
Okay, what it reminds me of is like, the old cartoons, right? They're like, now you see it, now you don't. It's a freaking card trick. This is a shell game. This whole thing is, no, you can't see it. Yes, you can. Here, it's over here. No, it's not over here. It's in my sleeve. Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. It's just like that. I think I'll start using that. It's a great quote. Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Yeah, Matthew Learns likes card games. I think he's a magician too. He's got card games. I've found pictures of him playing with cards and doing card tricks. Not a surprise. Not saying that you're evil playing with cards, but it's part of deception and gambling and things like that. I mean, isn't that what cards are for, Sonny? Don't people get into a circle and try to trick each other, deceive each other to win money? Isn't that what card games are about?
Yeah. I mean, I've played solitaire before,
That would be not the same, though, right? That's not you trying to trick somebody to make money during poker.
No. And it's really just completely by chance. Now, that's one thing that is random. I mean, there probably is a way you could outline it. But, oh man, I was trying to get these 2 shots. I'm sorry. I cut the shit. I'm deleting that. You could put it after. Oh, thanks. Okay. Yeah, that one too. I wanted those 2 together. Sorry about that. Those 2 belong together. There you have it. Just those 2 images right there. Because they can say whatever the hell they want about 10 miles out. Like, honestly, at this point, I don't care. Because I know what I see is what I see. And then so if you look at
no, that's not what they're seeing. That's the thing, Sonny. They're saying you can't trust your eyes anymore.
Yeah, I know. So they're just retarded. Because there's the oil rigs on the left side, on this, in the wider angle picture, and the island's at 29 miles. Yeah.
You see, Sonny, what you're seeing there is a mirage.
Yeah.
Normally, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, because they've never sailed on a boat, thousands of miles on a boat over water. They've never done that. They've never navigated. They don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Actually, it's worse than that, Sonny. Every time you talk to these people, they make the argument for you. Like, even Matthew Learns, who has heard the argument for months, still says the same stupid thing every time when discussing the movement of the Earth. He says, yeah, but if you're in a train going a consistent speed, then you wouldn't notice that you're... It's like, wait, so you're saying we're in a closed system?
Closed system. I know. Right. I'm gonna slap someone. I want to slap them.
So right away, they leave there in a vacuum ball religion and they go to a closed system claim proving our point. How do they do that every time? So, like, do they not have the ability to think at all? And then that's like, do you understand that the Earth is not moving in a straight line at 45 miles an hour? It's moving at 2.1 million miles an hour in 6 different vectors, spinning and increasing and decreasing the speed several different times every day.
Yeah,
That's what zealotry does to you.
Yeah, so I'll play the Glober for a minute. Any of you, go ahead, Exo, ask me some questions. I'll be the Glober.
Yeah, how do you explain, Sonny, that there's not even a claim for Earth curvature ever being measured in history?
Because it's a globe.
All right, Sonny, how do you explain, Sonny, that we don't have a single video of a rocket going from the flat Earth to when the curve starts? Not a single video ever showing us where the Earth curvature starts of every rocket that has ever flown in history. How do you explain that?
Well, you see, because when it's a globe, then you don't have to worry about any of those details because it's a globe.
Excellent. Now you're speaking correctly. There you go. That's the right Glober I wanted to hear. Yes. Right.
Mm-hmm. I got
now,
this down.
What if I could now, Sonny? What if I could demonstrate to you that everything depends on a stationary flat surface? Even when I want to make a ball, I have to have a flat surface to make the ball on. What would you say about that?
Well, the demonstration, it depends on what you think about it.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I could.
How are you thinking about it? Yeah, that could be your perspective.
Well, how do you
I got
this,
one.
Sonny? Go ahead, Dave.
I got one question for Sonny the Glober. Can you provide a direct measurement of Earth curvature in reality at any time in history, sir, please?
That depends on what you mean by reality.
He's good. He's got it nailed. Yep.
You're a perfect Glober, Sonny. You're scaring me.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty bad.
So, Sonny, if I could just measure the fact that the Earth is a plane of existence, would I have to prove anything else?
As long as the level is curved.
Okay, perfect. Now, how do you explain the fact that in order to have an orbit of any sort, we require a flat surface for the object to orbit above? How do you explain that?
Well, that's from your little tiny ant perspective on this huge, huge globe. It's so huge.
Oh, okay. So when we give demonstrations of physical orbits, though, they require a flat surface. Are you saying if I shrink it down, it'll turn into a ball, Sonny?
Yeah, because it's only locally flat.
Okay, good answer. Okay, good. Well, how do you explain, Sonny, that radar works in a line of sight propagation directly from the receiver to the target at all distances, whether it's 5 feet away or 5,000 miles? How do you account for the fact that radar systems depend on line of sight throughout all of measurement distance?
Yeah, because the propagation of electromagnetics is because it's a globe. GPS, bro.
Okay.
Well, Sonny, you better be careful, man. You're going to convert some people back to the globe if you ain't careful.
Gravity causes the ray to curve.
There you go. That's what I wanted. Gravity.
Yeah, because level is curved. Because level's curved, that's why planes don't have to adjust, because they're always on the top of the curve, so there's no need for adjustment.
Yeah, but the gravity bends the radar beams for you. You never have to do anything, right?
Well, yeah, because it's a globe. I don't know how much longer I could do that. Okay, you could grade. You have to give me a grade. Like, how did I do?
Oh yeah, you get a 199%. Thanks.
Wow! Oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting.
Russian
I
judge
wasn't-
gave you a 6.6. Go ahead, screw it.
I was just saying he's a true zealot.
That's what it's like, though, isn't it?
Sonny, let's
mean,
advance this. Sonny, so let's move on to the other part of the religion that these people have, Sonny. So, would you say that losing the ability to reproduce is evolution, Sonny?
Well, it's kind of required because it's a globe.
There you go. Okay. Now, would you say that cats making kittens is also evolution?
Yes.
All right. No further questions. I'm sorry. One more. Let's just clear it up because I want everybody to be as intelligent as the average atheist. I'm not the same as my parents. Therefore, that's evolution. True or false?
Yeah, that's evolution. Yeah.
Man, he's on fire today, guys.
Your ears aren't the same as your parents.
And I'm taller than both my parents, so obviously we always know that when you know bigger is more evolved.
You have a different nose. You have different lips. You have a different face.
Wow, I'm a different person.
So there's evolution.
Yeah, I'm completely
that's
different
proof.
person. Yeah.
That's proof you came from fish, actually.
Right, exactly. I mean, I've swam in the water before, so there's no doubt about that.
Okay, ta-da! That was my presentation.
199%, Sonny. Well done.
Thanks. I never thought I'd get over 100%. So that's.
What's your explanation for the lack of Coriolis?
Because it's a globe.
Because it's a globe and everything above the surface is rotating with the Earth. That's how you measure airspeed. I can't do it. How would you measure airspeed? Think about that. So how do they measure airspeed, you numpties? Please. Enlighten
Sonny,
us
Sonny, another question. Here we go. Ready? How do you explain tectonic plates on a plate Earth, Sonny? Thanks.
Yeah, because that shit's flat.
No, but plates are all actually bowls is the correct answer. Thank you. I mean, I'm sure you've asked your mom when you were a kid, you've asked your mom for a plate and she's handed you a bowl before, which proves that plates are bowls.
I mean, it's actually pretty fun, to try to pretend to be a glober. It's so hilarious. I can't do it with a straight face. I just start laughing eventually. But you can make up anything you want on the globe Earth because you're making it up in the first place. So
yep,
they just run with anything they want.
There are exactly right. You just
make it up.
200. You just now have moved to 200% on this exam, Sonny. Because yes, in pseudoscience and cartoons, there are no facts. There are no rules. So you can say whatever you want when it comes to evolution, globes, and magical space religions because there's no rules to it. You can literally just say, I can just say, my cat's litter box. There it is. The Earth is a globe.
And part of the little proof of that is how they throw every expert under the bus if it suits their little narrative that they're making up in their mind on the fly.
Exactly. They're the best experts ever. They know way better than Neil deGrasse Tyson and who all these Michio Kaku and all these pseudoscientists. They love their scientists, but then they tell you that they know better than the scientists. They're like gods, actually.
Sonny, what you're saying sounds even more retarded coming out of a flat earther's mouth.
I know.
Like I didn't know how it could sound dumber. I guess because when I hear a flat earther talk, like I'm analyzing, like, is this shit actually accurate, or is he like fucking it up? Like, is he making us look bad? And I was thinking, this dude, like, if I was a Glober, I'd just be straight embarrassed that these are the answers that I have to give. Straight embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, this is the answers they give every day. Like, why am I talking to these people?
I know.
They have freaking psychological issues or something.
And I might have used different, a different direction than they would have, or different.
See, you weren't condescending enough. That was the problem.
Yeah.
That's why it didn't sound right. You have to be way more condescending.
Yeah, right.
Like,
That's
you know,
I can't.
you got to talk like EXO is like, you got to talk to him like, you know, you're the stupidest person on Earth. You should know the answers to these questions because, you know, Earth's a globe.
Yeah, yeah.
And everybody knows that. So why are you even asking the question? How dare you?
How does the sun work on a flat Earth? You.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not God. You confused me with somebody else. Thanks.
Do you
That's
deny
another thing.
gravity?
Just realize that, son. Anytime they ask you what's the sun or something like that, they're literally acknowledging you as God. They literally only God could explain that.
Mm-hmm. So that's why they come here to ask us. That's amazing.
They think men are gods, so they convert. Okay, so these gods are wrong. Let me ask these new gods how to explain the sun. Yeah.
So what they're all doing over there at Gamma Pandas, they're all worshiping the flat Earth, like all of the flat Earthers, us, which is really weird.
Yes, they are the only. Yeah, they also orbit the flat Earth. Correct.
They orbit.
Wheel to turn to circuit. Yep.
I like to think of it, we exist in those guys like Gamma Pandas people. We exist in their mind like a mind virus, and they just can't shake it. And they're constantly worried about what we're doing and saying. Those pesky flat earthers.
Yes, this is the evolution cult, Dave. These are the Satanists that have to believe that they come from monkeys to justify their lifestyle. I'm sorry that people don't want to admit this, but this was the whole point of evolution. You could look through the writings throughout all of history, besides Darwin, his grandfather. This is how they justified slavery, because they were saying that these people aren't as developed. They are not as evolved. They're not human. They're black people, or they're something else. And that's literally the foundation of their belief system. The globe religion is the shield of evolution. So they use the globe as a block so that they don't have to discuss evolution. Remember, their heart is evolution. Their heart is that they are animals that come from a primordial soup. And the globe religion is the shield to protect their heart.
And it's inherently racist at the very source of it.
1000%.
And by the way, XO, I agree with you about the anti-flat earthers is a small minority that basically exists on the internet. You know, it's not like 90% of the people out here either don't care or don't know. But these guys are like a little tiny, they're even less minority than we used to be back in 2016.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So I agree with you on that
1000%
point.
correct. That's absolutely true. You won't meet anybody right now on the street that's telling you they can't trust their eyes. Nobody would say that. No one in their right mind says that. And just that's why, again, we listen to our fathers, our families tell us for decades that this person or I or you, we saw the curvature of the earth. Everybody claims they were seeing this since you name it, since the history of histories. We've always been able to see the curvature of the earth since we started putting rockets in the space. And then 2016, all of a sudden, no, actually, you can't ever see the curvature of the earth, and that's because it's bending. Thanks. Because it's bending, I can't see bend. That's their argument. Good luck.
The flatter it looks, the more it's curving.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it was flat, it wouldn't look flat anyway. They tell you this, and we wouldn't have a horizon if the earth is flat. And
I love that one.
Stupid. These are the dumbest people ever. You can't compare these people to anybody else. They are the dumbest.
I literally listened to that for probably 2 or 3 years of the horizon proves that the Earth isn't flat. The fact there is a horizon. I listened to this for a couple of years. It isn't just like one Glober said it once. This was all of them saying it. This was their talking points for at least 2 years. So I know you guys heard me say this. Like if there's no horizon, and the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, like then what should we see? Do we see are we seeing all sky or are we seeing all ground? Because if you can see both of them at the same time, there has to be some division.
Too bad they can't seem to tell us where that cutoff point is.
Right, there's no such thing as a white swan. Never in history has anybody taken a zoom lens and said, "There's the 1.22, the distance, the height of the observer times, that." There's never happened. There is no, "Oh, that's the end of the Earth curve, and I can't see past it." There is not one single white swan photograph or video in history. Go try to find one. The reason, let me elaborate. That's a little confusing. The reason I bring that up, Sonny, in India, whoever cares, is because when we make this argument about the black swan, we're filling their minds as if there are thousands of white swans, and that's literally reloading them up with a false sense of this idea that there are all these pictures of the Earth show a curve. It couldn't be farther from the truth. There are no white swans.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not saying don't do. You guys do what you want to do, but it's confusing because we're telling them that we only need one black swan to disprove disprove what? There are no white swans. Thanks.
Yeah, not one white swan was found.
Right. Let me give you an example of a white swan. If we looked at the boat, any boat, whatever, disappearing at 3 miles out, and then I zoomed in and wasn't able to see more of it, that would be a white swan. Guess what? It will never happen. Period. That's when you realize that they think zooming lenses are witchcraft, guys. They don't. I mean, that's how scary it is. Well, why can't I see Mount Everest from where I live in Florida? Well, have you heard of binoculars? Do you know why people need those? I mean, so they think they can see magically as soon as I think of how magic this is. This is so amazing. All of a sudden, fairy tale land and Narnia and Gumby world become real. As soon as you say flat Earth, they are removing their initial cartoon fantasy and now making up a new one where they can see forever. It's really weird. Like, who does? I never did that. I mean, that's a level of psychosis I can't understand.
It reminded me of the idiocy of Bob the Science Guy. Can't remember the last time he was in here and I've been, and we said something so stupid. He wouldn't admit that he could block the Empire State Building, seeing that it was his thumb. He held his thumb close to his eye. He wouldn't admit that because it disproved one of his silly freaking arguments. Why can't I see Mount Everest from my house? Because you're locked in. You're in the basement, dude. Because you're in the fucking basement. Like, of course you can't see Mount Everest. You can't even see what's for dinner.
Well, even over a flat plane, you can't see forever. The ceiling will ramp into the floor due to the diffraction limit. Even though there's technically nothing in the way, you just have a limit to how far you can see, and eventually a horizon will form.
Well, when it comes to Mount Everest, there is stuff in the way. Mount Everest isn't like one mountain jutting out from a flat plane. It's surrounded by other mountains, which are just as tall, but closer. So obviously, they're going to block Mount Everest.
Yeah.
So, I mean, people don't like a 1 meter wave, 1 kilometer away it will subtend the same angle as a 100-meter wave 100 kilometers away. So if I had a 1 meter wave 1 kilometer away, and there 100 kilometers further there was a 100-meter tall wave, I wouldn't be able to see that because the wave that's closer to me would block it out. It's hard for me to believe that they don't get it. Like that, this is like a hard concept to understand. Perspective is like one of the simplest things to understand.
Well, therein lies the fanaticism. Once they give in to that one thing, it's over. Indeed, they can't.
Yeah, it's like the ships over the horizon, even though that's been so thoroughly destroyed. It's like there's nothing left to it. It's been in shambles for like a couple of years now. They'll still say it. Yeah, that dumbass Charlie coming in here still talking about ships over the horizon. Like,
what about the other planets?
Oh, dude, what do you mean the other planets?
dude.
Well, where's the edge?
Where's the planets, man?
Where's
You're
the edge?
destroying
Can I
my
fall off?
reality.
What about all the other cartoons? I love that one.
What about?
That's literally what they're
Let's
saying.
just look at the sky and see the ground.
No, listen. Who was that? Dr. Bob guy? Yeah, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, he was in that Chatterbox place, and I just start off with my basic. How come nobody can show us where the curve is? So he brought up Soundly photos, and I said, "Oh, great job, Mr. Bob. That's awesome. Can you show us what happens when he zooms back in away from the bridge?" Let's talk about something else. That's literally what he said. Let's talk about something else now. I said, not a problem. I'll let him run away. But
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was amazing. He said, he showed the picture of course, it's called lens compression, if you're not familiar, guys. And of course, when you zoom back in away from your target, which is the bridge at the Lake Pontchartrain, the curvature goes away. That's why all these psychotic globers will only use like a fixed still from a video. They'll record something, but they'll only use one still when it's convenient for them. They won't show you the video, as in opposition when you have the Black Swan demonstration. You show the guy setting up the camera, you show the guy doing this and that. It's to of course document his procedures. When a glober gives you this type of claim, there are no procedures. Don't look at anything. Just look at this one picture of this compression, and we can't show you anything else. And again, it's pure deceit.
So I don't know if it was silly Dr. Bob or somebody else I brought this up to. So Soundly was doing a live stream where he was showing his curved Pontchartrain bridge images, right? But he's like going through, but he's screen sharing his desktop, and he's got a MacBook, and it shows this dude had like hundreds of photos taken every single day of the same location. So he was like going through the folders on the live stream, looking for the photo he wanted. Right, dude, you got thousands of photos of the same thing, and you can only find one out of thousands of photos. Every single one, according to you, should show what you want it to show, right? Every single one should show this so-called curving Pontchartrain bridge.
Yep, exactly right. That means that all of his other photos obviously do not help his claim. So 99% of his work shows a flat Earth. Yep.
Probably like 99.99999%.
Right, and that's why they'll never show you zooming back away from that bridge, because it changes. Your resolution changes, your field of view changes, and that's not possible unless it's a flat surface. And in fact, refraction only works on a flat surface anyway. That's another argument, but I don't care. That's the thing, is that they can't show you any data. They take a still of one specific moment where they were zoomed in, and there's the bridge being compressed, and there's my Earth curvature. And then of course you ask them, so when I go higher there should be no more curve. Oh no, the curve goes away when you go higher. That doesn't make any sense. It's literally the most psychotic religious zealotry you could ever imagine. In other words, I can see the curvature at sea level, but then when I go higher the curvature disappears. Come on. No normal human being could be that stupid without help. I think it was the first and last time since you brought up Charlie. Was his name Charlie Indio? I think it was about a week ago. And he came on, and I knew with the conversation, I could tell by his attitude that I was not compatible to talk with this guy very long. And the first thing he does is say something like,
Charlie, a week ago. Yep.
He goes. So, are you guys denying the Coriolis effect doesn't exist? I go, actually, Charlie, pretty soon you will deny it. 2 minutes later, he says, well, let me explain why you won't experience the Coriolis effect. I said, the rest of it, that's literally right before
That's
you and
awesome.
Mary Mom joined the call, and that's why I left. I was like, I'm absolutely done. I was like, nobody probably noticed that, but I'm
What's up,
absolutely
XO?
freaking done.
What
Mr.
up, what up,
Elijah
XO?
Freeman, sir, the one free man. Yeah, we're just talking about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the awesome Glober that in 3 minutes, watch this, Elijah, he goes, are you guys denying there's a Coriolis effect? And I told him this. I go, no, you will deny there's a Coriolis effect, Charlie. 2 minutes later, he says, let me show you why you won't experience the Coriolis effect. I'm not kidding. That's when I knew. I had to go. I was like, all right, that's it, guys. Thanks. And then Indio and Mary Mom took over, and then, of course, slapped him around for another hour and a half. But that was the first 3 minutes of my conversation with him. And I knew after that point, I would not be able to speak to him.
Well, that's just like when I was telling dude there's no viable hypothesis in astronomy, and he's like, yeah, there is, and then he says the Big Bang is the hypothesis, and then you make observations, and then the prediction is this, yada yada yada, and then the experiment is this, yada yada yada. I was like, whoa, my mind is being ripped apart right now. At the end of all of that, he says, perfectly valid hypothesis, no cause required. What? They're using a hypothesis as a presupposition, aka as an explanation, and then you say no cause required, perfectly scientific. My mind almost exploded.
You're talking to someone that wants to hear themselves talk. Obviously, they don't have the slightest clue of what they're talking about.
Oh, I realized something that I'm not going to waste my time with anti-flat earthers unless I don't have anything else to do, and unless I just want to make fun. But I keep telling people in here, like, you need to ask people what they want, why they're here. If you ask me, well, if I ask you what you want and why you're here, and you're saying to understand where you're coming from, then that's awesome. Just don't prove to me that you don't want to understand where I'm coming from when we begin talking. Because once you get into that anti-flat earth bag, let's say that you're used to talking to flat earthers and you're still a Glober. And then I go, okay, let me ask you a question. Since you're so familiar with flat earth and flat earthers, I go, matter of fact, I just had this conversation so I can read it to you. So I go, why don't you tell me, where is it? Okay. I said, my question is to you, why do the flat earthers that you've come across think the earth is not a sphere? And explain why. Because if you're talking to flat earthers and if you're genuinely trying to understand something, or you want to tear it apart, you do what we did. You learn about it. And you go, okay, well, here's the contradiction here. This makes no sense. So I'm like, okay, well, why don't you tell me why a flat earther doesn't think it's a sphere? It has to have something to do with the sphere and the debunking of it, right? This was his response. They think it's not a sphere because of several reasons. 1, being prone to believe in conspiracy. 2, listening to other flat earthers and not fact-checking their claims. 3, not actually learning the heliocentric model before claiming it's flat. 4, not researching further than it looks flat. 5, not watching the debunked videos showing where their claims are wrong. 6, a distrust in government and authorities. 7, not actually performing any tests, experiments, or observations themselves. And to honestly and definitively say it's flat. Number 1, that's erroneous all up and through there. There's a whole bunch of statements that are just false. But number 2,
lies.
But number 2, none of it answers the question at all. What the fuck are y'all smoking if you think that the earth is a globe after hearing that? Psychologically, you should go, why couldn't he just answer the question? Why was it such a hard question? Do any of you fucking anti-flat earthers know why we think it's not a sphere? No, you fucking don't. No, you don't. I'll give you $100. Go ahead. Somebody.
No. All right, hold on. I want to say something about all his answers. Did you notice that all his answers, every single one of them, are talking about flat earthers? They're talking about people. What flat earthers think? Flat earthers do this. Flat earthers do that. Flat earthers do this other thing. Flat earthers should do this. Flat earthers should. They didn't do this when they should have. He's talking about people, right? He didn't address even minutely, even one atomic freaking proton amount of answering the question. He didn't answer it at all, even remotely.
Right. And he told 7 lies. Every single one of those claims is a lie. We have.
I know. I mean, exactly. But even if they were the truth, they're not answering the question. What flat earthers do or don't do has nothing to do with why they believe one thing or the other.
It's a brilliant question, especially I thought about you, XO, when I came up with this, when I thought of this, because you know why? They're afraid of their own religion, aren't they? So if I tell them to articulate why I don't believe in it, they can't repeat it because they know it makes sense. Either that or they've closed their ears. Either way, they have no fucking clue. And if you
exactly
that's going to be one of my I'm not every time I come across a globe earther who says, well, I've spoken to flat earthers. Okay, fine. Why do they think it's not a sphere? That's what I'm doing. So I need to cut through the bullshit. Right. I don't got time for it.
No, I don't blame you. Yeah, and when I talk to these anti-flat earthers, I just call them Satanists, of course. When I talk to these people, when they approach me in that anti-flat, however they do it, when they're you go to the
anti-God's creation, we'll go with that for now.
There you go. Yeah, they're antichrist too. But yeah, when you go to the Gem Panda Looney Bin, of course, I've been banned there for many months now. I wonder why. So the first thing I do to these people, when they ask me for evidence, I go, the evidence is the fact that you admit that you don't even have a claim for anything other than a stationary plane of existence, and you don't even know anybody who has experienced anything other than a plane of existence. That's it. My claim is that you'll admit that you experience a flat earth and that you don't know where there's evidence for it otherwise. And that's it. Leave them with that. I just tell them, you're going to admit it. Now what? And they have no choice because they're admitting that everything's refracted and looks flat. They've already admitted that they see a flat stationary plane of existence. They've admitted that's what they experience. So it's way too easy now. It's over. And then, yeah, the fact that they're scared to death to talk about their own claim. They don't even have a claim. All they can do is talk about your claims. They'll make up claims for you. They'll build these straw men, and then they'll burn them down and say, haha, I proved your flat earth wrong because I built another cartoon and burned it.
That would be a good observation. Just walking around asking, hey, have you heard of the flat earth? You know, the Netflix and all of that, blah, 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 blah. All right, so yeah, it's been around 5 years. Why do you think that they don't believe it's a sphere? Because it'll fuck them up. Because they only know why it can't be flat. That's all they know because it's what they were told. But of course, they don't know what they're talking about. But they don't know why the fuck we don't believe their religion anymore. It's insane that you can point that out to someone and they not think, damn, that is kind of odd.
Right, and the deception is the evidence, Elijah. I use deception as all of my evidence, actually. I don't need any evidence at all. If somebody is lying to convince me of something, it's over. And that's what they have to do. They have to lie through their teeth because they don't have a claim. Now, here's the point. When that guy lied to you, I would have obviously called him out and said, well, you just proved why people have to lie. You know, and that's my question is, why do you people lie? You're not even getting paid. Why does every Glober have to lie? Why does Matthew Learns spend an hour in here lying through his teeth for the entire hour when he doesn't get anything out of it? Why is that? India was talking about that today, like the last 3 weeks or whatever. We've had just literally more liars than we've ever had. People just come in here and lie to us, and they're lying for free. They're not being paid by the government. If they are, great, but we know that 99.9% of them are not.
It's crazy. Yeah, well, yeah. It's like it's just something I've noticed. It's just accelerating. Like the other day, I think I banned 15 people for lying, and we're not talking about he's just wrong or something like that. We're talking easily provable lies that these people know they're lying. They know that what they're saying is false. And I'll give you a specific example. The guy said, oh, we know the sun and the moon are the moon's light is reflected sunlight because they give off the same spectrograph. And I said, yeah, you've seen this. He's like, yeah. So 30 seconds later, I Google it, look at the spectrographs of the moon versus the sun. They're nothing even remotely similar. So why did this guy just make shit up to convince people that the moon is a ball in space with the sunlight reflecting off of it? Like, why? It was like an 18-year-old kid. Like, what's he getting? Like, why would he do that?
Exactly.
It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's the religious empowerment. It's like these people were raised in Scientology. It's the exact same thing. They're raised in Scientology. You're explaining, listen, people don't come out of volcanoes or whatever they believe. And they'll say, no, it's not true because, yeah, you can survive on a volcano. You know, that's what they'll tell you.
Yeah, people, you know, I don't know if it's that people are lying or that's just still what I'm like. I don't understand why, because it's weird. Whatever they're doing, it's weird. Number one, I got this CIA document that details exactly why they act the way they act. Because the CIA basically inundated the public with fallacious logic on purpose, just like I said. And everything that they ask us in here, I mean, that shit is in that document. All the lie it's so big, it would be impossible to be contained. Word. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're a conspiracy theorist. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All that's in there. But so this guy, I spend my whole day educating him on what science is, what a hypothesis is, the difference between a supposition and a presupposition, all of this stuff. Because I know it's not going to be easy to find on the internet. Also, because I got censored then I got censored out of nowhere. And then all of a sudden, he starts posting stuff about science. And he's basically projecting onto me or onto people that, well, see, look, here he has posted the scientific method and what it is. And for whatever reason, there are philosophers out there that will say, no, this is a presupposition. Therefore, I'm denying your science. No, bitch. You're the one presupposing things and not having a correct hypothesis. I'm the one that's sticking to the scientific method. You're the one I don't even know what you just did there, but it made me upset. Just thinking about it. How the fuck are you going to do that? You're the one being the philosopher. And all these little fucking history minions, they all say it. The earth could be at the center, but we don't accept that shit because hell no. That's basically what they say. That's what they all say. The nerve. Whether they're lying or whether they're, it's evil to me.
Amen. That's the correct word. That is the correct word. It is, because it is a preservation of their pride, Elijah, which is the most dangerous thing a man has. I don't know about women, but I know how men think, and they are perversely sick with their own hearts. It's not like they have to be influenced. Their own hearts, our own hearts, as a terrible sinner that I am. I remember how I was when I had a completely different outlook on life 25 years ago, and I thought I came from monkeys too, and that did justify a lot of the crimes in my imagination that I committed, and I was a terrible criminal for it. So if I wanted to stay in that lifestyle, Elijah, which is who these people are that we're talking to, I would have to come up with more excuses to why it's true. And I'm not interested in your truth, because when I saw this guy, Elijah Freeman, on the internet, and I saw that he was talking about flat earth, my first inkling was to make fun of this person. So I've already now invested my pride again. I've now pumped up my pride to now go and make you look stupid so that I can show people how I destroyed a flat earther. So he enters the conversation with the mindset to already make sure that he's going to make you look stupid. So right off the bat, as soon as you put that problem right in front of him and he hits that brick wall, now he's in panic mode. And that's why I say these people have seizures. They start panicking. And what does it go from? Oh, well, you just don't believe science. Well, it's refraction. And by the way, it doesn't matter. Literally, it's like a 3-step process. And the third answer is what difference does it make anyway? Evil is exactly what it is. Thank you.
That's just what happened online. And I'm realizing, like, it's not just about flat earth. It's really about a logical line of thinking. That's what it's really about. That being said, like the anti-flat earthers are the best chance I have at having a good back and forth, because everyone else looks like fodder. Like I'm on the internet, and, they're talking about the siren, you know what I mean? The thing that's going around and knocking on people's windows, knocking on their vents, all of that. And this guy makes some kind of joke on Facebook saying, "Oh, they're mandating this. I guess I need to invest stock in condoms." And a guy responded, "It's not an STD." And another guy is like, here go this guy again saying some stupid ass shit. And all I said was, well, I mean, your authorities said that it was an STD. It's just whatever it is, if it is even an it, your authorities tell you, yeah, it could be transmitted sexually. So whether that's true or not, you have to believe it because someone said it. Then I Googled it, and that was like, just the first 2 results I find is it's right there. It's like, yes, it can be transmitted through sex. Oh, okay, thank you. Just they'll come out and try to ridicule somebody who is either telling the truth or making light of jokes or anything that's against the narrative being taken seriously, like they want us. We should take it very serious. Worry about it. Yeah. Why don't you get back? Yeah. I didn't tell you anything about drinking water, stopping smoking, or do anything else that's healthy. Don't do any of that, but wear your mask though. Yeah. And they'll ridicule anyone who's not doing that. And they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
So check this out, man. So what you did was basically point out the ridiculousness of their narrative, but they don't know that, okay, so you pointed out they never researched your official story, right? And anything you have to say about the so-called official story is bullshit because you're just a dumb conspiracy theorist. But then when you show them that this is part of their official story, I do this with the moon is in the atmosphere to the Gulbers, right? They're like, fuck you, you're stupid, you're a dumb flat earther, you don't even know astronomy or science, the moon is not in the atmosphere, yada, 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 right? And then I show it to them. Of course it's in the atmosphere, and then all of a sudden it's it's obvious, and, it's so funny to watch them just, flip-flop, because they never researched their own model, and then when you show them your model's ridiculous, right? You're exposing them on 2 fronts. The fact that they never actually, they don't know their own model, number one, and that their model's ridiculous. So ridiculous that they repudiated it 5 seconds before when they didn't know what it said.
And you're lucky if you get that. You got a concession, India. If you get a concession, that's rarity. Most of the time, these psychopaths know better than what all of their experts, who they previously believed before they came in the room, now all of a sudden they're the leading expert in the world. Indio.
I like telling them that the moon is made of petrified wood. After they say, the Apollo proves the moon landing. Like, oh yeah, okay. So the moon must be made of petrified wood because they brought back some. They brought back some petrified wood. So you're going to believe the story. You got to believe the whole story. You can't pick and choose. You have to believe that the moon is a ball of petrified wood floating up there in the sky.
Am I mistaken? No, didn't they just say that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere? I mean,
Yeah,
am I not mistaken?
Well, the moon is actually like the acorn of a giant tree, right? And it grew up through the atmosphere, and then like the bottom of the tree like burnt, or like, and then it was just like the acorn was left flying up there, and that part's petrified wood.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, as well. Let's go with that.
Might as well. That's no worse. No.
Well, if they taught it in school, they would just believe it. And they'd be like, why would everyone lie about that? It's so stupid. Like, I can't think of a reason why they would lie, so it's got to be true.
Of course they would believe it. I mean, that's not the official story, but the official story was once upon a time, because they've changed it recently, but it was that a wayward planet, Theia, smashed into the Earth, depositing energy into its dying core, or giving it its core, because whatever. And a piece of it, as a memento was left, and that we call that the moon. And it's the perfect distance, the perfect size for eclipses. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yep.
These people don't even have a claim anymore. It's literally the most embarrassing conversation. And when you get the trolls in the YouTube chat, like you have right now, and we're sitting in here and we're all talking about them. We've been doing it for several hours now, and not one of them can even challenge my claim that they don't have a claim. They won't make one. Because again, just like all atheists, once they make a claim, they have to stick to it. Like, 80 years ago when they said the coelacanth was an index fossil, then of course we found them alive in Japan, the waters off of Japan. So now atheists have realized that they can no longer make claims. They even admit to you there's no such thing as an absolute truth, and science doesn't prove things. That's what their claim is now. They don't have a claim anymore. It's like you're talking to a robot that's scared to death of reality. And that's why the best thing it does is it shows examples to people in the audience that are listening that maybe if they have, two brain cells to rub together between their beady little eyes, then they can go, wow, I don't want to be that guy, that Charlie, that Zanuck, that Matthew Learns crackhead. I don't want to be that guy. So maybe I should look into this a little bit before I open my big mouth. And some of those people go away and they stay in silence. And some of them know the earth is flat and they got to keep their mouths shut. And then the other people just go back to ignoring reality and going to the YouTube chat to then continue to harass us from there.
So I asked the atheists in YouTube comments, I'm like, what experiment would falsify evolution? Said, well, if you have two things breed, right? This was funny, dude, because said if two cats had a skunk, then that would disprove evolution. That basically, if sexual reproduction doesn't work, then there can't be evolution. Like, yeah, no duh. It just proves like everything, like reality.
Wait a minute, Indio, I missed that. I had a phone call. What was the atheist's example of falsifying evolution again?
He said, I asked for an experiment that would falsify evolution. And I can't remember. They have some science name for calling it. Basically, when two members of a species breed, so two cats breed. He said if they two cats bred that had a skunk, that would falsify evolution because it would falsify a line of heredity. Like, dude, that's some crazy circle logic. Like, dude, are you out of your cotton picking mind?
So
and I told him that would not falsify evolution. That would falsify reality, period. Because when two things, it would falsify sexual reproduction altogether.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, that's beyond retarded. Yeah, evolution would falsify evolution. Actually, there's a specific breed,
basically,
or actually, Stephen Jay Gould has named that punctuated equilibrium. It is a version and theory of evolution that's already been existing for 30 years. It's called punctuated equilibrium. An exact example of what that guy told you. Yes, a family of animals bringing forth a different kind. That's exactly what punctuated equilibrium is. And the reason Stephen Jay
that's
Gould
what he was talking about.
Yeah, and the reason Stephen Jay Gould had to come up with punctuated equilibrium is because there's no evidence for gradual evolution. Thanks.
Well, I mean, evolution is more like a framework, a way of looking at the world. You don't really prove or disprove frameworks unless you look at how consistent the framework allows you to be when you try to go forward and explain other phenomena. So if you're going to try to prove or disprove a framework, you just need to look at how consistent, the framework is when you try to base, other observations off of it. And people are willing to write all these workarounds to maintain this worldview, this framework, without really saying, does this really make sense? Or are there other games in town, other frameworks like, biblical creation or something like that?
Well, it's a view that takes place outside of reality. So, I mean, I guess, yeah, you call it a worldview. However, these people aren't viewing the world. They're viewing their imagination. It's a metaphysical belief system designed to help them hide from truth, help from, hide from morality, and hide from consequences. That's what the evolution paradigm is. And that's a perfect example that Indio gave, is that these people, not only will they not give you an example of something falsifying evolution, they'll say something that is evolution now falsifies evolution. They don't even understand what evolution is. They don't have the slightest clue. They'll give you all these examples for normal reproduction, which is our claim. Just like when you're talking to a glober, my claim is that it looks flat. Now they're admitting it looks flat. Just like the evolutionist admits that, yes, it stayed the same kind, therefore that's evolution. It's just like the globe religion. It's flat, therefore it's curved.
Prove or disprove something if you have a framework that allows, for proof or disproof. And since evolution is a framework or a worldview, really more than anything, it's not going to be falsifiable to some people unless they're checking to see how consistent the framework is, like an internal critique or something like that.
There certainly is no internal critique. That's why they claim everything is evolution. In fact, 3 weeks ago, I was on Brandon Toy Channel, and I even asked them on there, I go, can anybody tell me one thing that would falsify evolution? And they can't give me an answer, because there's no rules to pseudoscience, and they literally believe everything is evolution. They believe that a magical explosion created everything, magically life formed on magical balls. Everything is evolution to them. That's the point. There's no such thing. It is the most amazing psychological leap from reality. That's when I use the term light years. The difference between the imagined presupposition, satanic religion of evolution and reality are light years apart. There is no claim based on reality. It's a metaphysical believed thought process. It cannot be falsifiable. No, it's not. Fairy tales are not falsifiable. Well, what about when you guys go to space? Because Virgin Galactic is going to start letting you guys go to outer space. And then you see the globe. What will you say then? Yeah, if I go to outer space and see that cats are actually squid and eagles are tortoises, I guess I'll believe it. That's the annoying question. What about if you guys are proven wrong? Will you accept it? Oh boy, these people. Well, I haven't been to space, so I can't see what it is. Okay.
Proven wrong that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. How is that proven wrong? How's me saying that? No, it's not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles because it would be observable, and it's not.
Right, and that's
So-
when they're going to go to. Well, you can't really know those things, Elijah. You can't really know.
So what about triangulating your position from stars that are 3,000 miles away? Then what? So you got a ball that's 3,000. Oh, my bad. That's just the radius. What about the diameter? So twice that is flat. And everything else is a ball. Okay. I mean, I'm totally done with these people. The more I understand, the less. This isn't even a conversation. It's a joke.
Well, yeah, because they don't even have a claim, Elijah. That's why we can't get any answers. Is there a list of answers from Globers that have been set in concrete? No, there is not one answer that has remained for the past 7 years. Not a single answer. But the difference is every single flat earther knows that the earth is flat when they're on the ground and in the air. That's a consensus. There is no globe consensus. The only consensus is for a flat earth. That's how crazy it is, bruh. There's no consensus. There's no group of people saying, here's the evidence of Earth curve. Doesn't exist, Elijah. You're talking to people
Why would
that
you
live
need
in a
that?
cartoon.
But the more, why would you need that, right? Like there aren't groups of people lining up to say, yeah, that's a tree. You know what I mean? Like, why would you need to do that if it was observable in what we experienced? It would just be, okay. We have scientifically deduced that that is a tree. No, we've
Elijah.
scientifically inferred without any experiments that that is a tree.
Hey, spaceman, why'd you tell me I live on a ball that's never seen?
Let me give another example, Elijah. When you ask these people, and it happens here all the time. I've heard memes, and I've heard Indio, tell these people, well, don't start the question with an if, right? And they'll go, I'm not. And then they'll say, if the earth is flat. And it's crazy. Like they're told, I've heard Indio and I've heard memes tell these people, don't start your question with an if. And they'll literally say, I won't. And then they'll say, if the earth is flat. It's crazy, bro. Like they are so programmed. You can even warn them before they say it. Don't say this, please. They say they won't. And then they do it anyway. I don't even know what level of psychosis that is. Right. But that's the point, is that when you ask them, what's your evidence for the globe earth? They'll say, well, if the earth is flat. They immediately hide from their own claim. They don't have a claim. They're telling you if the earth is flat, this or this is not or is possible. Every single time I go, what's the evidence for a globe? Well, if the earth is flat, the sun wouldn't make any sense. That's not an answer. You're hiding from your own belief. Exactly what I've been saying for 2 years. Yes, that's all they can do.
All you guys do is just ignore the facts. You ignore the pictures from space that shows it's a ball. That's all you do.
Why haven't we found each other? Like, in a world full of crazy, it's like,
Pictures from
okay,
space.
stepping over this body, stepping over that body. Oh, there's somebody. who's alive. Hello. Why don't you say we go build stuff together or do stuff together?
What's wrong with
why aren't we doing
I could paint a picture myself. I can paint a picture. I can draw a picture. I can Photoshop anything I want and make it look exactly the same as space. Thank you very much.
So what's wrong with the photos from space?
Because they're fake. Every single one of them are fake.
Well, just because you say they are.
No, it's not. It's actually proven in the statement
Want me to
from
tell-
NASA saying they are faked in Photoshop. It's straight from NASA.
We've also seen them.
You are not here at all, then, Strat. At all.
I'm playing.
You don't even listen to your own NASA when they say it's photoshopped. It has to be.
Well, there's one photo where you can see what appears to be an Arctic lemming in one of their Martian photos. That looks decidedly fake.
Wait a minute, Justin. You know Scrat is just kidding, right?
I know. I'm going off.
Do you know what I saw a NASA?
We were doing good. What are you talking about?
Sonny, I got a
waiting for the
NASA's.
argument. Go ahead.
Sonny, I got NASA's official answer for that that rodent on Mars. Do you know what it is?
No, do tell.
It's just pareidolia. It just looks like that.
Oh, that's imagination again.
You can't, again, refraction. You guys can't trust your eyes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, when I
trust. Go ahead.
I was just when I brought up the photos from space, I was waiting for the violation of natural law. My answer was going to be, well, they have them, so obviously they can go out there. That's the type of
They
answer.
don't believe it. Yeah, they don't believe in natural law. I remember 2014, I was talking to the groups of atheists, which were related to the same ones that exist now. I've been talking to these same people for almost a decade now. And they said then in 2013 and 14 that those laws don't apply on Earth, way before Rumpus said it. So this psychotic atheist satanic movement is the same movement it's been for decades. There's nothing new. They don't believe anything in reality. Everything is a presupposed imagined cartoon belief system because they saw it on TV. And then when you show them, well, that wouldn't work because of the laws of nature, they'll say the laws of nature only happen outside of nature. That's how stupid these people are. They're saying the laws of nature happen outside of nature, and exorcism isn't going to solve this person's problem. Thanks.
Well, I got one guy I used to debate. We were debating for probably close to 2 years, and this man, he's a very smart man. I mean, he knew a lot of stuff. And when I brought up the entropy, his word, he literally said, okay, yes, entropy, it does happen. But when you get on, he says, when you get on the planetary level size, it doesn't apply. And I'm like, are you serious?
Exactly. That's my point. It doesn't apply to this belief system. This belief system has no rules. It's outside of the laws of nature.
I want to see a citation for that.
Good luck.
Maybe they got one somewhere, but I doubt even that. I doubt it. Because just like when you look for, okay, who measured the globe? Guess what? It's not there because it doesn't exist. So the answer to that question, I don't think it exists. I don't think you could just say, oh, on a planetary scale, entropy doesn't work. I don't think you can find that anywhere. That's just straight up made up bullshit.
Oh yeah,
that's the shit India was talking about. Just making shit up.
Well, what frustrated me is that, I mean, he was a good friend of mine, and I really thought he was a very bright man. But once he said that, I'm like, oh my gosh, you're seriously going to say this? But it didn't last much longer anyways.
I don't know. The strongest proof for me is literally celestial navigation. I don't know how anyone could move past that. If you think about it, navigating, you should be a flat earther. I don't know how. That's how strong this indoctrination is. They could know that everything that they're doing is on a plane and then say, you know?
Did you cut out? What did they say?
Did he break out, or was that me?
No, I just
Yeah,
stopped.
Elijah.
I'll be right back.
What did you say? Okay. Yes, it appears locally flat, and we don't have to adjust for movement locally because parts of the Earth locally aren't moving, but as a whole, it is moving. It's called quantum physics dynamics refraction, and that's how it works. So you guys just don't understand.
I like my excuse for the lack of Coriolis effect. I gave it a couple weeks ago on Oakley's channel, but didn't go over. I like it though. Mind if I give it? I'll play a anti-flat earther.
Might as well.
Well, as they say, let me see. I want to make sure I say this right. The Coriolis effect is when something appears to drift. It's not a real drift, but it appears to drift because you're rotating underneath of it. That is real. And oh shoot, am I going in and out? Am I roboting?
No, you're.
I can't hear anything. Hello. Anybody out there?
Yeah, we're here. I can hear you.
Okay.
Can anyone hear him?
No. All right. Well, you can hear me, right? You said.
Yeah, I think we all can hear you.
All right. Well, I'm
Yep.
actually going to stop because I'm coming into an area that I'm probably going to lose you again. So I'll just stop with my flat earther or anti-flat earther.
Yeah, still no
Test.
claim. Just look in the chat. Yep, I hear you.
Hey, I lost my battery a minute ago, but he was asking like, how do we know that all the images are fake? Is that what he asked?
Yeah, he's playing the advocate. Yep.
So this is how we know, because those images depict curving water, and there's no curving water.
Ta-da!
So if those images depict purple trees, right, and then in a particular forest, and then we went to that forest, and there was no purple trees, we can say that those images are bullshit, right?
Well, no, because
Absolutely.
we know.
What do you mean no?
Because
what do you mean
we
no?
don't know it's not purple trees.
Wait, hold on. Need a disclaimer, Scrat, and so you don't trigger people. Scrat is playing a part right now. He's playing the anti-flat earther role.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine. I'm playing myself,
Okay, good.
and I'm not a doctor on television.
Awesome.
Okay, well, here's the thing. We know there isn't purple trees, okay? But we do know we're on a ball, and the pictures prove it. You say there isn't curving water? Well, it's right there in the photos. How can you say it's not curving water when you're seeing it right there?
Because photos cannot be scientifically tested.
But that is
With depiction,
What's that have to do
the
with-
depiction of any photo cannot be depicted. Can only be tested. The only way to test the photo, period, right, against reality, is to go where that photo depicts, wherever that is, right. Take a picture, say, of the Ardennes Forest. I can go to the Ardennes Forest, right, and see if like what that image depicts is actually real. So I can go there and test the image that way. That's the only way to test the authenticity of photos.
Okay, so they have them, so obviously they went to space.
Well, that presupposes that they're real. You're presupposing what you're trying to prove is true. It's called circular logic.
I just have to say that this is the correct answer that Indio is giving, and this is all you need. We don't have to go into a very long, elaborate explanation. Again, the longer the explanation, the worse your answer is anyway. And when he says they don't match reality, that's it. It's over. They don't match reality. That's how I know they're fake. It's not that complicated.
Nope, it really isn't.
Bash him on the head. Next.
Just we showed us images of human beings with 3 heads. I don't need to go prove that the picture is fake or that it's doctored or how they did it, or I don't have to like unearth their secret photo lab. You know,
Yeah.
I know human beings don't have 3 heads. I don't need any.
It's worse. Well, yeah, but Indio, it's worse than that. You have to go to space to confirm if they have 3 heads, which nobody can do. Only the most elite government agencies can do this. That's not suspicious. So you can only confirm something when you have access to the 0.00012% of technology. Then you can confirm something.
Yeah, the photo evidence is such a weak ass. that's the weakest ever, almost, using that, because if you're saying that photos prove something, then you're not living in this century. You know, you're somewhere else.
When they
sadly,
that's wait, hold on. When they show these photos, guys, listen. All right, this is a lot of we always miss this. Okay, I'll say we always miss this. When they show these photos, remember, make them show you something. Actually, make them participate like a kindergartner. Okay, and ask them to show us what they're talking about. And then when they do, ask them, why are there no other satellites, airplanes, or boats on this Earth? Thanks. Every single picture shows no other satellites, no aircraft, no moving objects. Nothing on Earth is moving. There's no lightning. There's no lightning storms. I mean, literally, there's no boats on the entire oceans. There's not a single light on the ocean. When we know thousands of planes are flying all over the ocean, it'd be very easy to see their lights. There's not a single freaking aircraft in any of these pictures. So what Gumby world was this photo taken in? I mean, they destroy themselves. Point out that this isn't reality. There are other vehicles in air, and in your claim, there are vehicles in space, and your photos are showing none of that. You guys forgot to add in the other aircraft. Thanks. Not to mention you don't get a timestamp. Sorry, I apologize. Not to mention you don't even get a timestamp. Like, this is exactly what part of the Earth we were over at 7:32 in the morning on August 15th. There's this. There's not a claim, guys. That's how crazy this is. Thanks. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, the lack of aircraft, it's because they're too small. Why? They're way too small to show up on a picture from space.
Perfect. So you're admitting that we can't see satellites from Earth. So every time you try to divert, you're going to destroy your own argument. And I know you're doing devil's advocate, but I've been doing this too long. So as soon as they say, well, you can't see them because they're too far away, you just admitted you can't see satellites. Thank you. It's over.
Well, we're not seeing the satellites. We're seeing the reflection of the sun off of the satellite. We're not actually seeing the satellite. We're just seeing the light.
That's right. Yep. And we should see thousands of other satellites and aircraft reflecting the sun. Yep.
I'm just curious as to if it's nighttime and the sun is on the other side of the Earth and the satellites are actually so close to the Earth, how is the sun hitting them to reflect?
Exactly. See, you just gave up your premise because you knew we were at a dead end. That's exactly right. They're in darkness and you're telling me they're reflecting sunlight. Boy, you're a fucking retard. Yeah, where we shine lights, it's still dark in the globe world. Yeah, man, sorry, I've been doing this too long. Try to think of another one.
I'm starting to get sick to my stomach playing a dumbass.
Yeah, the demons are knocking at your door. Yeah, the demons are asking you, is this the right address?
I'm so passionate about logic. I mean, logic is, other than my faith, logic is one of the most important things to me. And it frustrates me because there's such a lack of logic nowadays. I mean, people have just completely abandoned critical thinking and just rational thought, and it's sad.
Ironic coming from a Glover.
What's that?
I said it's ironic that a Glover is saying that.
I'm not a Glover. I was playing one.
Oh, okay, my bad.
For example, what was it? Kosher, I think it was, claiming you can be going in a straight line and curve at the same time. I don't know how anybody can actually say that and really mean it, because never mind. I'm getting myself frustrated.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
It is weird, and anybody can experience this, but if you go and play devil's advocate and you're surrounded by those people, most of the time, and I've experienced this many years ago, you will feel an odd sensation of complacency and comfort.
You see,
And that's
I
what I'm
just
talking
accept. I just accept it as, oh yeah.
What I'm saying, Justin, is that even when you pretend to agree with liars, it's dangerous. And
Oh, it's so
you'll notice-
dangerous. I know.
Watch this, because I'm not kidding. The spirit world tries to enter you. Listen, this is gonna make you're gonna claim I'm crazy. That's
Oh,
fine.
it's
but
hard. Yes.
listen, you will get influenced. When I was pretending to agree with atheists 10 years ago, I could feel the spirits literally try to push me in one way or yeah, keep going, agree with them. And this is what we're talking about. This is a spiritual conflict, and that's what I say. It's very dangerous to play devil's advocate, because you are messing with the devil. It's not a term that's a mystery. It's true. You are.
I think I've messed with the devil quite a bit. So him and I have a very good relationship, and I think God stepped in and told him to fuck off.
It's a spiritual battle, man. Spiritual thing. That's why
I wouldn't be here. I'm just letting you know I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. So actually, if it weren't for both of them, sorry, I don't know what I'm saying, because it's so hard to fathom the fact that I've been fighting it, and now I know, and I've known for quite some time now. But they're both right there. It's like the shoulder thing, like in the cartoons, where they peer on your shoulder. Here, do that. Do this. No, do that. Come on. Every day. Sorry. I'm over that. I can't lie to myself anymore. I hope that's what I do, push on everyone else too. I mean, I'm here. I'm here for a reason.
It's like a Ouija board. I've never used one. Well, actually, I did about 20 years ago with a metal band I was with for about 10 minutes. And I don't think anything happened to me, but you never know. And that's the thing. Even when you're not thinking you're doing something, you can be affected by the other side. And that's why, people mess with these Ouija boards, and all of a sudden they have issues and psychological problems. And not saying that that's every case, but there certainly are countless cases in the past where people have messed with these sorts of things. And then all of a sudden they have all sorts of life issues,
Okay, I got a question about that. Do you believe a true Christian can be possessed?
Yes.
Okay. How?
Mm-hmm.
How can if a true Christian, if they have the Holy Spirit within them, how can an evil spirit be in there as well, with in the same body as the Holy Spirit?
Because they failed at that moment, and men fail. So the example would be Peter, and Jesus turned to Peter and said, "Get behind me, Satan." So the top 40 most important people in history, one of literally Christ's right-hand man, was even possessed for a few moments by Satan. So that ends it right there.
Yeah, like asking how could the evil be in heaven?
Hold on, Scrat. Yeah, try again, Scrat. Go ahead.
Well, just couldn't he have just been saying, not literally saying Satan? Couldn't he have just been saying, "You're acting like Satan. Get behind me"?
No, you can't add or take away from. No, that's the whole point. Is the most important thing to never do is add or take away from the word. No, you can't do that.
I mean, aren't there expressions? Didn't Yeshua ever use
No, this is God. This is God in the flesh telling this to Peter. This is very serious. He's trying to stop. Satan is trying to stop the fulfillment of the most important prophecy in history, and that pissed God off. And he knew exactly who was controlling Peter. Peter was using his heart, Scrat. Peter wasn't listening to God. He was listening to his heart. Satan pulls on your heartstrings. He was possessed at that moment. He might have not known it. And that's why Jesus directly told him, "Get behind me, Satan." It's very clear.
Okay, but here's the problem. Peter didn't have the Holy Spirit in him. The Holy Spirit wasn't given until Pentecost.
Oh, that's very true.
Wait, hold on. Excuse me. That's irrelevant. He's a Christian. He's one of the most important Christians in history, one of the first Christians. The question was, can a Christian be possessed? The question is, can a Christian be possessed?
Hold on.
Yes, the answer is yes. It's in the Bible. But you got to let me finish.
Let's go back to the original question. My original question was, with the Holy Spirit in them. What? I'm sorry.
Well, that's the point. The Holy Spirit is removed. The Holy Spirit won't stay in there. Once you start listening to Satan, the Holy Spirit gets out of there.
Okay, so you can lose the Spirit.
Absolutely. Of course you can.
So, what would happen if Satan took over your body right before you died? Then the Holy Spirit wouldn't be in your body. Would you still go to heaven?
No. You can't let him in at the end. That would be the worst. That's the bad timing, bro.
Well, don't you think God should protect you? Like, if you
God
get
does.
eternal
God,
damnation?
excuse me. God does protect. So we're not talking about an actual incident. You asked a question. Yes, God protects those who need protected. Yes, he does not make a mistake.
Okay, but my understanding of the Spirit is it's not the Spirit that saves you. It's your faith that saves you. And the Spirit is only there. You only have the Spirit for help, for guidance, for knowledge, for it's a helper.
Yes, and he stopped listening. Yeah, he wasn't listening to the Holy Spirit anyway. Obviously, he was listening to his heart, and that's the problem. Yeah, he was possessed, and he was one of the most important Christians in history. And of course, he was not possessed after that, and the Spirit, we know, left him, and he then continued to be one of the greatest men that ever lived with Jesus, one of the greatest men in history. He was called Peter, which is where we get the word petrify from. He was the rock of Christ. That's not a coincidence. So a beautiful man, a great man at that, much better than I'll ever be. But yes, for that moment, he was possessed. Yes.
Well, I remember reading the gospel so many times and thinking, man, Peter, he sure was a moron so many times. But then after the ascension, he becomes like the best one, the best guy. I mean, he said so many stupid things throughout Yeshua's ministry.
That's right.
And then became like the greatest apostle almost.
I agree. But remember, all men are fallible, and that's the thing. Only Jesus cannot be possessed by an evil spirit. Only Jesus can live the perfect life. Only Jesus is sinless and without error, and he is fully God, fully man. So all other men, yes, it doesn't matter where they are in life. If they make a mistake and screw up, yes, that is possible. Absolutely. 1000%. And which is a great example for us because it shows that, you know, he was corrected. Obviously, Jesus corrected Peter, which is what people need to do. When somebody's wrong, they need to be corrected. And I love the terminology that he uses because I see it all the time, bro. I'm not, you know, I call I jokingly say that I give people exorcism. But to be honest with you, there's more truth than it is joke. When you're able to show somebody's true colors, you're bringing the spirit out of them. You're seeing who they truly are. The greatest thing about this topic is that it shows who you really are. It's the most powerful topic because no matter who you speak about, you're going to go to your church tomorrow, whoever, you know, you talk to people that claim to believe in the Bible, and you're going to confront them with the information about outer space deceptions and all these things that NASA does and lies, because I never mentioned flat earth anyway. And then as soon as they start trying to defend the lies of man, they are allowing a spirit to enter them that is not of God. Scrapped. Period. End of story.
Well, I used to, or I have been spending a lot of time in the Ever After show on Oakley's channel. And whenever, you know, things were dead here, I'd just go there for conversation. But the last 2 days, there's a guy in there who he's literally saying that the Bible was completely made up and was written to get people to worship Satan. And I asked him, okay, so he said that, and I could not listen to that. I had to get out of there. I just, okay, you know what? You can believe what you want, but I can't listen to that kind of thing. When you such blasphemy, calling the creator, the holy creator, Satan himself, yeah, I won't stick around to listen to that nonsense.
Well, it does kind of make sense if you think about it, because the devil's greatest trick was telling people that he didn't exist.
Convincing the world.
And that's a story from the church. The church brought that story out about the devil to bring people to the church. It's fear-mongering.
Well, the church isn't a building, so the churches that are called church by men are liars. Those are not churches. They don't even follow the Bible, such as the Catholic groups or these other groups. They're not churches anyway. Churches when two or more gather to, you know, read God's word and believe it.
It's an assembly.
Yeah.
All church means is it means assembly.
Right, not a building, exactly. Yep. But that's the whole point. The whole point of this magical space ball religion of evolution is to remove credibility of the word of God. Nothing else matters. This is the only point that matters. I'm going to drive this home right now, and there won't even be a challenge to everything they've taught you is to remove God out of your life and to pervert his word or destroy his word, which is the Bible. That's every single deception they've ever given you, from ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny to dark matter. It's all to destroy the credibility of God, which is the word, which is Jesus, which is the Bible. That's what this is all about, and nothing else matters.
I agree 100%.
And that's why we are without excuse, because when we see the entire world agreeing on one thing, which is that the Bible isn't true, then that tells you what matters. You see, like I always tell people, I don't need evidence in an argument. I need to see the thoughts and intents from the opposing viewpoints. If I see the thoughts and intents of perverted criminals that are telling me I can't trust my eyes, and the other group here in this room is telling me, no, I can trust my eyes, I don't need any evidence. That was the evidence. That's why when you talk to these people, they don't have evidence. They don't even have a claim. They're telling you you can't trust your eyes. They're saying what we experience in reality isn't real, and you have to go to outer space to experience reality. This is literally pure Satanism. It's not I'm using the right term. That's what this is. To tell you that you can't trust your eyes is literally Satanism. Period. End of story.
Well, it's not just your eyes are saying. They're saying you can't trust your son, all of your senses.
Correct. I mean, exactly. All 22 of them.
22? What?
Oh, you didn't know they lied about that too? Yeah, come on. You got way more than 5. Come on. Well, there was a research program that came up with 21, but I added a couple.
Which ones did you add?
The sense of rhyming, when you hear something that rhymes, such as this as an example: row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. The fact that we can contemplate the fact that those words rhyme, a machine and an animal cannot identify that. That is a special sense only given to humans. We call it rhyming. That is divine information. That is a literal program from God. That doesn't make any sense at all why we think things should rhyme on a certain sequence of words spread apart that sound the same. That in itself is a sense alone, period.
All it is? No, that would be part of hearing, because all you're doing is hearing things that sound alike.
It's not here. Nope, it's the comprehension. It's not the hearing. It's the sense of comprehension. It's not hearing.
So
Animals
it's
can't
basically
hold on. Animals cannot hear rhyming. Do you understand? It's a comprehension of the brain. It's a sense in our brain that goes, that's rhyming. That's what it is. Like, born to kill, sweep and clear, staring down the face of fear. Well, that's a rhyme. A computer and an animal cannot tell that, but that is a rhyme. Only humans can comprehend that rhyme. Another example would be sexual sense, which I shouldn't even say. Talked enough about, and I probably am not going to break that up, but that is something that is outside of, taste, touch, sound. It's something else. It's another perception in your being that gives you a completely different set of feelings, right? Which, and again, I don't want to go down that road. You also have pain. Pain is not the same as touch. It's a different part of your construct, your abilities. Now, these are of course I'm not interested in explaining these things, but since you asked, I will. These are methods of man, right, trying to identify creation and say, well, these are we're going to limit it to 5 senses or 6 senses. These are all non-important anyway. They don't matter, but I'm just showing you that they lie to you. And if they're going to tell you have senses, they should probably name all the ones that we can find out.
Would you say the ability to use logic is a sense?
I would say that could be, because it is an understanding that you already have, but it's more of a calculation. You see, rhyming is something that you cannot avoid. If I just, if I was a good speaker, I'd be able to do it. I'm not good at rhyming or singing, but, don't hate, donate. Well, that rhymes, right? And you didn't have to try to make it rhyme. Nobody in the room goes, oh, let me try to hear this rhyme. It automatically happens, and your perception in your mind already picks it up, and it identifies it automatically without you trying. That's how I know it's a. The most obvious one that they didn't tell you about was your vestibular sense that we talk about all the time. So that's how they came up with the 6. That was number 6,
I think there's a sense that you can tell when people are watching you. Like, you ever get that feeling that you're being watched by people?
Yes, and I have identified this one as well. So there's another sense I call revelation, and it's when you're given special knowledge that is outside of what we normally can figure out, right? Like when you're told, like you think, wait, like when an idea comes up in your mind, hey, I haven't talked to Billy in a while. All of a sudden, 30 seconds later, your friend Bill calls you, right? That kind of thing. Or when someone's looking at me. So there certainly is what I call a revelation sense, which is obviously supernatural information being downloaded to you somehow that we cannot explain. Obviously, it's from God, but that would be called revelation, in a sense. Itch would be another sense. Itch is a completely different set of, how do I say, processing ability that your brain makes. It's not the same as touch. When you have an itch, which can start from many different things, right? It can be like if you ever get a sunburn and you don't let it heal right, it starts itching. Like, that's not a pain, which is another sense, by the way. Pain would be another one. These are all different senses. Touch is one, right? We can touch with our hands. So there are a lot more than, so we got smell, sound, and you have the proprioception, which is to tell where your body parts are. Like when I hold my hand behind my head, I can tell it's right behind my head. I close my eyes, I can touch my nose, because I have the propriosense of knowing where my body is moving, right? Another one would be tension. When you're being stretched, your muscles can feel the tension. Equilibrium, of course, that's vestibular, stretch receptors. And of course, there's another one, heat or cold. We have thermoreceptors that are not just feeling. We can tell heat and we can tell when something's getting cold. That would be a sense. Thirst is a sense. Hunger is a sense. And supposedly this one I'm not sure of. There's one that they claim that I don't necessarily agree with. It's called magnetic tropoception, which means that you can detect magnetic fields. I would say maybe some people can, but that's not something that I can prove. And of course, the other sense would be time. The sense of time, the sense of a duration of a period going by you would be another sense, which of course we're terrible at. 5 hours goes by. Back in the day, I played Call of Duty when I was a teenager. 5 hours goes by. I've only been playing for half an hour, so we don't have a very good sense of time, but it's there.
The whole hot and cold thing, why doesn't that just fit in with the sense of touch? Because you're touching something that's hot or it's cold.
You're not touching it. That's what I'm telling you. You're not. No, you're not. Like when I get near a fire, that's not touch. That's a thermoreception.
Okay, but it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can feel it. I'm not even touching it. I'm not touching
your body. That heat is touching your body.
It's not the same receptors though. It's a completely different set of receptors in your mind. I'm not saying this is important. I'm just saying if they're going to say we have all these, listen. Somebody can say we just have one sense, so it just depends on the outlook. My point is that when they say you have five senses, the reason that I'm doing this is to show you they're wrong. I'm not trying to tell you that you need to listen to me. I'm going to give you all these other things. They're wrong. I'm not. You know what I mean? So yes, we can dissect this and we can argue about it. I'm not really that interested in it, but yes, there are different receptors. Just like the itch receptor is not the same as touch either. It's a different part of your cognitive ability within your brain that is sending those signals, just like the signal in your brain that lets you know when I said, once you go flat, you never go back, which is almost a rhyme. Your mind still recognized that it was rhyming, right? So these are senses that the reason I don't use logic, like when the gentleman asked me about logic, because logic we have to start using. Like in our mind, we start thinking and working to use logic. We don't do that when it comes to touch, taste, feel, sound, sight, vestibular, heat, tension, and of course, the one that I don't want to mention because it's inappropriate, and then of course the revelation. So my point is that we have many more than five, and that's all I'm saying. That everything they tell you is a lie, and that's all I'm trying to explain.
Hey, I like that. I like that. Everything you said there. I have another entry, emotional pain. In the emotional realm, there's almost as many senses just in that little subcategory of the emotional senses. So you would have to include that because it's been shown that emotional pain can cause physical pain. So you have we have something within us as human beings that you don't see. You don't see animals like a dog sitting on the side of the road next to a tree in anguish about his life's condition. Or how about repentance? How about the emotion of repentance, feeling that sorrowful, like I made a horrible mistake and now I'm feeling this pain because of it, right?
Don't they refer to that actually as deferred pain, or is there a different word for that?
Yeah, probably the connection between the mind and our bodies, like they're not separate.
Well, there's actually showing that laughter is actually, it heals your body.
You can use the mind to control the body.
Yeah, thank God for flat Earth.
Like what? Yeah, like if you're upset, and I guess if you make yourself sing, you'll pull out of it, kind of thing. Or if you you're crying and you see a baby laughing, you know how babies, they almost stop breathing, they laugh so much, and that could make you stop crying. Seeing a baby laugh, that's how I see it. Sorry, I'm not trying to derail you guys.
Yeah, I think you're right, Sonny. I think that if we talked about this, we could probably find more and more. I think that that's another good example. I'm trying to falsify it, but yeah, it is something that's not controllable. I'm not going to stop that information from entering my mind and remove it, which is what they try to do. And because they go through such an emotional pain, session, which we've of course experienced thousands of times, because of this topic destroys their cognitive ability. It hurts their heart physically. So yes, I would say that is spiritual pain.
Yeah, spiritual pain. And so I just want to make one more comment about the spiritual pain, because how would we have this thing inside of us as far as information goes that we would be able to sense spiritual pain when we're violating some kind of inherent laws written in our hearts, right? How would we know the difference between wrong and right if we didn't have this pain that we felt from doing it? If we did wrong and we feel it, that there's something written in us, a pattern is written in us that we don't have to think about. We just intuitively sense it. So those things might seem esoteric or whatever, but they're real. You can't deny spiritual pain, emotional pain, however you want to look at it. They're real things that are intangible. And that's just our dilemma as humans, or well, I shouldn't say humans, as, yeah, Earthlings.
Yeah, so spiritual emotion and revelation, I believe, are senses.
Yeah.
And that's, we never talk about this, because I've actually heard nobody ever talk about this, because we take this for granted. But that's the thing why I mentioned rhyming, Sonny, is that rhyming is something that only humans can comprehend. And it's not even understandable why. We have no idea why things rhyme when we make them rhyme, and how we set them apart. Right, we set them apart in a sequence of so many words. We'll sometimes skip a line. We'll go to the next one. We'll make it rhyme there, and it's literally evidence for special creation. It's one of the most obvious things that God has made us special beings to understand the logic that He has, and that's why God says that He made us in His image, because those are the amazing miracles that obviously God already knew of. All these emotions that we have are, of course, the versions that come from the highest one, which is Him, right?
Yeah, I'm constantly amazed at what I keep seeing every day as a new experience, because I've just set out to ask to see more of this creation. And I do. I start seeing it. So that sense of seeing the existence of the source all around me. And it's not like that all the time. Of course, we all have whatever, like old dude wrote in the text about fear, alarm, apprehension. So we all have those kind of things going on with us as well, right? I would say fear is a particularly specific to us Earthlings, because I think animals have a reflex they're responding to stimulus. It's not like we can respond to stimulus, but we have the ability to actually be in the moment at the time, looking at the whole process as well. Right?
Have you ever seen an animal be given information from another animal to become depressed? I haven't.
No.
And I think that the animal can't be given that information in the way that we can be given the information to understand. Like if somebody calls you up and says, hey, Georgie boy just got in a car accident and he might not make it, right? And that's when we emotionally go, oh my goodness, I can't believe that. And our hearts drop, and we have the mind dumps its chemicals right away. The heart starts pounding, adrenaline starts going through the body. That can't happen to an animal. And I don't think you can even tell a monkey or a parrot or a dolphin, hey, little Billy over there got ate by a shark and he's not coming back. I don't think the dolphin's going to get depressed. I think that the dolphin has to experience it. The dolphin, my point is that the dolphin has to experience the information. The animal cannot be given the information, has to experience it.
Yeah. I've seen dogs do that with people who are passing. The dog didn't know about it until they came into the room, and immediately then the dog knew that person was about to pass very, very soon. Yeah, I've seen that. The dog was happy to go to the person's house, but when it got there, then it knew.
Right. That's an amazing sense that animals have that we don't. We don't have that type of ability to smell the decay or the problem, whatever they're smelling. That is something beyond our ability. So animals have senses we don't as well, and we have senses that they don't. Yes.
That's true. I'd agree with that.
Cancer sniffing dogs. Yeah. If we could just get cats to listen.
You'll be lucky.
They'll never do it. They won't. They inherently they can't.
Well, they're the highest form of evolution because humans, of course, are owned by cats, so cats are the highest form of evolution ever. Yeah.
Stop. Stop it.
Improves evolution. Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't see an animal in a combat situation, or let's say whatever, a fight, a struggle, like even a more minor than that, like a challenge, everyday challenges. You don't see an animal sitting there diagnosing their own fear, like going like, okay, I'm in fear right now. Like animals don't seem to have that ability, but they do have other abilities, like you said, that are particular to the animal kingdom.
What got you guys on this topic? Were you talking about Big Pharma or something?
No, we actually started out with anti-flat earthers and the arguments that they make.
Oh, gotcha.
And I played a Glober for a little while, really, really good one. Meaning completely illogical with presupposition 1 at the very start.
Well, to increase Jenny's interest, we're talking about the senses and how you don't just have 5 senses. Actually, I can probably name about 20, and that's what we did. We just and Sonny actually realized there's spiritual pain, spiritual emotion, which would be another sense. So we're just adding to the list of making world records nobody else can compete with. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Trying to figure out a categorization of them, because you would have to put that emotional one. You maybe have intangible senses.
The one I
and
thought,
intangible senses.
so far as senses, the one I thought of when XO was describing it to me was intuition.
Right, which I call revelation. That's the same thing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Same thing. So they gave you 5 senses and left out 15. Just remember that. That's what they told.
Oh my God! You have that written down, or is there a document for that?
There are some, but the whole point of this is that they lie to us, right? I mean, I can go to their claims,
sure.
and you know what I mean.
And
they lie to us about everything.
So far as this thing that you guys have been talking about, that we don't need to be told that we're depressed, we don't experience it for that whole thing. Okay, so you guys described it, of course, way better. But what I was thinking also about that was, that they're lying to us. They all want us on drugs. They're drugs, not natural seed-bearing plants that the Creator gave to us and even told us that it was for us. But they want us on their petroleum-based drugs, and they want us gone. And I don't know. Not everyone, of course. I mean, they have to have some slaves left over.
Right. So I would just go through this since we don't have any Glovers anyway. But yeah, sight, taste, everybody knows about these. Touch, and now pressure is another one. So pressure sense, of course, is not the same as touch. When there's being, like, there was this one woman that was describing, she was in a coma, and this was a very unfortunate event that happened, and she was being assaulted, but she remembers the pressure, which is not the same as pain or touch. So again, itch would be another one. Itch is a different receptor than, of course, touch or thermoreceptors that, of course, detect hot and cold. Which of course the next one is thermoreception. So we can detect and sense and feel heat without touching it, without, we walk outside, it's cold, our body starts reacting. That is certainly a sense. Sound, smell, and then proprioception, the ability to tell where your body parts are. So like when you close your eyes and, you're doing a sobriety test and, I want to touch my nose without looking, that's proprioception. Then of course you
that's linked to the vestibular, right? That your muscles and where they are and everything is all lined up with your optical nerve and everything. Like that all goes to Like they all route all these information. Yeah,
Hold on, right?
Your
but
balance.
right?
Hang
Hold
on,
on.
sorry.
Okay, but so the whole thing here is that we have our vestibular senses, but the proprioception is the conception. I'm knowing where my body parts are outside of my general, my balance. So it is an extension of probably an extension of the vestibular.
It is.
But still
They're
different.
attached. That's what I'm telling you. They're all attached.
Sure. So another one would be these are tension sensors, which of course your muscles detect. Okay, so when there's too much tension in your muscle, you get a muscle cramp. It's not pain. Sometimes just tension, right? Another one would be pain itself. So pain is different than touching, and of course equilibrium, which is the vestibular, stretch receptors, and
oftentimes,
chemo. Go ahead.
Oftentimes, pain is I guess a result of inflammation.
It depends because there's different forms of pain too. So there's a whole other category, like Sonny described the emotional pain. You get a feeling in your stomach when you're told some very bad news. You get a physical pain, right? Physical pain caused by something of emotion. So there's more than what we're, talking about here.
Yeah, I've heard of that before. People who are severely depressed, they defer their emotional pain to their body. I've heard that before. Mm-hmm.
Now, one says that it's a chemoreceptors. It says these trigger an area of the medulla in the brain that's involved in detecting blood-borne hormones and drugs. It's also involved in the vomiting reflex. That could be true. I'm not going to claim. Thirst is another one. Hunger and thirst are two separate senses. Your body produces these senses because it wants to drink water or you want to eat. Then, of course, magnetoperception, which I don't necessarily take to that you can sense magnetic fields. Maybe some people.
Yeah.
And then, of course, time. This is obviously debated. If we have a concept of a duration, a period of time going by, right? And then, of course, the ones that I realized was one that I don't want to say because there's too much of it on the internet, but it's the birds and the bees. That's a completely different sense, let me tell you. When that happens to a human being, it's not because they're putting logic together or, it's not because of a specific anything. It's its own separate category, the, Sierra Echo X-ray topic. So I don't want to go there. And then, of course, you have what Sonny and I were discussing, the emotional pain, which is spiritual pain that Sonny described, and then of course revelation. So that's 20.
Okay, wait. So is this depicted in this gift that did you guys have some information I can go on with this by chance? Because I love all this you're talking about.
Well, you won't get all of it because some of them Sonny and I added. However, there is, if you just go type, what do I got to type in? I typed in 5 senses, 18 senses, because they're claiming there's 18. There's actually more, but it has somebody's claim. It has a whole write up about it, which I'm not saying is true anyway. We could probably go down the line and find many more. And I think that they're just trying to, what is this website is.
So
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't know that there were 18 senses, so I'm sure I could at least Google that and start from there if I wanted to. So
yeah, I was gonna say I think lying is a sense because sometimes I can sense when someone's being dishonest with me.
That would be your intuition, right?
Right, you're back to revelation. You're getting well. It's and sometimes it is revelation, but let me give an example. In 2012, when my wife, who obviously I trust more than anybody, called me to tell me about a certain event that happened at a school. I'm going to be very discreet about this. How do I explain that? There was a issue where there was 20 young people that were shot, and it was at a place that was called Sandy. There was a Captain Hook. And this place was where this shooting happened. And my wife called. Remember, I don't even know anything about it. I haven't heard about it. And she called and I go, "Hi, babe, what's up?" She goes, "There was this blah, blah, blah shooting and 20 kids were killed." And my answer to her was, "Don't worry, babe. It's a hoax." And I'll explain later. So I instantaneously, God gave me that information. It's a revelation. He instantly put into my mind, this is not true. This is a deception. That would be revelation. But when I'm talking to somebody, Like when the Glober comes in the room, well, yes, you can already tell they're lying because they're trying to justify they live on a globe. So that's completely different, right? Because it's very obvious that they're hiding from reality, which is deception. But you already know they're lying because they're looking for excuses to hide from truth, which is 99% of the people we talk to. They're not here to give evidence. They're here to hide from evidence and to tell you why you're stupid because you don't believe in television. That is certainly lying. And maybe there's going to be parts in between, Sasha. But yes, there's going to be moments when you sense that they're lying, when they might not have given you an inkling to it. I've been yelled at on this server many times for it because, yes, I can tell somebody's lying, and then I'm told that I'm being mean to somebody because I said they lied, when obviously, and then an hour later, I proved my point. They were lying the whole time. Of course, I never get an apology, but yes, that is certainly a sense.
Well, but to be fair, how many times are you wrong?
About people lying?
You don't know about.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Never. In the last 10 years, when everybody's lied to me when it comes to this topic. So I haven't ever been, that's the thing, is that I'm never wrong, because when they tell me something that's not true, if they tell me something that's not true and they can't even tell me where they got the information from, that's a lie.
No, I would have to agree to disagree with you on that one.
I was gonna.
Then who are you? You'd have to give me an example, but I know for a fact it's a lie. If I tell you something and then I tell you, I can't tell you where I got that information from, but I want to believe it because I saw it on whatever. Again, there's a whole another rabbit hole we're going to go down to find out why this person said something. But yes, absolutely, people are lying all the time, and this is one of the greatest topics that exposes it.
So are you saying teachers are lying?
Absolutely, they admit that.
I wanted to. I was hold on. I was going to make a statement before we got too far along. So before I forget, so the intuitive sense we can get this revelation, as Exo calls it, that can cause an emotional response that can cause our behavior to change. That we decide to make a different choice and change our own behavior based on something we got through intuition.
The download. You got that spiritual download, Sonny, that you can't explain it. You don't know how it got in your brain, but it's there, and it's like you just recited it. It's divine information. It's revelation. Yep.
Yeah, and I didn't even have to try. Actually, the more I try to follow my intuition instead of anything else, the better everything goes, and it just seems to just sink right in, and in that space for moments of time, I'm not lacking of anything.
Right. Well, and I gotta elaborate on this, Sonny, because there's a lot more than people just saying, "I didn't eat those cookies." There's more than that. That's a lie. If I just say I don't know, I could be lying. Actually, you see, even when people sound like they're honest, they could be lying. Even when people make a correct statement, they could be lying. Right? Like if I.
Uh-oh. They got him.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
But yeah, until he comes back, in my opinion, teachers are not lying. They're unknowingly perpetuating a lie. They're following the curriculum that they were hired to do.
Yeah, I think some do know, but they can't change at this point. They're too far downstream. They can't.
Well,
to say that teachers are intellectually honest and lying, you will never get me on board with that.
But even if they don't know that it's flat, they're still lying, even though they're doing it unintentionally.
I don't think somebody can lie and not knowing they're lying. Sorry.
I've just noticed who's in check-in.
Co-shows and check-in. What the hell?
Oh boy, here we go. Are you guys ready?
What, is he a Glober or something?
An infamous
Bring it on in. Bring it on in.
He's one of the most infamous Globers to visit this server occasionally over the last 5 years.
Quite obnoxious.
4 years.
Quite obnoxious tone of voice from the fellow, I have to say.
Anti-flat earther.
Well, he's one of those types of guys that can say something that sounds nice, but he's being a dick. He's trying to like invoke someone into an argument, but sounding nice while doing it.
How about bring Kosho in? He only talks to Jenny. How about that?
No, because Jenny can't stay that long. I ain't got time for that. But I don't know. It depends on when he gets in here. I mean, I'll say hi. I mean, I've known him from years.
If you want to get advanced, you could go into the VC check-in and listen in. So that ought to probably be pretty interesting. Give us a report.
Oh, we should do that.
Give us a report.
Should I do that?
Oh, maybe. If you never.
Yeah, you do it.
Kosho, you should. Yeah.
Someone needs to get rid of my VC verified first.
Oh, you can't just go in there.
Coach is a good
Yeah.
for him. Anyone in a should have a conversation with Kosho.
They just mute me on their server all the time because I say something that makes too much sense, and they're like, "No, you're out." Same thing happened with the judge lately too. I said something that didn't go along. She made a fallacious argument, looked stupid, and then cut me off.
It seems like we have a whole gang of Globers in the VC check-in. We might need some backup from the more veteran flat earthers.
Calling all reinforcements. Report to live stream immediately. That is all.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of young kids, man. They're all being funny. It's not really Kosho. It's a fake Kosho.
Oh, mate, I know. Oh,
yeah, it's a fake it's a fake American, like about a 15-year-old pretending.
It's his fan group. It's his club, is it? It's his gang.
They're doing beatbox in there right now. They're pretty disgusting. Yeah, that's all I need to hear. They'll probably never make it into the live stream. Is my guess.
Oh, there's a perfect example right now. Chayan Cat and Level Up are talking to some very angry, spiritually pain enduring people right now, Sonny, and they are scrambling because they are in such severe pain. And their claim now is that God wouldn't send people to hell. So they are admitting what this is about. They hate judgment. They hate punishment for their evil acts, and they're admitting it, Sonny. They're telling the chat right now. Look at them.
Yeah, look at how they just all piled in there, like right now.
Why would God punish? See, how crazy is this? Let me tell you how this is the highest form of Satanism, is when people say that God wouldn't send people to hell, because you're saying God would give them what they want. That's what you're saying. You're saying God is going to give these evil, perverted Satanists what they want and just shut their lights off and they become worm food. That's what they want. That's why they're justifying their...
I know.
Listen, they're justifying...
I know. Like it's a good thing. Yeah, like it's a good thing, right? Exo?
Right.
Yeah.
Sonny, so what they're doing is they're justifying their entire perverted lifestyle because they think it's lights out after they die. There is no consequence. That's the point. Why is it? Why is that these people expose themselves? They're the greatest evidence you could ever ask. If you need evidence for the Bible, go to a flat earth server and watch the Satanists, because every other claim is your God's not real. Well, where's the curvature of the earth? Jesus is a lie is the answer. That's their answers aren't even on topic. Their answers are to slander God, to slander the Bible, to slander Jesus, the Savior and Creator. That's what their answers are, Sonny. When I'm asking them for globe earth evidence, I'm told God is mean and he's evil, and a real God would never send people to hell. So here's what's crazy. They're saying God is so terrible because he allows all these bad things to happen, Sonny, but he's also terrible because he punishes people that do bad things.
Oh, I know. And the alternative, I would rather have it lights out.
Well, don't you think it's a little messed up to send someone to hell for infinity?
Well, no one sends anyone to hell. You choose where you want to go yourself. So you choose your own decisions. So what you do, you don't want God's love. You reject God's love. You say, God, I don't want you to love me. So I want to close my heart to you, and I don't want to be with you. But guess what? You're always going to be in his presence, and his fiery love is going to burn you because you reject it. So even though you're in his presence, right in front of him, you're going to be burning because of that love is going to be too much for you. It's going to make you feel so guilty and so bad because you rejected him and because all that hate in your heart, and you never got that forgiveness. You never got Jesus to forgive your sins, and you never got that salvation through, and you never became a new creation. So you'll be in God's presence forever, but you'll feel the heaps of guilt of that pain, and that it'll burn you, that heat of God's love.
Well, don't you think it's a bit...
I gotta say this. Amen. Finished work of Jesus. I cannot let that go without commending you for that excellent example and explanation, because you're absolutely 1000% correct. And that's the point, is that if you're pushing God away, he's going to give you what you want. You asked to be away from God. Thank you. Finished work of Jesus. Welcome to the end of the world.
Well, don't you think it's a little messed up to punish someone with infinite punishment for a finite amount of crime?
Well, now you're saying that you're God. That's not smart. You're saying that you know better than God. You can't. Go ahead, finish.
Well,
God's actually saying
logic is better than God, because God created logic. So
you're not using logic. You're using your what do we call it, Sonny? Your spiritual emotions right now that are not of God. Your spiritual emotions are telling you, no, punishment's wrong. How dare God?
Well, actually, I think the word you're trying to use is my revelation sense, because
God's actually saying
you have that would be a satanic revelation, though. So you got to.
God's actually saying, what you want, I'll give you what you want. If you don't want me, then I'll give you what you want. So you're actually getting your will. God's giving you exactly what you want, because you don't want that love in your heart. You're saying, God, I'm going to reject that love. So you're going to reject that forgiveness, that kindness, that goodness, all the goodness of God, the total pure goodness and pure love of God that he has for you. He loves you so much. He wants you to love him, but he can't force you, because he wants you to do it he wants you to choose him back. He wants you to love him, and he loves you. He created you. Do you know how much time he spent creating you? He spent, before the time began, he spent hours just making you, putting you together, and he enjoyed it, and he wanted the best for you. He made the best plan for you. He loves you so much. But if you say, okay, God, no, he'll respect your will. If you say, God, no, I'm going to reject you, he'll respect that. That's how loving is. He'll respect your will.
But what if there's someone in hell who feels remorse and forgiveness and regrets their actions of rejecting God, but they're still trapped in hell forever. Like, don't you think that's kind of messed up?
Well, a lot of preachers, a lot of people in the Bible, including a lot of preachers and a lot of people through history, a lot of top people who were trained by the disciples, they actually wrote about that subject. And they actually, there's an openness in some of their teaching towards a possible chance of salvation after death, but I don't know if it's true. The Bible speaks of both. It speaks of eternal judgment, and also speaks of God's love's eternal, that he won't have wrath forever. So there's two themes, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know, but I'm not going to say ultimately that God won't give you another chance sometime in the future. He might. There might be. I mean, some people might not like what I say about that, because I used to believe in a no chance. Once you die, it's finished. Then to judgment, it's over. You got no more chance of that. But when I look at the scriptures, there are some scriptures that do hint towards God being everlasting, his kindness and mercy being everlasting. So that means if his mercy is everlasting, that is his character, his nature. So there may be a chance of being saved, but I can't. And a lot of the early people, even Peter, if you read the book of Peter, which was rejected by the modern Christians, but does actually hint towards a chance to repent. I don't know, but I don't know. I can't say 100%. But from God's character, looking at God's character of love, he is very merciful. But I mean, there's what do you have to go through? What pain do you want to go through? How much agony do you want to go through and put on yourself to get to that point? Why don't you just come today? Why don't you just turn to Jesus right now and give your heart to him and say, Lord Jesus, come into my heart, be my savior and be my king, and just say those words and surrender, and you can be saved now and save yourself a lot of pain that you go through. I mean, do you really want to go through that hard way, that painful way? You could go through a lot of an easier way. Come on. Why don't you choose the easy way and just give your heart to Jesus right now? Put up your hand. Give your heart to Jesus right now.
Finished work of Jesus. Excellent. Let me just capitalize on that. The fact is, if you're saying there shouldn't be a punishment, then that's pure evil. You're saying these people should get away with this, first of all. Secondly, or maybe even most importantly, you're not trusting God. That's when the word faith is used. See, my faith in God isn't that God exists and created me and created the heavens and the earth. That's the easy part. No, I know God exists. The faith comes in when you have to trust God's judgment. When he makes a judgment, I'm going to agree with that judgment unconditionally. I don't care if it's my father he's sending to the lake of fire. I don't care who it is. Whatever God decides, that's where my faith is. My faith isn't in believing in God existing. My faith is always trusting God. So the question is, Sasha, if you knew that this was true and that the Bible was the word of God, would you still agree with it? Would you still disagree with the fact that God has eternal torment for evil? If you knew that was the case, would you then question God? Why?
Well, I think I would, because I don't believe in such thing as absolute evil. The only reason I think someone should suffer in hell for eternity is if there's absolute evil and there's no good at all in them. You know what I mean?
Right, then that means you don't believe in right or wrong. That's the point. That's the problem, is that you are deceived by this world greatly.
There is no such thing as total wrong, evil, and total good in a man, because ultimately we're all made by God out of his mouth, so his breath. So there's a lot of good in every person, but we become fallen through the Adam and Eve. We all fell under sin, and then through Jesus we can all be put as new creations, children of God. And when you trust God as your loving Father, if you've ever had a loving father, it'll help. But if you haven't, then it's a bit harder. But you can imagine a real, true loving father, and that if you can imagine that, that's what God is like. He's a loving father. So he's not out here to get you. But if you want to run away, and hate him and turn, he's going to let you do what you want to do first, because he also gives you that freedom to express yourself. And it may be a while till you come back to him, but ultimately, a lot of people believe that people will come back to God eventually, because they'll see that that's the only way, because he is loving. can prolong the pain as much as you like, but why prolong it? Why don't you just come to him today and then enjoy the fullness of his goodness? Because he's so good. He's better than anything that you've ever experienced, and he'll fill your heart completely, fill it, and change you and make you a child of God, and you'll be so happy. You'll be the happiest person on earth, I promise you.
Yeah, the problem is that we think we know a better solution than God. It's the biggest problem we've always had, is that we know better than God, which is a complete lack of trust in God. It's a lack of trust in truth, in justice, in love. You don't believe in love if you think it's okay for these people to get away with these crimes. That's anti-love. A good father punishes his children, and children that disobey, obtusely, insanely, or whatever you want to call it, then they're going to be punished for those crazy crimes, and the punishment's going to match the crime. And God does a much better job than any human. He'd be the last person I'm going to ever question is how God punishes people. I am in fear of God. I do not question God at all. I just believe his word, and that's when it comes into faith, not knowing that God is real. No, the faith is trusting his will. His judgment is where the faith comes into place.
Hopefully you all live long enough here on earth to suffer the most severe pains in life and to learn your lessons here so you don't have to in the afterlife. That's what free will is about. So we suffer, we fall on our ass, we're meant to get the shit beat out of us here. Welcome to earth. You know? I mean, so if we can get up after being beat up and run over through our own will, like me behaving, like, I don't know, through our own, trying to motivate ourselves. But every man, woman, and child has an inherent belief of something greater than themselves. This is built into us. It's another one of the senses.
Yes, so at the cross, everyone is given salvation. Everyone's invited to the wedding feast of the Lamb. Everyone's made a Christian, but you don't have to receive it. You can reject it. You can say no to God's invitation to eternal life, to the eternal feast of the Lamb, the wedding feast of the Lamb. You can say no to God's eternal love, to eternal perfect love forever and forever and forever. You can reject that. But why? Why would you do that? Because it's like a kid in front of a candy store, and the guy in the candy store says, come in and eat all the candy you want. And you sit outside and you just look through the window. But he says, come in, free candy, take as much as you like. And he says, and the children say, no, we can't come in. We're just going to look. We're just going to look. And that's what most people are like. They're just looking on the outside, but they never went in the candy store. They never ate the candy. So today I'm saying, would you like to eat some candy?
Yes, I want to accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior.
Amen.
That's a good start, Joshua.
That's awesome. And you just say, Lord Jesus, come into my life, be my Savior, wash my sins away, and Father God, be my daddy, be my God, and I love you, and thank you for saving me. And then say, Lord God, fill me with your Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit is a person, the third person of the Godhead. He fills you and he possesses you. Or some people say she, because 50 times in the Bible it says the word she, actually. But the Holy Spirit comes and fills you. It counsels you, teaches you, advises you, and you get filled with the power of God. And you're able to and you become a new creation as well. You become a new creature, a son of God. So you're no longer of the old nature, but you have a new nature now, a nature that's like God. So when you act, you'll act and do God wants. You'll do his will. So just say, Lord Jesus, come and do that now and change me. And when you say those words, he'll hear you. You don't have to worry, he'll hear you.
Right, finished work of Jesus. Amen. Now, as an example, I'm going to talk to you about this finished work. But so this is what happens all the time is we meet people that claim to believe the Bible, and it turns out that they don't. And of course, I'm sure you've seen this many times in your life, but as an example, what I want to show you is something like when, people want to accept Jesus, but then when Jesus says at the beginning, that he made them male and female, and I showed that to somebody who says that they are a Christian or a believer in God, but they believe in evolution, automatically that destroys the idea that male and female, didn't exist for millions of years, right? So I show them this, and these are the words of Jesus. So if somebody claims that they are a follower of Jesus, but then says that Jesus really didn't mean what he said in the Bible, they're not a follower of Jesus. Because if you are a follower of Jesus, you'll believe the words that he gave you, right? And that's the simple reality, is that these people that are making a claim don't put their money where their mouth is. They have a bite, or they have a bark, but they don't have any bite. It's all just a show and go. It's there's no truth there. And that's why people such as Matthew Learns, who claim that they're a Christian, literally pervert every single part of the Bible, telling us that it really doesn't mean what he says, but he calls himself a Christian. Well, the Bible says it's very clear that many will call out his name, many will profess that they cast out demons, and he will tell them, get away from me, ye that work of lawlessness, I never knew you. And that type of person is the perfect example of somebody that's claiming they believe in Jesus and then spends hours lying about Jesus. So that's how we know who the wolves in sheep's clothing are. We will know them by their fruit. So just making a claim doesn't mean anything to say that you are who you are. We're going to know you by your actions and by your fruit. Thank you.
And you won't produce those actions by your own ability. If you think that you can follow Jesus, that's the biggest mistake, because I tried that for many years, but it doesn't work. You have to trust in God's power. It's by faith that you walk by faith. So that means Jesus lives through you. He possesses you, and he lives through you, because you can't do it yourself. If you think that you can live a Christian life yourself, that's error. And if you try and do it, even if you try to think in your own strength by your willpower, you can save yourself. You can't save yourself with willpower. You need the will of Jesus and his incarnate will through you, living through you. And you obviously got to cooperate with him, but it's he's possessing you. He's taking you over. You're yielding to him. There's a yielding in that, and there's a yielding of your will to his will, and then he produces his will in you. But you can't do it by your own. So anything that you do, if you could save yourself, then you'll be a boastful person in heaven. You'll be able to say, I saved myself. But Jesus saves you from beginning to end. So everything that he did the cross, and his power, what he did the cross, saves you from beginning to end. The whole race is, and a lot of people preach nowadays, they've infiltrated many Bible schools with the doctrine of perseverance of the saints. But the perseverance is not your perseverance, it's Jesus' perseverance through you. So all the characteristics that you need to complete the race, for God to say, well done, good and faithful servant, cannot come from you. It has to come from Jesus all the way. So you're walking in a relationship one by one, in union with him, and he's doing it through you. He's the substitute through you. And if you think you can do it yourself, that's where you're going to come short.
That's right. You need Jesus. You need to give up yourself. In fact, you can't do anything by yourself, and everything you've ever done was given to you by God. Every single ability you've ever had is a gift from God. There's no such thing as you doing anything. That's the first thing you got to do, is you got to get rid of yourself, literally. That's why you have to be born again. And if you're born again, which means you're born twice, you only have to die once. If you're only born once, you got to die twice. And that's what's going to happen. So Level Up in the chat just said, let me go back to what she said. Hold on one second. She said, too many people come to God to dare him to prove himself, won't get saved with that attitude. And that's absolutely right. If you're going to God saying, do more for me, God, you're not interested in God. You're interested in you. You're saying, give me. You're saying, I want more. It's not good enough, God. And God is not going to give you anything. He's going to let you continue to worship yourself, because that's all you're doing. You're not interested in God. You're interested in you and your thoughts and your intents and your lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, the pride of this life, which is not of the Father, it is of this world. Bye-bye.
And God's a good God. If you ask him for a fish, he's not going to give you a serpent. So he's not going to trick you. God's not a trickster. He's not here like Loki trying to trick you and give you say one thing and he's giving you another thing, and he's a kind, fair, loving God. He's not here out to catch you out and to trick you. And as long as you think that there's a tricky God, that's when you're deceived. And if you accuse him of being such a tricky God, then you can't see him. You don't see him. But if you got to see that he's loving and he's got the best for you, and he's got everything you need is in him, and it's a personal relation. It's a relationship. It's being in love with him. And when you see how much God loves you, you just want him more and more. You desire him more and more, and you're totally in love with him, and you want to experience him, and you become like him, and your eyes will shine like his eyes. And when you look at people, they will see Jesus in you. They will look at you, and they'll see Jesus shining through your eyes and your love and everything that you do and everything that you are.
Yeah, the issue is that men think they can play games with God, and they think that they're going to have some sort of chess match, and that's how I'm going to find God. I'm going to play a game, or a sport or something, and that's the wrong attitude. No, you should be approaching God at best or least like a drill sergeant in the military. It is, yes, drill sergeant, or sir, yes, sir, or how high, or what else would you like me to do for you, sir, as I stand at parade rest in attention with respect. Not, oh, drill sergeant, let's play a game, let's see who can do this better, or when are you going to prove to me that you're a real soldier? That's not how this works. It's a completely different mindset. You have to be obedient, and that's why the Bible says that the beginning of wisdom is fear of the Lord. Not, oh, I'm going to question God today and ask him why he made such a terrible place where bad people have to go because that doesn't seem right. That's the wrong approach. You're dead before you started. You never got off the ground. You never started the race. You're still stuck on page 0. You're not able to communicate or have a relationship with God if you're trying to play games with God. It goes back to the deceit thing, like how these people lie to us all the time. Again, the best example being Matthew Learns, who lies through his teeth and gives answers to pretend he's not lying. That's just more deceit. If you're trying to give these elaborate explanations in order to hide, that's the highest form of deceit. That's like the worst way. And this guy calls himself a Christian and goes about saying how he believes the entire Bible. And then every time you bring up the Bible to him, he says that it's really not saying what it says there and your interpretation is incorrect. When my interpretation is just reading the bold-faced letters and words on the pages, accepting what it says. So when people say, no, that's not really what it says, again, that's just about the highest form of crime you could commit against God. That's you're borderline blaspheming the Holy Spirit. That's why God says he's going to take you out of the book.
Yes, so we focus on God's love, and it's all about what God does and how good he is. And when you see that he's a loving father, that you're not focused on, you don't want to see people go to hell. You don't want people to go there. You're not even thinking about that. You're thinking about getting people with the good news. And there's a lot of good news. There's no bad news in the good news. There's not like, okay, it's 10% good news and the rest of it's bad, or it's 90% good news and 10% bad news. No, it's all good news. The good news is totally good news, and it's not just good news, it's the most spectacular news ever in the universe. And the good news is that God's not going to judge you for your sins. He's going to forgive you of your sins, and he's going to give you not just a clean slate, but he's going to give you a new heart and a whole new being. So you won't want to do the bad things that you did before. You won't want to do, you'll want to do things that he does. You want to do what he does because you'll have his nature. You get a new nature. You become a new person completely, and you don't want to focus on the negative. You're focusing on God and his love and his goodness, and all you see is his goodness and grace and mercy, and you're full of worship and praise, and you just want to see more of him, and you're just addicted to him. You're just totally in love with him, and you're not looking to the negative side of everything. You're not looking to just to see the negative side, but you want people to be saved, and you want people to know God, and you want people to, and you hope for all mankind to know him. And you treat people like with respect, because tomorrow they could be God's children sitting in heavenly places, even though right now they might be terrible people or whatever. Tomorrow they might be in seats in heavenly places, sons of God, and you don't know who's going to get saved. So you got to treat everyone with respect, everyone with love, treat no one like a dog, but treat everyone with respect, because you don't know who's going to be seated in heavenly places. You don't know who's repenting with God, and you can't tell. But so you can't be the judge. But we have to we preach good news and God's love and God's goodness.
I was listening to the discussion earlier. Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah, go ahead. Who was that?
Funky Steve. Okay. So.
Oh yeah, you're the Glober hiding from your own Globe religion in the chat all day. Yeah, how you doing?
What's up?
Thanks for coming by. We're actually we have to take things in a different direction though because of the server rules. I'm not an administrator, but the admins have given me direction and what to do. So we're gonna probably address your question, but then we're gonna have to move on to why do Globers hide from their own religion? Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah. So you guys are talking about like how if you reject God, you're sent to hell, or if you don't. So if you don't believe in him, you go to hell, right?
Well, yeah, that means you're hiding from truth. It means you're hiding, yeah.
Well, what about the people that don't even know of God?
That's not an excuse for you. And God is pure justice. He's pure love, so he doesn't make wrong decisions. That's when it comes into, again, the faith of knowing God doesn't make bad choices. Only people do. So that's a non-issue.
So those people would go to heaven.
If they hid from truth, you do not go to heaven. If you obviously accept truth, you go to heaven. So if those people, obviously accepted the truth of God, which is written on their heart, and never committed a sin, clearly they're going to go to heaven. But that's not possible, because how do we know all people commit bad things and do bad things, right? So the problem there is that God is going to give them an opportunity to know who he is, just like he's given you opportunities. But people on different islands and continents of classifications of different families that we don't know about them. So they are beyond our conversation. The conversation can only take place in the realm of reality of people that we can observe and talk to when it comes to this problem. And the fact is that we're talking about white Western society, which is literally scared to death of reality and lives in a cartoon. And if they continue to justify their perverted lifestyles and say things like, well, God is really mean if he did those things, and that's how I'm going to justify thinking that it's okay to make my body and join the LGBT movement because I'm a monkey on a ball, then you don't deserve to go to heaven. Why would you go to heaven when all you've done is hide from reality your entire life because the television told you what to believe? That's the point. There has to be a judgment.
Yeah, you'll be judged by your conscience.
I agree with you to a point there. But there's certain people that have grown up their entire life with one religion. That's what they truly believe. And I'm told those people go to hell just because they didn't convert to Christianity.
No, humans cannot make the claim. Like the other gentleman was just explaining, the finished work of Jesus, it just explained that we cannot judge those people. We trust God to trust those people, right, to judge them. So when we're talking about that, we're not talking about people on a desert island worshiping a rock. We're talking about Western society who justifies 10,000 abortions a day because the baby's really a salamander inside the mother. That's the people we're talking about. We're not talking about the real high-hanging fruit up at the top of the palm tree where I need to get a coconut crab up there. No, we're talking about the cherries right in front of our faces that are going to be sent to the lake of fire. Thanks.
Because it's written a little bit differently, and it doesn't say anything about Western civilization. It just basically says if you don't believe in God or believe in that, then you go to hell.
Yes, you're immediately hiding from your own reality, and you're desperately trying to discuss somebody else's reality because that's what you're doing. You're hiding from judgment. So you're doing it right now by saying, "But excuse me, yes, it is. It is." Now you're hiding from everything. Now you're scared to death because this is 100% about you. Yes, you're saying because there's other people outside of my cognizance of people living on different places of this plane of existence that don't know that Jesus is God. Therefore, I don't need to believe Jesus is God, and I'm going to continue to hide from reality. That's not an excuse.
You're putting words in my mouth.
You're leaving reality. That's the thing, is that Globers and atheists are scared to death to talk about their own beliefs.
You're making up my reality.
Yes. And in order to hide from your own belief system of evolution, you have to talk about everybody else. It's very normal. Yep.
There might be people in the
No,
world
I'm
that
just trying to
don't
get to the
hear
bottom
the
of
gospel.
it.
They might have not heard the gospel, but they'll still be judged for how they treated people, how they loved their people around them, and that's how they'll be judged if they didn't hear the gospel, if they didn't hear about Jesus. But once you heard about Jesus and how he died for you, you're accountable for that message that you heard. Because there's a moving of the Spirit upon your heart. When you hear that message, there's going to be Holy Spirit's going to move upon your heart, and you can either reject the Holy Spirit or open your heart to the Holy Spirit. And what you do with that moment you hear the message, that second, right now, when you hear the message, you're already choosing what you're going to do in your course of life. You're choosing a path in life. That moment you hear it.
Is that really fair to people that grew up their whole lives with another religion and then heard that message? I don't think it is.
Hold on a second.
Well, now
Hold on,
what I'm
Funky.
saying is
Can
now
I
you're
weigh in
hearing
on
some
this for
truth.
a second? Hold on a second. What you're essentially doing is judging God right now. You have become God and you are judging him. You're saying that there's somebody in the middle of a jungle somewhere that never had access to the truth. And Romans 1 clearly states that no man is without excuse. All of his eternal attributes and invisible mysteries are revealed in this nature. So are you saying that men don't have a responsibility to find out who the true God is?
And
No,
some
they
have
have
already
not.
found it growing up. Some have already
individually
found
to find out the truth.
found it out that way.
No, they have not this who. They have no possibility. And they will never have.
Well, he's not judging God. He's just judging your interpretation of God.
Yeah, I'm judging Christianity as a whole, like the concept of it. Like it seems like it was made to control the masses.
Just because politicians misused it, it doesn't mean that the truth isn't the truth. Jesus had nothing to do with politics. He was speaking a message of the kingdom of heaven. So maybe some people misuse the Bible, they misuse Christianity, they put false doctrines in it, they taught bad things, the churches taught bad things, but don't confuse Jesus and people that misrepresent him, because that's two different things. Jesus himself, he's one person, and his gospel is true, but people might misrepresent him, and that's something totally separate. That's got nothing to do with him.
The Bible was written by humans.
They were humans that were walking with God at the time, and each one of them the Holy Spirit was speaking through them. So that everything in the Bible is the Word of God. It's the Word on paper. So it's God on paper. So God spoke through those words, and He speaks through those words today. But those were not just humans speaking out of their own revelation. They were speaking from heaven through the Holy Spirit, inspired by the Holy Spirit.
So guys,
you don't know those people, so I think it's like unfair to send people to hell just because you don't believe a book that was written not millions, but however long ago, by humans, that seem to be used to control the masses. You're going to send people to hell because we use our brain. That's kind of messed up.
yeah, I wanna. One second, guys. This is a Flat Earth server, so if we can get it back, we have 13, if I'm not mistaken, just joined us.
Oh wait, sorry guys, I forgot I had pushed the talk on. All right, my bad. Yeah, so I just had a question about Flat Earth, right? So,
sure.
I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, you guys believe that that the Earth, right? It's not necessarily. Wait, say again.
It's not curving. Yeah, we know the Earth is.
Okay, no, but okay. My question is, what do you guys think that the Earth is, or do you just have no clue?
It's not an object. Well, we can tell you, but that's the thing, is that goes into speculation or biblical. But what we're telling you is that since it doesn't have any curve, your entire, pseudoscience, magical ball religion is falsified. That's all.
Yeah, and 1 second, 13. You don't have a clue either, right? The only thing you have is a screen where they show you a ball.
True,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so why then? I'm always amazed when people come in and ask me, well, what do you claim the Earth is then? Even you don't know, right? So how can we?
Yeah, no, 100%. Cool. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Like, we can't just believe whatever we're given, right? And Yeah, so, but there's a few, like, I've seen a lot of YouTube videos on like disproving flat earthers and whatnot, right? So I had like one main question about, it has to do with the stars, right? When we see, because there have been people, and I don't know if this is 100% true, I've never looked at it myself, right? But people say that you can see on one side of the earth, you can see certain stars at nighttime, on the other side of the earth you can see different stars, right? So I was just wondering, how would that work in like, I don't know, your guys' theory, I guess.
No, there's no theory. It only works on a flat surface. The point is you can't demonstrate it working on a ball. We've asked for this for several years. The point to these people in this room, Guy, is that there is no evidence or even literal model claim for how any of this works on a ball. Everything already is supposed to work on a stationary plane of existence. There's no adjustments for curvature or spin. So the burden of proof would be on the people that maybe are making a claim for something we don't experience. So we're just saying what we're experiencing is reality. So we're not making any special claims, and we're certainly not going to tell you, let me explain more to you because they gave you a lie, right? I'm not going to replace their lie. I'm telling you, when we look at the stars, we can enjoy the stars. You don't enjoy the stars. You're telling me they're not even there. So actually, it's so bad for you, bro. You don't even realize that we're claiming the stars are there. You're saying they're millions of miles in a different direction because the speed of light took 250 million light years to get here. So I believe in the stars. The Globers don't, bro. Wasn't that nice?
Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right about that, actually. That's true.
Well, you know what? You sound like you actually know a little bit about what they teach. So I just want you to know to start this off with, because I want you to know how bad this is, bro. They don't teach a heliocentric. Well, let me just explain this because you sound smart. You know that they don't teach a heliocentric religion of Spaceballs anymore, right? It's not heliocentric. Do you know this or not?
No, I've never heard of that.
You've never heard of heliocentrism, right?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. I might be overshooting you, but I'm just going to give you my full deck of cards.
Yeah, sure.
That they don't claim that everything in the universe goes around the sun. They claim the sun goes around the Milky Way, which is a galaxy, right? And they claim the Milky Way galaxy is spinning around something called the Great Attractor, which is another name for Satan. Okay, that's really weird. Yeah, isn't that weird?
So that's bringing religion into it then, right?
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it, bro. You are smart. But check this out. Their entire magical Spaceball religion is based on satanic god names. Is that not a little suspicious?
Yeah. So that's what kind of where this stuff originated then, right? It all comes down to religion at the end, right?
Exactly. Man, my goodness, bro. You guys take over. This guy, he's too nice for me. Go ahead.
That was really all I wanted to.
I'm gonna let Roger talk to you, bro, because I don't. I'm here to talk to stupid people. You're just not. Go ahead, guys.
All right, wait. I don't really have another question. I don't know if I'm supposed to say anything.
Well, if Roger's not going to talk, I'm going to have to torture everybody with my voice, so go ahead. I promise you, watch this, bro. I promise you'll get the right answer, and you'll be shocked that you had to come into this room. Watch this. Go ahead and ask the question.
Wait, I don't have another question. I'm kind of confused right now.
He's saying he don't have another question.
Right, we're going to give you a flat Earth tag and move you right along, bro. We're looking for people that that know there's a magical globe in space. So I'm just joking with you, obviously. Listen, bro. Don't feel any pressure. You can do anything you want. I'm just telling you that these people are not stupid. So just be very careful. Okay. It's a moderated server. So if you do, I don't know. Did you just get VC verified?
Yeah, I got verified.
Who'd you talk to?
I talked to. Let me check their name again. It was. Are they still? Yeah, it was Truth Prevails. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, God bless her. Yes, she's a nice lady that, again, is someone who's very familiar with this topic. So anybody's going to be able to answer any basic questions. But here's the deal, guy. I'm just going to give you the rug. Is that it turns out they lied about everything, and it's okay. Your life's not over.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying, bro? Like, they lied about television. They every time we watch a movie as a kid, bro, I grew up in the 80s. The parents use the TV as a babysitter already, 40, 50 years ago. So we've been told what to believe since the 40s, since World War II happened, which is a real big conundrum because there's a lot of mysteries in these big wars that kill millions of people. They're called resets, right? And governments take control. And after World War II, you know who the Nazis are, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the Nazis were adopted by two national militaries, obviously one being the Russians and the other being America. So we adopted all those Nazi scientists. In fact, we actually employed hundreds of people, some say thousands, of these, SS Schutzstaffel high-ranking officers and rocket scientists. And remember, they already had a working jet fighter plane by 1945. These guys were advanced technology. So we hired the Nazis and they came over, and by the 50s, we started Jet Propulsion Laboratories, and we started a little company you might know who they are. They're called NASA.
Oh, yeah.
You might have heard of them. Okay. And so ever since then, we've been the Nazis and these governments who, by the way, since we all, worldwide have certain restrictions. If you've noticed in the last year and a half, young man, all of a sudden we can't go to certain places and we have to wear special clothing now, which proves there's only one world government. So don't be stupid and think that this is just one country. They made everybody. This doesn't matter what you believe. It matters that everybody's under the same law.
Yeah,
So nobody gets to pretend anymore and say, oh, well, you can't tell me all the governments would be lying. Oh, no, the people that control everything and steal all the money would never lie, right? Is that the next claim?
Yeah, so it's more than just not. It's kind of it's like a worldwide kind of. It's hard to explain, but I get the idea of what you're saying. Yeah, I 100% see what you're saying.
Well, how old are you, young man?
I'm 14, just turned 14.
You barely made the age regulations. You need to get. Should I talk to mom and dad about this? Because this is a pretty big deal, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna just walk downstairs. I'm flat earther now.
I know. Be careful. Don't do that. No, don't do whatever you do. Don't even bring up don't even say the word for 6 months, because I don't want. Listen, this isn't for everybody. I don't want this to hurt you, man. So I don't want
no,
brand new in there, because listen, this is something that not a lot of adults can handle. So this might be a position in your nature, in your growth right now, because you're such a young man, that you might have to ask, yourself some questions first. Like, am I ready to know or to understand that I am, under God's heavens, and that's there's no outer space, and actually God is up there, and all those things they told me that were the fairy tales were the truth. God's real, and it's all these space cartoons on TV. That's the fairy tale, and they tell everybody it's reality.
So what is your stance on like God and I'm not Christian myself, but like, what's your stance on?
Oh my goodness gracious, you asked the wrong person. I'm maybe a moderator will jump in soon, but we don't usually talk about that here.
Sorry about that.
Very sensitive. No, it's fine. Listen, no, you did nothing wrong. You asked. So be careful, because we all have different opinions. I'm actually a terrible sinner. So I need to be saved by God, and my relationship with him is pretty important, to say the least. I would say that without my relationship with God, I would be absolutely useless and I would know nothing. But for some reason, God forgave me, and I don't know why, because I'm such a terrible sinner, and this is where I feel bad about it, is that for some reason God forgave me, and he gave me everything I asked for and more, and everything I asked for that I shouldn't have. He told me I didn't need it, and he was right and I was wrong. And this entire time, it was the truth of his creation that was lacking in a lot of people, because it lacked the ability to have a relationship. If people are living in a cartoon on Earth because they're deceived by a government showing them TV for 70 years, and there's actually a creator that created something very different and much more special, much more beautiful, and actually much bigger, to be honest with you. The plane of existence is reality. The cartoon of space is nothing. So that really upsets God. So
it's like kind of faking God. It's like faking God's work, right? That's kind of like what it is.
Right, exactly. The Bible calls it. The Bible says it is a graven image or a false idol. And what's so amazing about this, I can't explain this without stuttering, I apologize, but he describes the graven images and false idols in the heavens, which is where they make all these. They say these are celestial bodies, these are celestial things, these are do you know what celestial means?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah. I lied. I had no clue. Okay. I've heard of it before.
Watch this. No, I'm supposed to help you out. Celestial means heaven.
Oh really?
So they're telling us all these paintings of balls and all these things that are very special, and they name them what again? Say Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Orion. What? Okay, so all names of pagan gods that are Antichrist. Wait, and then the
that also comes from religion. Then those names too.
Right? Why isn't that crazy? So everything they teach us is a bunch of cartoons named by Satan, and people don't think that might be a problem. You see, that's where the issue comes in here. That's how bad the deception is. Not everybody's ready for this deception, because it's going to make you realize that everything they've told you, they lied about, right? Which means your parents have been lied to. My parents were lied to. Everybody's parents here were lied to. And now some people can't handle that. So I'm not going to only tell you to be careful. Listen, I'm not going to only tell you to be careful about this. I'm going to tell you that I have seen people go crazy that find out the earth is flat. I've seen it. So you have to be careful. You have to,
because it's such a shock, right? And it's so crazy because it's like it's like you just said, like even the names of the planets. It's like it's in plain sight, right? And it's just once you realize it, it's like it's just realizing that big lie, right? Like it's so crazy. I 100% get what you're saying.
Yeah.
If you want to let them know neutral terms that aren't religious, you should remind them. You can't have a creation without a creator. So you can talk about that without, triggering an atheist or something.
I feel like we could just sail around Antarctica from like binocular distance and figure this all out like that.
So yeah, that would be hiding from the already obvious fact, though. That's just to hide from the truth that already exists. And as a parent, and it's without challenge, there's no claim for Earth curvature ever being detected in history.
Yeah.
It's on cartoons. So you would have to first, give us a reason to even think that we would be living in a cartoon. And then once you give us a good reason, then we'll decide where we put our money. But the problem is we've already proven it hand over fist for many years now. It's way too easy.
Yeah,
So what about the
Shortly, X wanted to say that things is this: that in nature the sphere should drop, but we don't see that in nature. The other things, the stationary things, they are not rotating, they're moving, they're stationary, and we are stationary, we are not moving. And the third thing is the vacuum of space doesn't exist because of natural, of the law of the nature, and that's somehow too much. It's breaking the nature of the law. We don't see the rotation. We cannot prove the rotation, and we cannot prove the curvature in the nature. And that's the whole point of all our religion, this planetary religion. What is not religion.
That's right. That's right. If there was a challenge, we would know about it by now. And there's a small group of people on the internet that actually admit that the Earth always appears to be flat because of this new magical refraction religion. So it's actually invented new ways of atheism. It's been a really big wake up call for the secular movement. I'll tell you.
Yeah. What brand of atheism are you part of?
Wait, refraction is fake?
I was going to say something about the
refractionist here. I knew it. The Earth always looks flat because
who said refraction?
Yeah, watch. He's right here. He's the Stevie guy, Funky Stevie, the troll.
Why refraction didn't happen between 1941 till 1945?
No, Sasha, 1941 to 2015. We never knew about that.
Let's say only that because it was how to say, you could test it if it's happening or not. If, for example, if you want to shoot another ship, if you are in a war, for example, you don't need that refraction, because if you have that refraction, you will have problems. You'll never shoot that ship what you want to destroy.
Correct, Sasha. Yeah. So let me elaborate on that. Yeah, the military teaches you that when you see a target, that's where it is for a reason. You see, but there's this new group of atheists on the internet that have no idea that organizations exist, right? They live in this cartoon where you see something 12 miles away, but it's not really there. It's actually refracting magically, even though we don't account for that ever in history. It's the most psychotic religious zealotry you'll ever speak to. They're admitting they can't trust their eyes anyway. So right away, they've admitted they don't have a claim. And it's so stupid. It's a suicide right off the bat.
Yeah, like my weapon 20 years ago, that's what I used in military. I never used but I was practicing. And I never account on the Coriolis and the rotation. And that's interesting. Why I never account on that and I'm so super good on that weapon?
Well, let me say something about the refraction. When they're all talking about refraction, they're invoking terrestrial refraction. And I recently learned that to do that, in the first line of the definition of it, it says the gases curve with the Earth, but gases can't curve because they don't have an inherent shape. Because, well, gravity doesn't affect gas, and allegedly gravity is what gives things their inherent circular, ballish shape.
Yeah, like an example, you need to have something physical, maybe to measure something optical. How you can have something optical and to measure?
No, you don't. You don't know. This is an insane. As whoever's claiming refraction is obvious. That's the point. You obviously have to be in some sort of atheistic community where you come up with words to hide from reality. It's not a sane claim because it's never been claimed by anybody in reality until atheists really started hating flat Earth. So it's a psychosis that happens when you think now you're claiming that things are magically not where they are, and you're admitting you can't trust your eyes. So you no longer have a claim anyway. When somebody says the word refraction, they've already committed some sort of mental dump suicide, and you should not resuscitate them. Do not give them mouth to mouth, and do not give them the Heimlich maneuver because it's dead. They're saying they can't trust their eyes when the entire military industrial complex is about line of sight. That's it. It's called line of sight for a reason. Line of sight. And to 13, sir, you remember this. The military teaches you if you see the target, that's where it is. There's not a claim for anything else until these psychotic people, these small group of atheists started saying now it's a magical refraction Earth where, yeah, it always just looks flat. Like, that's not a claim. They've literally got so insane in having no evidence for curvature. They're admitting it can't be detected now, and you have to just always go to magical outer space to detect it. There's no satellites. Don't you think satellites would see other satellites when they're showing you a satellite view? They forgot to put the other satellites in. Does anybody think? Sorry, those are all fake.
Oh, that's a good point right there, man. Actually, but yeah, I had another question. So I've seen all these like videos, and I know this is like I feel like I'm being very unprofessional here with like my resources, but I've seen a bunch of YouTube videos about like people just sending things to space, right? And they have like a camera attached to it, and like you can see the curve, like I like you can see the way it curves. So do you think they're like all these YouTubers and whatnot, they're also part of it because you can see like how the Earth curves. So I was just wondering what you guys' stances on that.
Yeah, and you can right, and that's the thing is that they're showing you curve at 5 feet off the ground sometimes, and sometimes they're not, but it's always a fisheye lens, and it doesn't have a consistent curve. But here's the point: there's not a claim.
It's not always fisheye.
Right, there's not a claim to when curvature starts, because there is none. So they'll just eventually see the curve in the fisheye lens, and they'll decide again when they want to prove. I'm sorry, stop interrupting me. Excuse me. I'm explaining something in reality. Trust me, I've been a photographer for 30 years, Princess. You can relax. Thanks. So when they send these cameras up and they're fisheye, if you're looking dead at the horizon, it'll be flat. When you're looking down, it goes convex, and it goes concave when you look up. That's what the lens always shows. So when we send a normal lens, it always shows a flat plane of existence. So, and also you'd have to be a shape-shifting jello mold earther because 90% of the videos do show their entire launches. If you watch the entire launch, it shape shifts. So you believe in a shape-shifting Earth again, you have some sort of psychotic breakdown in your mind because you're desperate to have this religion, right? It's not reality, bro. That's the point. They filmed Stanley Kubrick filmed 2001 Space Odyssey in 1969. So when somebody starts bringing up faking space, bring that up. It's when you're probably before your parents were born. Okay?
The Earth identifies as a shapeshifter.
Apparently, yeah. It could be transvestite Earth, guys. That's truth. I forgot about that. Sorry.
An esports team sent a toy animal to space without a fisheye lens, and it showed a curve.
Yeah, just another blanket example of they don't have evidence. If I ask him for the evidence right now, show me when the curve starts, watch when he shows us the evidence. Well, he won't. 51% chance he won't do it. If he does, we're going to watch some awesome action from the balloon launch from the ground to the top, whether it's a rocket or balloon, no matter what it is. Watch. There will always be anomalies, and it will always be inconsistent, or we won't get the evidence. Just watch. Same thing with that's the point, 13. Well, my last comment, guys, and I got to go. So thanks for giving me the floor for a little while. But yeah, 13, there's no claim to when Earth curvature is visible or detectable. That's the point. There's no claim. Go ask NASA, the Joint Flight Research Center. Oh, but in 1988, they already admitted it's flat, non-rotating.
So that's NASA's claim in 1988, because what the Dryden Flight Research Center does, which you probably have not heard of, is they have to build aircraft in reality, such as like the X-31, which they use to find out how vectored thrust works, for their later programs like the JSF, because, 30 years ago, that's what I was studying. So for some reason, God bless me with that. So they have to fly everything based on a flat plane. So if you've ever seen a flight simulator, 13, you've ever seen some video games? Notice
Yeah. No, I have that. No, I have that on my computer.
Yeah, the flight simulator has to be flat in order to simulate reality. Thanks for playing.
If the Earth
You
is
guys
round,
have a good day.
then Fortnite is
Yeah,
true.
you too, man.
Thanks. God bless, guys.
God bless, man.
Take care, XO.
I think he's gone.
Hey, by the
I
way,
guess-
when you're talking to your parents about this, remember we have this thing we call it 3 points, which are 3 questions and follow-up questions about the 3 main claims of, the heliocentric model. So when you talk to your parents about this, first ask them, don't say the words flat Earth. Just ask them if they know of any time in the past that anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method how they did that. And then ask them as a follow-up question, do you believe that you're on a sphere? And they'll probably say, yeah, I believe I'm on a sphere, And then ask them how they proved axial rotation, how anyone ever did that. And then ask them, do you believe, you're on a spinning ball? And they'll probably say, oh, yeah, I guess so. I was told in school, so I guess I believe I was on a spinning ball, And then ask them if they can, demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity, or if anyone's ever proven that such a thing can exist, And they'll probably say, like, nah, probably not. I don't know how anyone's ever done that, But then ask them, do you believe it, And they're like, oh, well, yeah, I guess so. That Stanley Kubrick film was pretty cool. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was real, maybe it was not, I don't know. But then, you start with that and say all that without saying the words flat Earth, and you'll get their minds focused on direct evidence of these things, not
rather than them just thinking, flat Earth, what, like a stupid myth, and then they're just gonna write it off, right? That's probably some good advice, actually. But I was gonna ask, so do you guys think that, like, when the whole space race thing was happening, right, like, do you think that because they had to, it was a whole race to go to space, right, like the name says, so when they did that, they created the round Earth, right, and then they kind of held that up until now because I don't know, like because they couldn't take, I don't know if it was like embarrassment or whatnot, but like they couldn't change it since then, right? Like, because then they know that would kind of be like they would be exposed almost, right? So what do you guys think of that?
Well, I think the same concept still applies today. I mean, you still have Elon Musk as your hero, as space captain, and you got all these people that want to line up behind him, space cadets, and it's just bullshit, I mean, it's still going on today.
What if
CGI?
This may seem extremely far-fetched, but what if, like, this does sound kind of dumb now I'm about to say it, but what if, like, there's like what if the flat, I'm pretty sure it's called the Flat Earth Society, something like that, or some kind of like group, right? What if they funded their own mission to space?
Oh, that's a psyop. So that's a psychological operation. It was created by the government, the United States government, as far as I know. There are no flat earthers at the Flat Earth Society. They're just people that will say that the Earth is flat, and then after they say that on their website, they'll claim a bunch of other just ridiculous nonsense, so that anyone that tries to look into this subject, they'll go and type it into Google or something like that, and the first thing that comes up is theflatearthsociety.com or .org or whatever the hell. And, they'll go to that and they'll read that and they'll be like, oh, this is just stupid. I'm not going to look into this any further.
Yeah, true. But what do you think would happen if, people like you guys were to fund their own mission to space?
13.
Well, you would eventually run into the walls of the container that gives us gas pressure. So I'm not entirely sure what would happen then, because we haven't verified what it's made out of, the dimensions of it. We can't tell you the size of it, the dimensions of it, or what it's made out of. But we can tell you for sure that we are inside a container, because you cannot have gas pressure without a container. You also can't have a vacuum without a container.
Has that been verified?
Next to each other without a container wall.
Has that been verified?
Well, it's natural law. So, you know, the only way we can demonstrate a vacuum here on the surface is by creating a container first, a vacuum chamber, and then pumping the air out to create a vacuum. And the same thing applies with gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Even gas pressure at the same pressure that we breathe at sea level, 14 psi, you know, it's like if you had just a regular room with even that same gas pressure and it was sealed off, then, you know, that would be the same gas pressure that would exist outside. But if it was sealed off, they wouldn't be mixing together. The very moment you open a window, they're mixing together. But, you know, the same thing goes with higher gas pressure, like pressure in your tire. You know, you can't have that gas pressure without a container either.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so you can, you know, point at the sky and tell people, you know, when they say they're going to the vacuum of space, they're lying to you, you know, because it would violate natural law.
Yeah, true.
Have you seen the proof as to what makes velociraptors what makes them know that chickens were once velociraptors? They put something on it which unbalanced it. Made it look like it walks like a velociraptor, even though they did that before they even filmed the movie.
Well, technically, I think space could be a vacuum. It could be like an inverted vacuum, because if every Earth and every sun has a container, then the only thing outside of that container theoretically could be a vacuum.
Well, yeah, we should clarify that. So we're not saying that there is no such thing as a vacuum anywhere, but we're just simply saying that you cannot have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid barrier.
The law of equilibrium.
You should give him the steak and cow argument. I think he would understand that a little better.
Yeah, so filet mignon is something you can order at a restaurant, you know, a steak. You can order a steak at a restaurant. Right. When you do that, you can see the steak and recognize the steak as direct evidence that a cow existed at one point in time out in a pasture somewhere, or cow existed somewhere, you know. And so you can't have the steak without the cow existing first. And the same thing goes with gas pressure and a container. You can't have the gas pressure without having the container first.
That's actually a good analogy. Huh.
That's not analogy. That's your air, what you are breathing.
Or like, yeah. Oh, dang. That's interesting, man.
And now imagine how Earth is big comparing that vacuum of space.
Huh.
How much is big Earth comparing to that vacuum of space? Can you imagine?
Oh yeah. Wait, was that a question?
Yeah. Can you imagine how much Earth is big comparing that vacuum of the space? Or how small?
Bro, okay, no, these conversations are too high IQ for me, man. Like I don't know, man. Like these are way too intelligent, man.
This information, what is coming from mainstream narrative. We are going through that.
Don't be worried about it. You're not. This isn't too smart for you.
Dude, I don't know enough about science to be here. I feel
that doesn't matter. Listen, this is important. We are going with our atmosphere through that vacuum with a speed of 66,000 miles per hour.
Wait, what are you referring to there? Like, wait, is he gone? Did he leave?
No.
Oh wait, oh, never mind.
I think he's talking about what globe earthers claim. So,
okay.
Globe earthers claim that the Earth and the Milky Way galaxy in general is just traveling through space at 66,000 miles per hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh no,
I've never heard of that before.
The Earth would be going around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and then the sun would be going around the black hole in the galaxy at another speed, and then the Earth is rotating at another speed at the equator.
I'm precisely telling him about this orbital speed because it's going through the vacuum. Because Earth is going through the vacuum together with the atmosphere, together with all these gases. That means atmosphere is going 66,000. We are going 66,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel that.
Are you watching the live stream, boys? Go to the live stream voice text. There's things there getting posted for the conversation that's ongoing.
Oh, but they would say, "Oh, inertia. You wouldn't feel it, right? Because you're already going so fast, right?" Which isn't even a sound argument because there would be acceleration and deceleration, allegedly, with the rotation and orbit.
And also, a lot of people get car sick. So.
And also, how that all that gases are going together with the Earth without escaping everywhere.
Wait, but I'm not denying what you guys are saying, but like, wouldn't humans adapt? And again, like, I didn't even know about this whole 66,000 thing before this, but like, wouldn't we adapt to that, and like, wouldn't the entirety of like planet Earth adapt to that speed so that, you know, we can live with that kind of speed, right? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of
but hold on.
Wait, did you say adapt to the speed?
It's two things.
Try to be pilot.
Hold on. If you adapt to the speed, all you got to do is turn your head to the left. No longer are you adapted.
It's the same thing with a
You're a robot.
That's what would happen.
Roboting hard, whoever that is, roboting hard.
That's what you would sound like.
He's a robot. It's confirmed.
Basically, if you're traveling through space at the speed that globe earthers claim, you would sound like a robot.
You'd sound like you're getting your ass spun around, that's for sure.
No, you will die in 1 second. With that speed. You will die with 2 Mach if you're airplane without oxygen, man.
Yeah, it's important to understand that the heliocentric model cannot support life. It's impossible.
So there's this thing called the vestibular system in your ear, and it would be able to detect these things if it were happening. The acceleration and deceleration on the surface of the Earth as it makes a rotation throughout the day and orbits the sun. That acceleration and deceleration would be detectable by your ear, but it's not. It would even be detectable by an accelerometer. Oh, I can't find any readings of such a thing happening.
Listen, this information: 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, and ISS is going 17,000 miles per hour. How is catching the air?
Wait, so I know a lot of like a lot.
Did you hear? The Earth is going 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, but ISS is going 17,000 miles per hour. How is possible that it's always near to the Earth? It's going 3 times less speed than Earth.
I see.
That means in 1 hour it's like a 3 distances. It's Earth. It's gone. In 24 hours we cannot see anymore. ISS it's gone because of Earth speed.
Wait, so do you guys believe that? Because I know like a lot of flat earthers believe. Like, do you guys believe Earth is at like the center of the universe, or the galaxy, or the center of something? Or is that like not something you guys believe in?
Well, yeah, we do observe the sun, moon, and stars, and wandering stars, which more recently we call planets. We do observe them moving above our heads and resetting every year. So we can't verify what they are. We're not going to make any claims of what they are because we're not really here to lie to you or make up fairy tales. But, you know, as far as we can tell, the ground we stand on would be the center of whatever this place is. So yeah, that's why it's called geocentric. You know, it's a geocentric Earth.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Or geocentric universe, I guess.
Or better, nobody knows nothing 60 degrees south. Not nobody, but let's see, 99% of people doesn't know anything 60 degrees south. What is going on? Is that
Yeah,
enough?
because you're not allowed to go there, and you're also not allowed to travel within 500 miles of the North Center Point, which we were taught as kids in school was the North Pole, but it's not, you know, a pole. It's just the North Center Point. You're not allowed to go there, and you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. To be more specific, you're not allowed to travel freely to these places and explore them freely to verify what is there, ultimately speaking.
Can you guys explain the sunset? Because that's one thing I'm also kind of confused about still. What about the sunset? Like, how would that work?
It just gets further away from you. Light only attenuates so far. So the sun is just simply closer to you and above your head when it's noon and it's summertime. And when it's nighttime, it's also above your head. It's also above all our heads. But it's just many thousands of miles away further from you. And light can only travel so far through air. So it'll be dark over where you are when the sun is many thousands of miles further away from you.
What about how the moon gets? You know how like when the moon gets bright, they say it's the sun's light shining onto the moon. What about that?
Well, actually, the moon might just be a light of its own. We can't verify that, but you know, the point is you know, you have to go up to it, touch it with yourself tangibly in order to verify these things. Otherwise, we're just, you know, making up stories. Or anybody is.
We know everything what you know, man. Not more. The same.
Yeah, if you think about it, NASA is really just, you know, like the greatest fairy tale writers of all times, if you think about it.
Alright guys, I'm gonna have to be honest with you here. I'm literally going through a page on Google, 10 easy ways you can tell yourself that the Earth is not flat. Just to like, I don't know. I just want to ask you guys about some of this stuff.
Listen this, 13. I'm following many people following this from 2015, 2014 even, and I will tell you something. What has happened like 2017 or 18? They censored everything. With me now, if you write flat Earth on YouTube, you will get at least 100 videos telling that flat Earth is debunked. You will not get information. You will not get that.
Oh, okay. So they've been censoring like flat Earth. Oh, okay, that's
very
suspicious there.
And they are doing that in the last 2 years very, very well and good. Even I had a 6 hours video about NASA. Somebody made it. I don't know who made it, and I was posting here. That it's also deleted. They're deleting every day something.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, because people should be able to express it. So if it's something, they'd only do that if it's something very like confidential, almost, right? So
Man, they did that in government. They decided that only for flat Earth, not for only flat Earth. It censored, nothing else, man. You can do everything on YouTube what you want.
Yeah, dude, you can do some like crazy messed up stuff on YouTube. You won't get it.
You can do it also flat Earth. I'm not saying that everything is, but there.
I'm pretty sure Al Qaeda has a Twitter account. Just saying.
Yeah.
So you know.
What the heck? Oh
that's actually true. Like there are like legitimate terrorist organizations such as Taliban, Al Qaeda, which has Twitter accounts, which does not ban.
And yet, flat earthers must be banned.
Yeah. Because we're such a danger to their democracy. Whatever that is.
It is not simply trying to, you know, understand
try
reality.
This, whatever you want. Write black something. Write in search on YouTube, and write something and write flat. In that moment, everything will go on. It will not give you any other, how to say, suggestion for something. For all other words, it will give you like a 10 suggestion for to go, other titles. If you write flat, it will go on everything.
Okay, can I read you guys something that I found on the internet, and then can you guys try to debunk it? Because it's like another round or thing. It says that, okay, so it's called shadows and sticks. If you see a stick in the ground, it will produce a shadow. The shadow moves as time passes. If the world had been flat, then two sticks in different locations would produce the same shadow. But they don't. This is because the earth is round and not flat. What do you guys have to say about that?
If I take a flashlight and shine the light towards two sticks which are two different distances, will they have the same length? It's a near illuminator. It's a near light. It's a close light. They should have about the same length, right?
Yeah, you can actually test this yourself. You could take a flashlight and then take some sticks, maybe in your backyard or something at nighttime, and you would actually get the same effect. Yeah, you would get the same effect. So
there's a brilliant man who has a video. It's probably very hard to find, obviously, where he shows basically has a cardboard with 5 holes stuck through it, and he has light shining from the sun down to the asphalt, and he holds the cardboard piece with the 5 holes approximately, let's say let's even go 10 meters above the ground. The rays through the holes would come in parallel, but yet when you look at the clouds, they don't come in parallel. That would mean that the light shining towards the clouds are close, not far away. And then people will say, oh, but that's due to perspective.
You can see pictures in voice chat. It depends where the sun it is.
Wait, what's the... what's the channel called?
The ball in the first time, yeah.
It's right above this channel. It's right above it. Live stream voice text.
Oh yeah, I found it. So okay, I have another question, right? So so if I were to take like a flight from because I live in Toronto, right? So if I were to take a flight from Toronto to Japan, let's just say, right? The airlines, they want to save money, right? They're gonna go the shortest route possible. They're not gonna take a longer route. So why is it that when I take a flight, it goes in almost in like a curve, right? Like, and which they would claim to be the curve, like the curvature of the Earth, right? So why is that it goes in a curve rather than, I don't know, like a straight line, which would be ideal for a flat Earth?
The airlines are intentionally doing that so that you would make globe Earth arguments. You don't
think that they want to save money?
Well, they might also have lanes. So I think they have traffic going certain directions in certain areas and traffic going other directions in other areas, kind of like how you have 2 sides of a highway. So that could play a part of it. But just keep in mind, when you go up into an aircraft of any kind, that's not I know you're not trying to say it like it is, but just remember but someone might say this to you in the future like this. Just remember, that's not a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. It's purely subjective. If you and I could go up in an airplane, look out the window, you could say, hey, I think it looks curved. And I could say, hey, I think it looks flat. Which one of us is right? Oh, well, it looks like we got to land the airplane and go directly measure it on the ground so we know which one's telling the truth.
And when you make the argument that these airlines are like making curved travel or whatever it was you said, that's already assuming that we're using the globe Earth map that they provided us. You know what I mean? Like on a flat Earth, like the whole map could be different.
True. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm just trying to like read stuff on the internet just so I could like, because I want to be sure about this, right? Like, I don't want to just go and believe something without knowing all this stuff. So here, I have something else pulled up. This thing says watch this lunar
Hold
eclipse.
on, wait a minute before you go on to the next thing. I just got to say this.
Yeah, sure.
There's the flight paths are very much evidence for flat Earth. There's multiple sources I can point you to. The best one would be Edward Hendry's book called The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof the Earth is Not a Spinning Globe. He has an entire chapter dedicated to how flight paths make sense on a flat Earth and do not make sense. They actually show them going way out of their way if the Earth, according to the way they're going, they would have to go much further. They're just going, yes, they are going most of the time, the shortest distance between 2 points. There's also multiple emergency landings, which show that the Earth is indeed flat and is not a globe as they claim. So flight paths, despite whatever, little propaganda claim you just read, show much evidence for the flat Earth. So, I can put that reference up for you. There's a free PDF of,
yeah, sure. Wait. What's it called again?
Okay. Oh yeah, it's called Edward Hendry, The Greatest Lie on Earth: Proof the Earth is Not a Spinning Globe. There's a PDF of it on YouTube. You can get audiobook. Old dude linked to the Flight Path channel, which has a lot of memes, videos, and information about that. Do you see in the live stream voice text at 11 minutes after the hour, hashtag Flight Paths? And in that channel, the XO has put a nice graphic up there which demonstrates what I'm talking about. So if you could, I'll just save the image that the XO put up there and put it in the live stream. It's talking about
I see it.
Okay, from Cape Town, South Africa to Sydney, Australia. He put that in the live stream voice text. Good. And so anyway, if you could analyze some of those things and see what you actually think about them, we might not have time to do it on the fly here, but I will also look up that Hendry book for you, which is a very well-researched, extensively footnoted book with a lot of factual information about how the globe is just basically, like they were telling you earlier, it's just a fairy tale. You've never seen it anywhere except a TV screen or computer screen. It does not have scientific verifiable evidence. So you can go around and find all these, they think they're gotcha questions, because if you just look at them, on the surface, it's like, oh, look at this. I got those flat earthers. Flight paths are curved. That's just because you opened up your in-flight magazine in the seat pocket in front of you and saw a picture of some curved lines drawn on it. That doesn't mean that's what they're really doing. That just means, because if they were really drawing the lines, it'd be like he showed you there. They'd be going, up and then down, way out of their way. That's not what they do. They just do a straight line. So they just draw the pictures for you. That's what all of it is. So you got to reevaluate this information, see what's verifiable. And once you see the measurements, the laser tests, the long distance observations, once you test what they say the curvature is, which they say it's roughly 8 inches per mile squared. If you Google what's the curvature of the Earth, it says roughly 8 inches per mile squared, which means objects would drop off in the distance at that rate. And in fact, they do not. We see objects at 25 miles, 50 miles. Using infrared photography, you can see them at hundreds of miles. Then all these little gotcha questions, they just kind of melt away because they're a bunch of nonsense. They're just them evaluating their story using their own numbers, which are wrong.
Right, yeah.
Well, what was your next question?
Honestly, I just have things like pulled up on the internet here that I'm just like asking you guys about. So I was gonna say, Okay, so there's one thing here that talks about a lunar eclipse. So it says, solar eclipses get all the attention, but if you're able to catch a glimpse of a lunar eclipse, you can see evidence that the Earth is indeed round. Here's how it works. Earth passes between the moon and sun, so that the sun projects Earth's shadow onto the moon in the night sky. You've probably seen a partial lunar eclipse without even noticing it. If the moon looks orange, that's a sign of a lunar eclipse. If you've ever seen a total lunar eclipse, you probably noticed that the shadow did not look like this. Oh wait, and it shows a picture of the moon with almost almost like a shadow, like a shadow of a line going through it, right? And then it shows a round shadow cross over a round object. This does not show, or this does not sound like a thing that would happen if we were on a plane with all of the celestial bodies simply hovering overhead, or perhaps more asinine, if the sun were orbiting the Earth and not vice versa. The last total lunar eclipse took place on January 31st, 2018, but it was not visible in most of the United States. Fear not, as you only have to wait a few months for one that will be visible in the Americas on July 27, 20. Okay, so this is kind of old, yeah. So what do you guys think about that?
Wow, Mary Mom, I'm so glad you're here to talk to this young man. But 13, remember when we spoke a little while ago, remember that you hadn't thought of these things until you looked for them, right? So when we look for excuses, right, we're looking for an assumption, right? Don't you think those people may have made some assumptions? And did you notice they didn't give you any evidence for those assumptions? So these are the non-claims that we're already dealing with. We're waiting for the evidence, not the claim. The fact is that they lied, because you know what they didn't mention in there?
What?
Different parts of the United States, when they see the eclipse, they see a different angle from it, which means they can't even be more than 10,000 miles away. If I'm moving state to state, Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, going north, maybe all the way to Washington, I see a different angle of the eclipse. Notice they didn't mention that?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Weird. Wow, that's weird.
So okay, yes. So all
hold
these.
Hold on, 13.
Okay, go ahead.
13. My point is, guess what? Now they've just hurt themselves, because that shows that every single source you're going to find is hiding things. 13. So you're getting this information from people that are hiding things that clearly destroy their own claims. That proves the sun and moon are very close, and they literally have to be within the same distance. We're getting that's the one thing we get a parallax variation, which is the sun and moon, but we don't get a parallax variation from the stars, okay? So it's not what they told you, bro. And notice they're not telling you anything about measurements of the Earth. Remember, we're all different people, right? So do you think that these people here who don't get $60 million a day should have a new CGI graphic presentation to give you?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Or 13, maybe what I said earlier, I said these people are only going to tell you what we experience in reality. The first thing I told you is I said we get to believe in the stars. You see, Mary Mom can look at the stars and say, there they are. You can't. You have to look at the stars and say, there they were millions of years ago, because the light took 250 million light years to get here, Bobby. Which one makes more sense? Who's the insane person now? Who's not thinking with their mind? You see, they destroy your ability to think. And what happens if we get scared, 13, we're just going to look for excuses to hide from the truth. Remember, I said, not everybody's ready for this, right? Because guess what? It's only going, if I'm trying to do something that's making me feel a certain way, and if I don't succeed at it, guess what it's going to do? It's just going to make you angry, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just gonna break, because it's like the truth I've been told my whole life. It's like it's being denied.
I know, and that's what I'm telling you. That maybe I even said maybe I should talk to your parents, because this is such a big issue that I don't. Sometimes, again, like I've told you, people can't handle this. I've seen flat earthers go crazy because they can't handle the truth. Right. So everybody goes great. Trust. I mean, if there's a globe Earth society, trust me, there's a lot more crimes done in people that believe in a globe Earth. So let's forgive a crazy flat earther, because all these mass murderers are globers. Right. But I'm not going to point a finger and say that's because they're globers. But the point is that we're all individuals. There's different levels to this understanding. But you have to listen to this lady, Mary Mom. Her actual name is Dandelion now, but she's someone who has experience with this for several years. But try to watch what happens when, if give or take, when people present things to us that are not evidence and they're just a question, if or maybe, that means I'm supposing something. That's not saying I can prove to you this thing in the first place is as such, right? Because all I'm telling you is that what we're experiencing is reality, and that's my claim. So guess who has the burden of proof? Who is telling me I'm not experiencing this correctly? Who's telling me that I'm actually on a ball in a vacuum spinning at 2.1 million miles an hour around the great attractor known as Satan? That's what the great attractor is. So it's not even, remember what we talked about in the beginning? It's not even a heliocentric religion anymore. It's actually a Satan-centric religion, which is so offensive. Most people don't want to hear that and don't want to hear me say that. That's the whole point. Not even flat earthers realized how bad this was, because the space religion was far beyond just what mortal men were thinking about with their eyes. This is a spiritual warfare that's much deeper. So it's going to hurt you if you're not ready for it, bro. So you got to be careful with this, because you're going to now imprint yourself now an experience for the rest of your life from here on out, because you came to a serious brick wall today and it stopped you in your tracks. And I know it hurts. It's a stunning event. And yeah, you're not going to walk away from this like the other ones. This is different. You will be forever changed because of these people today, because they don't want to be lied to. Right. And why would I trust somebody who's already lying to me? Right. So if you give this an honest shot, and actually, look at these things in a different manner. Like, wait a minute, what's their evidence, though? Not just a claim. Notice all those websites are just going to give you cartoons and diagrams. Everybody
things
here's
at the
trying
start, yeah.
Right. Everybody here's trying to show you pictures of reality. I got told by somebody 2 weeks ago, it doesn't matter what we see in reality. So that's what happens. It destroys the mind of some of these people. Are you ready to end up like that? Do we just want to go down a path and just keep hardening your heart? I'm going to answer your question, because that's what's going to happen. Whether it's me, or it's Dandelion, or it's any of these other people, they're gonna absolutely show you how they lied, and they can even tell you why, and it doesn't matter. But there's all kinds of ways to approach this. Maybe you need to take a break, but if you just approach this honestly, I'm just telling you that, just like we had that conversation 45 minutes ago, we realized that there are no separate governments. But then you brought up Russia and America, Cold War, which is a great argument. I went through a baby boomer raising me and actually going through that period of time. So if they were doing space programs together afterwards and now, why are we questioning their past? They're doing things all these people are doing things together now and admitting that it's all one world government. So are we just so desperate we're going to go, well, just because they're working together now doesn't mean they haven't, since they both adopted the Nazis in 1950s, right? Like we already discussed.
Yeah.
Like who might now? Oh, they can't be it. Well, didn't they both get the Nazis to join them? And Project Paperclip and NASA and the cosmonaut program of Yuri Gagarin and all these fakers over there that did the same thing and brainwashed their people with Television 13. And it's an unfortunate truth, and not everybody's ready for it. It's not for everybody. It's simply not. But don't let it destroy you. You're too young. If it's too much, bail out. Bro, don't feel bad, bro. You're way too young to approach this in a nihilistic fashion of let me just try to prove it wrong. And you're too smart for that. And God is going to probably want to have a relationship with you. And it would be a letdown to him if you just hide from reality because a bunch of crazy people online said we can't trust our eyes. that's your other option.
You know what, man? Luck, I think that and this actually is because I always assume flat Earth, like that whole theory, just to be stupid and like what the heck, flat Earth, no, there it is round. But now that this Discord is actually really cool because you guys they're smarter than me when it comes to science. And you say that there were a lot of words that I did not understand that I heard today, but yeah, so I'm actually gonna start researching this.
You're gonna research that is good to hear because I was impressed. I was listening on YouTube when you said similar to what you just said that you felt like some of it was above your head, which is very honest of you to admit. And you sound like you're young, so that's understandable. We can slow down and maybe present things in a different way if you need it. But I did want to say, even though you're kind of discrediting yourself there, that one thing I heard you say shows that you are way ahead of a lot of people when one of the gentlemen here, I can't remember who it was saying how it was censored on YouTube. And you said, oh, it must be something to it then if the government doesn't want us to see it, because it's admitted. And that's not just, that's just not just making that claim. They have in congressional hearings, YouTube has admitted that they censor the flat earth information. So you were able to make that connection, 13, that because there must be something to it if the government's working so hard to make it so you can't find the information. And the thing that they're making it most difficult for you to find. You can find Professor Dave's videos for sure, which was some people in the voice text were asking if that's who you've been listening to. Yeah, you can find the debunkers easy as pie, but you can't find the information about what I just mentioned to you earlier, the 8 inches per mile squared curvature that is predicted by the globe model and yet is failed to be measured, and which we can see things in the distance much further than we should be able to if that were correct, as well as lasers have hit the target at distances that would be impossible if we were on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. Did any of these guys talk to you about the laser tests?
I don't think so.
Hello.
Hi, Elijah. How are you?
Good. How are you all doing?
Good. Yeah, III 13 here is new to the concept of flat Earth. He was just going through a list of 10 things flat earthers can't answer. I think we only got to like number 2 on that list or so.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Well, let me ask you a question if you don't mind. Hello.
Yeah, sure.
Do you mind being an anti-flat earther? Do you mind being anti anything?
Wait, like, wait, what do you mean by that?
Exactly what I mean by that.
Okay. Do I mind?
Wait, I don't even know what you mean by that.
Yeah,
okay,
man.
So all of the points are how it can't be flat, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that's what I mean. These anti-flat Earth points. Do you want to be a anti-flat earther?
Well, no, he's just doing that to, try to understand it.
I get what you're saying.
None of you guys heard me do this line of questioning before, so back the hell up, all right, and watch. But so the reason I'm asking that is because people can be involved in this conversation for 4 years, right? There are some people just like that, and if I were to ask them, hey, you have you've interacted with flat earthers, you think they're retarded, all of this, right? Cool, whatever. My question to you, not you, but hypothetically, if I was speaking to one of them, I'd say, okay, fine. Well, why don't you give me the reason that the flat earthers told you that they don't believe it's a sphere? What do you think my response has been?
Wait. So the question is, what do you think? Wait, can you repeat that one more time? That last part.
Why do you think flat earthers don't think that it's a globe? Would be my question to an anti-flat earther who's been talking to flat earthers for long enough that he should know why they don't think it's a sphere.
It would probably be because there's not enough. There's no validation, I guess, right? Like that's sort of that's what I've been picking up on a lot. It's a lot of really
But
there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe, right?
That's true, but that let's forego that, and let's just obviously the other person thinks that there is evidence, but the problem what it is if I were to ask them, why do you think that flat earthers don't think it's a sphere, they don't have an answer other than flat earth points, which is why I asked you if you want to just be an anti-flat earther, because that doesn't really help you other than just hating these straw man ideas. You know what a straw man is?
Oh no, I'm not sure.
This is basically when someone takes an argument that's weaker than your position and they argue against that as if you propose that position instead. And that's what they do to us. Like when we have to tell people, oh, no, you got that from the Flat Earth Society. Oh, no, that's not what I think. Oh, no, we don't have a model. Oh, no, that's wrong. That's us having to combat the anti-Flat Earth points. When actually what makes more sense is, why don't you think it's a globe? And they'll simply tell you, and then you can go and verify if what they're saying is bunk or if it's true, and then you could actually go back to them and say, hey, you said this about the globe, but actually when I looked into it, that isn't true, meaning you have a misconception about what you thought. But when they say we don't understand things and we have a misconception about what we think, it's because they're trying to force us to answer questions that are fallacious about things that we don't really even think about.
It's like being hypocritical, right? I think that's that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like one person's telling you one thing, but they're almost subconsciously doing it themselves, right? But yeah, that's just like my take on that, I guess.
All I'm saying is you sound like a good kid. Don't end up like these other grown folks being an anti-flat earth. They're not really understanding why flat earthers even exist, because that would make no logical sense whatsoever. To be against something where the people who had those views don't even believe the things that you think they believe. It's kind of absurd, but that's what happens every day here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this list, wherever this list is from that you've got. I mean, I would ask myself, why do they have to create this nitpicky list about eclipses, which don't prove the globe? They prove a flat earth. Flight paths prove a flat earth, not the globe, and so on. Why do they have to point to all these little kind of details? Why can't they just prove the globe, prove curvature or rotation? Because it's not there. That's why they have to distract you, which I think is what Elijah was getting at. It's like they can't actually present any scientific evidence, so they try to distract you with all of these red herrings that don't really prove their globe.
They have
I put the thing in chat.
They asked us for scientific evidence, right? But we're saying there's no way to scientifically validate a shape. That's what measurements are for. But they try to force, oh, you don't have science, therefore our science is right.
Yeah, and let me just. Oh, sorry, Elijah, you're starting to. Robot. Thank you for putting the link there. Popular science. So let me tell you, popular science, just like popular mechanics try to debunk 911 truth, and then David Ray Griffin has a great because he debunked the government conspiracy theory about the 18 men with box cutters. Then I think it was Popular Mechanics, not Popular Science, that put out their thing debunking his thing, then put another thing out debunking their debunking. Just because it says it's popular doesn't mean it's right. So but thank you for putting your source there. But just so you know, because again, you sound young, I'm sorry that the education system has failed you. I apologize on behalf of the educational system. Because what you think science is not what science used to be. It's pseudoscience, especially most things in the realm of astrophysics are just a bunch of stuff they made up, which are based on numbers that are wrong, and then they just keep building on these same numbers, and they say, oh, look, within these numbers, if we assume this radius of 3,959 miles, all this math works out. But we're actually testing that original 3,959 miles and finding out that number is incorrect, and in fact has no basis in reality whatsoever, was not measured, wasn't even claimed to be measured, because how would they measure to the center of the earth? They can't get down there to measure the radius. They claim they've only gone 8 miles into the earth. So all of that is theoretical.
Right, it doesn't line up, right? It's almost like they're doing what's convenient for them, right? Like it's actually really interesting. Like all these, and it all happened so quick too. Like if you look at it in like the general, like all of time, like all this, I don't know, all this like space research. I guess it all just happened so quick. It's like it's almost like at first they messed up in creating this lie, and then now they can't let themselves be exposed, so they're just building off of it, right? And kind of letting it become the truth.
Exactly, that's what liars do. Yes, they make up more lies to compound upon to try to distract people from the original lie. Absolutely, and that's very astute that you're able to realize that.
All right, I actually got to go now. So yeah, it was actually really nice talking to you all. I'm probably going to be back here in the future.
You should come back. Now, don't be afraid. Just like the XO was warning you that it can be a lot to swallow, to understand that the globe's a complete lie. But, just take it easy. Maybe look at some of that stuff. You could look at the Flight Path channel that old dude linked you to down here, or look at that Hendry book. It's also, you can find the Hendry book audio. Here, I'll give you the link to it on YouTube if you prefer to listen to someone reading it to you. And just take your time. And I agree with what Elijah and the XO and others have said, that you seem like a decent person. So we hope that you aren't just going to be a one-hit wonder, and that we will see you here again. If you've got other questions, we'll be here to answer them.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like this, I've actually been really, this is actually really interesting to me. So I'm definitely going to be back here in the future.
Cool. All
right,
right. Well,
sounds good.
Hold on. Don't leave yet. I want to give you one more role because
yeah, sure.
I got to give you a role. I'm going to give you the Seem Sincere role. Just so you have one more role besides VC Verified, because you do seem sincere.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Enjoy your day.
You too. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
You guys were phenomenal.
I couldn't get past.
Yeah, you talked to him. Did you talk to him?
Eli knows how to talk him down. Talk him away from the edge. Yeah.
Yeah, he was going too fast. I wanted him to. I was like, slow down. Don't go. Don't. He was a nice guy, but I had to, just kind of set him straight, because he was in panic mode, but he was doing it very graciously. And you got to talk to them like they're a human being in distress, and that's, God bless him. And what Elijah said is 1,000% correct. It's the same with Mary. Elijah coining a new question. Yes, that is interesting.
Yeah, becoming an anti-flat earther is a poor road to take. We've seen it destroy many minds and souls around here, haven't we? Why don't you just find some curvature or rotation instead? I wish Funky Steve would come back in here. He was in
I wish
here
you'd come in here too. I'm foaming at the mouth to get him in here.
He was in here. He was in the voice
I'm
chat.
so sorry. I ripped his eyes out. I'm so sorry about that. I wish he'd come back.
Yeah, we flat smacked him pretty hard earlier.
Oh, you guys talked to him already?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had to. Yeah, he got exercised real quick. Sorry, I was talking to, and I had to, because I'm talking to the young man, so I wasn't going to let that ruin this guy's experience. I had to take a soul. Sorry.
I missed that part.
He wants to talk about maps, and I tested this flat Earth map and it's wrong. Well, wrong compared to what? Wrong compared to the presupposed radius.
He tested it? Was he out there walking around?
Well, I mean, this is just, I'm paraphrasing. Like, the thing is, when have they ever tested a globe to see if that's right? When have they ever, whipped out a globe and, you can just use a piece of string and make a scale with the piece of string and test it that way? When have they ever tested that? Oh, that's not important. You should see how many of them just assert that they're all accurate. Oh, I asked them, I said, have you ever tested a globe? Is it accurate? And they're like, yeah. Okay, show me. And Antonio Subarats went and tested 3 different globes. High quality ones, too, not not the ones you win at a carnival. All of them gave out different values for every distance, like the width of Australia, the distance between New York City and Athens, like any distance, any 2 points you choose, they don't work. Physical globe. So I guess that proves the Earth is flat, right? Because I took a physical globe and the distances didn't work, so you see the Earth is flat. This is their logic, right? I tested a flat Earth map, the distances don't work out, so the Earth's a globe. It's idiotic.
Yeah, I guess that's the best they can do.
Ask your question. Hello? My
Hi,
mic
Dave.
working?
Other
Yeah, we
question?
hear you.
You?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Have y'all tried to talk to Dick Cuff that's in here? Dick Cuff is a BC
Deck Cuff was
verified.
talking. Deck Cuff was talking to 13. I think Deck Cuff is a flat earther.
Yes.
But I just saw your VC verified. I'm making sure somebody talked to you.
How long have you understood that the Earth is flat there, Deck Cuff?
I mean, I started asking questions the first time when I saw a video from NASA, their own YouTube channel as well, where there was a guy in the middle of the screen and there was a ball circling around him as if he was the center of gravity, which is just utter fucking bullshit if you actually know proper science. Which, if I may add, I may say, science is Latin and means knowledge. It's something which many people don't know nowadays. It's so sad.
What video was that? I'd like to see that.
I don't know. I was watching so many conspiracy videos at the time, most of which I know now is complete utter bullshit, but I really don't know. And then I saw one of the videos where, like, you see a guy getting rolled through in a wheelchair through the like whatever they call it, with all the screens, and they're like, "Oh my god, yeah, we did it."
The
And
George Bush one, yeah.
yeah, on the back you see like
Bush through
a
the Houston, their control center.
oh yeah,
I know one you're talking about. Where in the background they show a bunch of like green screen shit.
yeah, the monochrome screen. And that I mean, after that, it took. I mean, I went off it for a few years, and like after the thing happened, if you know what I mean, the thing. After that happened, I didn't really have much to do, so I thought, well, might as well try to learn something. So I spent a lot of time just listening to all kinds of people, nothing to do with this topic, but just trying to learn from all points of life, trying to figure out what the natural reality of our world is, not what we're getting taught. But yeah, that's like, I think it's been 1.5 years since I realized that the Earth might be flat. And then it didn't even take a month or two. But there's just one thought that I can't get out of my head. So we all agree, I assume, that somewhere, somewhen, somehow there's a creator. But how does anyone know that it is a all-loving, almighty God? How can it not be like an analogy of a biologist with a closed terrarium, which has been closed for 10 years? Because one thing I really started questioning was exactly that. I saw a video recently. Well, it's not. It's a photo. It's not a photo. It's a one of those archaic depictions of what the and I say archaic in a weird way because it's a dismissive thing to say. It's like, oh, he's primitive. It's like, nah, man, just have another way of seeing the world. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many weird things in this world, and I can't grasp the reality of most of it. But when you see a depiction of the dome where there's the waters of the heavens above, and then in the dome there are something called floodgates. I mean, that is one big, just, I don't know, like that's I don't even know the word for it. Second language, Like, why would the Almighty Creator put in floodgates to this enclosed system as if to?
Where are you getting this floodgate thing?
I don't know. It's just all the fucking depictions on the internet with the, like it's an old model.
I've never, well, not that I've seen everything, but I've never.
I'll see if I can find it.
Maybe God is harvesting our souls. Good souls just taste better after we die. Pretty scary thought.
It is a very scary thought.
Be bad to make your soul taste bitter.
I think a more scary thing to comprehend is maybe this is just one continuous life. Like after death, we just get a new life in the same world, and it's our job, it's our duty, even if you can call it that, to try to make this heaven on earth instead of hell on earth. And we can't do it. It's hard to do when half the people don't want to do that. Now, I'm going off.
Kind of a side topic here. Yeah, we try to stay, on topic.
Yeah, it's 100%
Once you start
speculation.
going down the religious road, someone gets a butt hurt into it.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we have a lot of religious wars around here at Deck Cuff. We used to. I think mainly. It doesn't happen as much as it used to. Maybe. I don't know. One will probably happen tomorrow. That's right. Exactly, Indio. Never ends.
Probably just started one by saying, no, they don't happen. It's going to be
That's
like,
right.
oh, I'm not
exactly.
doing enough.
What do you mean they
I'm
don't
defending
happen?
my faith. Pick up the sword.
Yes, I'll regret saying that tomorrow, I'm sure. Yeah, I think Deck Cuff. When I was in high school, I wrote a creative short story in my creative writing class about the Earth being a science experiment. But I think no matter what, if you think whatever you think it is, there's a creative intelligence behind it, which, and of course, as we know, there can be another creative intelligence behind that creative intelligence. So the problem is people who, that seems to be the problem with many of the glopers that we see. The hardcore ones are most definitely of the mindset of humans, trying to play God and control everything. Obviously that's what we see as the problem in the world today. And that's one possible motive for trying to make people think they live on a globe. It allows, these humans who are obviously trying to control civilization, have control over more of the variables in this world, and they are keeping people out of, as was mentioned earlier, which Orion, I think, is the one who was talking to 13 for a while. He had some really good points there about not being able to go to the southern regions, not being allowed to go to the northern regions either, that we cannot explore this Earth, which is suspicious in and of itself. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. I didn't realize about the Antarctic Treaty until I came to the Discord server, because it's talked about quite frequently here, but I never paid any attention to what was
do you know why that
happening in
exists?
Antarctica.
Why? Someone informed me as to why the Antarctic Treaty exists. It's to stop unauthorized hunting. Why is no one laughing? Someone actually said that today.
I was.
One in the lobby said the Antarctic Treaty exists.
Yeah, I was there. I laughed. Yeah.
Wait. Did you ask him?
I wasn't laughing. I was on mute.
Batshit crazy.
No, did you ask him what they were hunting?
Yeah.
Probably
It depends. Is it rabbit season or duck season?
The hunt.
Most funny thing was I was on mute.
I quoted him the Antarctica Conservation Act, which is to protect animals. Because you're not supposed to go down there supposedly because you're going to contaminate that pristine environment.
Yeah.
Somehow. It said that's for hunting.
Is Elijah still here?
He's muted.
I don't know if he's here though.
Do penguins live in Antarctica?
Apparently.
I think they're in the main continent. Makes me also think penguins taste like chicken or fish.
I'm sure penguin actually is delicious.
It is.
Wait, have you tasted penguins?
No, I want to know. Does it taste like chicken or fish? I want to.
Might actually taste like it has the consistency of fish, but it tastes like chicken. because it's an aquatic animal, an aquatic bird.
I would say probably fish, but I don't really know.
It's in the water, so it's kind of like sautéing, right? You're kind of like,
Yeah.
what do you call that? Not sautéing.
Boiling or I know what you mean, but I forgot the word.
Poaching?
Oh,
Marinating?
marinating. It's marinating in the ocean water.
And the
I
salt.
bet they taste like fish because they eat a lot of fish, and a lot of times animals taste like what they eat. So, like a Norwegian wolffish, it almost exclusively eats crab, and so even though it's not a crab, it's a fish, regular fish, it tastes just like crab.
That's interesting.
I need to start eating feces then, because pig tastes goddamn delicious.
Do pigs actually eat feces?
Yes, they do. It's actually really interesting. If you guys want to know why why some religions don't actually eat pig meat, if you want to know.
Yeah, sure. Why?
Once upon a time in the Middle East, the pigs were used as trash men. The people of the villages just simply threw out their garbage, and the pigs roamed the villages and just ate everything that got thrown out. One day, they started getting fed with something which is literally poisonous to them, and the animals started getting sick, and then when they started eating the animals which are sick, they started getting sick, so they started banning it, and not knowing what the actual reason for them getting sick is, and that still goes on today.
The Hebrews already did not eat it before that occurred.
This is what I heard. I heard that pigs are the closest to tasting like human beings of any animal, and
how would they?
I heard that they don't have the ability to purge toxins from their body the way that most animals do, like regular ruminants, like a sheep or a lamb or a goat or a cow. These animals, much like we do, have the ability to purge toxins from their body. A pig or a clam in the ocean does not. So it functions like a vacuum bag. It's God's vacuum bag.
Oh God, that's horrible.
I don't care. Bacon tastes awesome.
Yep.
What you want?
Are you promoting
Yeah, but it tastes awesome because of the flavors that they add to it.
I know human beings don't taste like bacon.
Well, cannibalism is just eating another human being. It's not eating someone whom you've killed. There's no need to judge cannibals simply because they eat human flesh. They only eat them when they die, not when they're killed.
Pigs are actually smarter than dogs, so it could be considered immoral to eat pigs.
Some 3 times smarter than the average Glober.
Alright, we guys, I'm back. I just have to go for a second. Okay, so my dad's a pilot, right? And I asked him about some just some what his take is on the Earth not being a globe. And what he said, okay, so one of the things that he brought was that when he makes a flight, right? Let's say he was going from like Toronto to India, for example, right? If you were to go directly from Toronto, if you're looking at in a 2-dimensional point of view, he wouldn't in fact go straight, right? He wouldn't go straight from Toronto, India, and that's because the curvature around the Earth makes it longer. The quote unquote curvature around the Earth would make it, a longer trip. So what you do is you actually go north, right? And you do that so that because there's less curvature on the Earth there, it would save time, right? So what are you guys' take on that?
There's less curvature. Where is there less or more?
Okay, wait. Is there any way?
Oh, let me tell you something.
Is there any way I can,
First of all, now I don't believe you. I don't believe your dad's a pilot. I think you're.
No, I'm not joking. I can literally show you. He has his license.
Be careful, 13.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's flying commercial flights. He flew to India himself.
Yeah. Oh no. He was saying he has his pilot license.
So they have flight corridors. So, dude, check this out. They have flight corridors. You fly up into one of these flight corridors, and then you traverse to wherever you're traversing. If I was going to Europe from New York City, I wouldn't fly directly from New York City to Europe. I would fly up to Nova Scotia, get into one of these flight corridors, fly across the Atlantic, and then land.
Right.
You just don't fly wherever you want.
I never said that my dad flew to. I think I probably I probably spoke wrong there. Sorry about that. My dad has a pilot license, and he like knows about this like pilot. This like.
Can I ask you if it sounds like what I was detailing earlier, a flat Earth, an anti-flat Earth position?
Yeah, no, I know. I get what you're saying.
Number one, you would have to understand how a coordinate system works, right?
Yeah.
That's number one. Because you think you're flying over, like people come here, they're like, oh, here's a flat map of the world. Here's a globe map of the world. When in actuality, it's the same thing. So when you say, oh, it can't be flat because it'd be longer, it's just your misunderstanding of how grid systems work. I don't even understand them all that well. I know the hell you don't. But it's an anti-flat Earth position.
Yeah, listen, I'll back you up. Anything people say about airplanes and flight times is just an anti-flat Earth position for the following reason. A plane is not a measuring tool. Right? A plane is not an instrument through which you would measure things. So, saying, yeah, the Earth is a globe and airplanes prove it. Like, you measured the Earth with an airplane? That's what you're saying? Yeah, it sounds...
Wait, but can you measure the distance, like, from point A to point B with it?
Because, see, someone was talking about this, and talking to this guy, okay? So, I'll give you an example. Sydney to Santiago is a flight. Now, if you fly in one direction, from Santiago to Sydney, just the variation of that one flight time. We're talking about actual flights, not calculated based upon a great circle route, right? We're talking about actual flights that actually happen in the real world. Those flight times can vary from 9 hours to 13 hours. This is just one direction. Now, if you're going in the other direction, it varies from 11 hours to 15 hours. So, how far are they apart? How far is Sydney to Santiago? I don't know, because you have a variation of almost 30%. So because speed times times equals distance, right? So your time variable has an uncertainty of 30% of the total value. Imagine a tape measure, like every time you took it out, like sometimes a foot was 12 inches, and other times a foot was 9 inches, and another time a foot was 10 inches, and another time a foot was 11 inches. You know what I'm saying? A plane is not a measuring tool.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So yeah, so it's almost like a matter of consistency, I guess, is what you're saying.
And then the device itself, right? To measure even airspeed, there's something inside the airplane called a pitot tube, right? And the way that works is air flows past the tube, right? And they take the barometric pressure of the area, and depending on this pressure differential, they calculate how fast they're going, their airspeed. From that, they get a ground speed. Right? So this device itself has an error that's as great as 15%, according to the manufacturer. They have a 15% inaccuracy. So you could be going 100 miles, you could be going 115 miles, or you could be going, 85 miles per hour. You don't know. The thing is, these devices, they're only built good enough for practical purposes, right? So I can fly New York to Los Angeles. I don't need to fly right into Los Angeles. I'm in an airplane at 47,000 feet. I can see Los Angeles from pretty far away. I can see Los Angeles from 200 miles away. Like, I only need a small accuracy in the real world, right? I don't have to be really that accurate. If I come within 200 miles of Los Angeles, that's good enough. Nobody complains like, oh, this flight, they said 4 hours and it took 5 hours and 30 minutes. No one goes, well, the globe Earth is wrong. They just will go, well, we weren't flying this fast, or, it took longer to get up to cruising altitude, or, we had to circle around the airport too many times. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, a plane is not an instrument to measure,
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Hold on, what questions did you ask?
That's why it's
Dad?
an anti-flat Earth position. Hold on, this is why it's an anti-flat Earth position. It's just some shit thrown against the wall and hope something sticks.
Oh, India, I want to know what question he asked Dad, because he just said he asked generic questions.
Yeah, wait, no, my question was that, like, so, because my dad was talking to me about, because he's licensed, he has a piloting license, right? So he was talking to me about, like, how if you were to take a flight from, like, Toronto to India, right? And, what he would do, he wouldn't go directly from Toronto to India in, like, linearly, like, he would have to go, or what would be practical is to go north, right? And that's because, like, if there would be there would be less curvature in the earth there, right? Or not less. It's hard to explain. Like, if you were to go north, then I guess there would be like less curvature, so it would kind of shorten the distance, right?
The circumference would be lower.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
But 13, but the problem here is that you're trying to figure out something so that you can then ask us how should it work on a flat plane, because they're already assuming a flat plane anyway. That's what anybody in your family would have to admit, that they're not adjusting for curvature or spin. They do go in a straight line usually from targets, but if they're heading east or west, they have to make northern corrections, and that's because that's how north works. North is the center, right? So we have to make northern corrections. I keep hearing you say north, and I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. So when I'm going west, a northern correction is what direction, 13?
Wait.
If I want to make a northern correction and I'm heading west, what direction do I go? Do I go left? Do I go right? What direction do I go if I want to make a northern correction and I'm going west?
If you're going west, you would go left, wouldn't you?
No, I'd go right, because listen, right. So hold on. So right, no, I have to go right. So do you see? Since that basic premise, you're right. So right now we're having an issue here, since you didn't understand that basic premise. Do you think that these other things might be confusing you further when we can't even understand the very basics here? So no matter what, if I'm heading east or west, I have to make a northern correction. So yeah, if I'm heading east, I make a left-hand correction now.
Oh, dude! I had my east and west mixed up. Oh God, that's embarrassing.
That's okay. Okay, that's normal. So the point is here, listen, is that's what we'd have to do, no matter what reality is. If there's a northern center, that's what we have to do. That's how a flat map works, though. 13. That's why we have flat maps for everything. So somebody's making claims that they're flying over something when all of our maps have to be flat, showing us how to do these things. So you see where the dilemma is. There's no claim for a globe. You have to assume it. You see, you have to just believe it. 13. That's what I told you from the beginning. Trust me. I dabbled in some big electronics when I worked for the government, and they make flight simulators for tanks and airplanes, and they're made of flat Earth maps. 13. Has your dad ever flown a flight simulator? Don't you have a flight simulator? Because what does it have to be to simulate the Earth? It has to be flat. So why aren't people talking about this, 13? Because when you're brainwashed by a religion, you don't even know what's in your video games. You don't even realize when the evidence is right in front of you, because it's brainwashed you. It's washed your logic away, 13. So even though everything depends on a stationary flat Earth, and by the way, they're called airplanes. Are they called air curves, 13? Or are they called airplanes? Do you think the argument of a plane might help me? Or do I need to explain what a plane is? See? By the way, that's P-L-A-I-N and P-L-A-N-E, the same etymology of linear flat surfaces. So, it doesn't matter if it's semantics or what, 13. You got to realize.
Your bed curve.
Go ahead, Elijah.
XO is your floor or bed curve?
It might be. If I have two different shadows, I can take these pencils and make different shadows, 13, on my floor with a certain light source. Does that mean
I'm only asking because the seabed and the seafloor. I mean,
Right. That's right. But if I put sticks on the ground, 13, remember, and we get different shadows, does that mean my floor is a ball? Because that's what people are going to tell you. That's not my claim. Should I explain that to you, why that does not make my floor a ball, 13? You see? So we're just going to keep going up this ranking system here. You're going to get into some real trouble, because the spiritual issues are going to increase right now. Like I said, you might not be ready for this. And I told you, don't even say anything about it. So you can't say that we're putting pressure on you. But if you go and do what Elijah is explaining, he's explaining this attempt to just deny. And by the way, you're not even attempting to give us evidence. You're just saying it won't work for you. And then I go, well, that's funny, because it already works that way. It's already working with nobody adjusting for spin or curvature of any kind. That's how it already works. When's the last time you're walking down the street and needed to adjust for spin? When's the last time you balance something?
still. It has to be still 13. So that's the point. There's no claim here. We can't be explaining the imaginations of men. They're imagining things, and it's going to be difficult because you're talking to your family members. Like I said, be careful. Why don't you show them a flight simulator tonight? And we can talk about that. Start there. But, don't try to look at this like most people do and go to what Elijah is explaining and Dandelion is explaining to you. If you approach this a certain way, like I already warned you, it's not going to help you out, right? You came in the room. We had to discuss a lot of things to get a platform here, right? And I said it straight, right? From the right beginning, we just want you to accept that we trust reality, 13. We're telling you reality is real, and now somebody else has told you, no, it's not. That's what has happened within the last hour.
Yeah, true.
That's what's happened. So that's unfortunate, and I know that's going to happen. It's not going to be everybody that goes to you is going to say, no, that's not true because I've seen it on TV, or what other excuse it's going to be, 13. They don't have a claim. So it's going to be a reciprocating effect. You're going to leave. You're going to talk to somebody. They're going to tell you something really stupid, and then you're going to come back here and use it on us, and it's going to be another headache for you, see? Thanks.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Cut out.
Oh wait. Oh, sorry. Wait. I let go of my push to talk button. Sorry. Yeah. What's his face? Yeah. So yeah, you were 100% right. Like when you're saying that, like it's hard to kind of like accept that, right? Like it's so weird to think about because like I don't know.
You only have to look into like I always tell people there's two ways you can go about this. You can either seek to validate that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now that's a measurement. So that deals with geometry. So as a matter of fact, you don't even have to think about it. They tell you, all right, well, the horizon is 3 miles away based on the geometry and based on this foregone conclusion that it's a sphere of this specific size. Your horizon is at this location. Well, all you got to do is try to validate that because that's their claim, not my claim, their claim. And you go out to the beach and you're like, well, I mean, like Julio was saying the other day, like there are shipping lanes that they're not going to change. The shipping lane is where it is on the bay or wherever it's at, right? You just got to... It's 3 miles away from you, and you're just watching ships go to and fro, and you're like, well, I know how far away that is, but they don't appear to be disappearing beyond the horizon. Then you see a boat 10 miles out, and you're like, oh no. Why is the horizon not where it's supposed to be? It's actually behind that boat when I know it's supposed to be 3 miles. What's going on? So you can validate the claim that it was measured to be what they said it is, or you can look into celestial navigation. So one disproves, well, I mean, I already know that it does, but if you were to go out and try to validate that it's a globe, you would figure out that that's a way to invalidate that it's a globe. Or you can look into celestial navigation and look into the requirements therein. So it requires achieving angles. And the most important angle that you need is the 90-degree angle. And this 90-degree angle can be from the zenith of the star. So the star is, well, the star is above Earth somewhere, right? It's 90 degrees directly above some location on Earth. And then,
right, yeah.
And then you need a 90-degree angle that comes down from that star to that position on the Earth and then to you as the sailor. If that's 3,000 miles away, that's 3,000 miles of not curve that you're traveling over.
Right, yeah, that's
because you need the 90-degree angle. And if the surface is curving between that you and that 3,000 miles and that star, it's never going to be 90 degrees from you.
it would be at a different angle, right? Like,
So let's say you're triangulating with 3 stars now. So you got a star 1,000 miles in one direction, 2,000 in the other direction, and 700 in the third. Now what? You have 3 different radiuses to travel, right? Between you and the star. This is a radius. We know that radiuses are straight, right? So now that you have 3 different radiuses, or they call them radii, and 3 different definitions, 3 different directions, that's 3 directions that you need to achieve a 90-degree angle off of a curved surface. That's impossible. But you don't even have to talk about the curved surface. If you have a 90 and the baseline is your horizon, which is 0, then there's nothing to talk about, because you know you just went in that direction for X amount of miles, and there couldn't have possibly been any curvature in between. There's no reason to think about it. You just know, well, based on this trigonometry, I'm going in that direction this many miles because I'm at this location triangulating using the stars. Straight lines. No curve.
yeah.
I mean, somebody tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Thank you. I appreciate
it. All right, man. I'm gonna head out. See y'all.
Well, take it easy. Don't hurt yourself out there, 13.
All right, yeah, thank you, man.
All right. Have a good one.
Elijah, I was gonna say something earlier, but you're back now, or at least you're speaking now. You know how you sent that? What was his name? Shalom over to Gem Pandas. I noticed something interesting after I spoke. You know, I was kind of trolling a little bit, but they didn't know if I was completely trolling, so I gave them what I supposed as globe proof. And I tried to say all the, generic BS that everyone comes up with. I saw it from a plane. I saw a boat go over the horizon. I could hike up a mountain, and I gave them all this generic BS that we get, and they were debunking me. Wow. It was super weird. They said, "No, that's not true. No, this is this, and you can't. That's not proof of anything." So I noticed something. They don't really care about evidence for what they're trying to teach everyone. They only care about the claims that someone makes against them, and they attack those claims. So I think what would be really interesting, instead of having someone present, flat Earth evidence in there, you have someone go in there and say, "Hey, I think the Earth is a ball because X, Y, and Z," and say, "Hey, just give them 3, 4, 5 easy arguments that you have that makes 100% certain that you think the Earth is a ball." And I just want to see them fall apart completely, because they'll debunk the guy that thinks the Earth is a ball.
Yeah. Yeah, those people are backwards.
Yeah, I've done that tactic before. Yeah, it's a funny tactic, actually.
Well, what were you saying exactly?
Well, I said, I can see a ship go over the horizon. I see the sunset. I see the curvature from a plane. We have 4K footage from space, and they're just debunking me left and right. So if you send a guy in there that thinks, the Earth's a ball, because, all the same BS that I'm going to say, that I told them, because I was testing out what a normie would say, they're going to debunk them. And it would just be hilarious how you have a glober arguing another guy that also thinks it's a globe, and one's debunking the other. It's because they don't care. They think their evidence doesn't exist, and the only thing they need to fight is flat Earth evidence. They don't need evidence for what they believe in. They're only there to pick apart what we say, and make ad hoc explanations to why what we're saying isn't actually what it is. So I want to see someone do that next time.
They could probably sense you're a fake glober.
Well, they didn't really know, so they kind of could tell, but not really. I don't know, but the thing would still work if you sent in a fresh guy there, someone that didn't really know either way. But you would have to do it in a way where they couldn't say like, "Hey, I'm new to the subject." Or no, I guess they could say that, but they couldn't say, I'm on the fence or anything like that, because then they're gonna ask for, why do you think the Earth is flat? But you would have to have them go in there and say, "Hey, I really think the Earth's the ball because of these reasons. Couldn't be flat because the sun would light up the whole disk." Or you could give them all those stupid things and then just see what they would say about the Earth being a ball, because they don't actually have evidence. So I want to see someone take someone there and just have them run through their proofs.
I think to a glober, I think being on the fence is probably just as bad as a flat earther.
Well, yeah, because that's doubting in the true globe belief. Yeah, any doubt. You might be on your way out the door of the globe religion. Can't doubt the articles of faith, right?
you must proclaim your faith openly in public. Be chastised. I think that's what they come in here to do when they come in. The Earth is round. They're declaring their faith. It's really weird.
I'm a little worried, Indio. My dad is a pilot claim. I'm not sure I like that.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird. Yeah, that he went away for a little while and came back, and all of a sudden his dad's a pilot, the XO. Should I take off his seem sincere role if he comes back and says his mom is an astronaut?
You know what's funny about that, XO? XO, you remember you told him, "Hey, don't say anything for 6 months," and then immediately he leaves and says, "Hey, Dad, blah, 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 blah."
Bro, I'm trying to slow these guys out the door. They got a bullhorn on. I'm like, relax.
Well, actually, I heard there's a lot of flat earthers in the pilot community.
No doubt. Yeah, because they go up there and they realize they're not.
Well, the kinds of pilots we don't talk about are like the fighter pilots and the military that have to use radar systems. They know it's level.
Speaking of radar, we can get the distance to the sun with astral spectroscopy. I mean, even though
no, you can't.
Even though it's not a near perfect black body.
No, you can't.
I'm gonna find a meme that's really funny now. Thank you.
It's not that? I mean, it's not a perfect black body.
Did you really say that? Are you a flat earther?
I mean, yeah, it absorbs all color of light.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I think it would be possible to use some sort of tool to tell the distance of the sun. Like, that's not. I mean,
no, it's not possible.
Well, I mean, I think
if it were possible, we'd be able to just Google it, and there'd be like some $5 thing that a kid can do to do it because it's cool. No, you can't do it.
But it's not a perfect black body.
I don't care what you think it is. You can't do it.
Elijah, I'm just kidding, Elijah. I'm doing a Glober tactic.
Who said that? Hey, I can't even remember who said that.
Done.
It doesn't even matter. Because if we could do it, we wouldn't be presupposing that we're on a sphere, presupposing that we're on the other side of the sun 6 months later, and all this to try to figure it. Like it, we wouldn't do all that. We just pop out a little instrument that measures stuff and
Right.
angles and all that, and it'll just be done.
You need a radius, anyways. Doesn't even matter. You need the radius.
Yeah.
Funny thing is that it absorbs all light. 8 minutes there, 8 minutes back. Ha ha! Funny story.
I didn't even know how fast it's going.
Right, that's a great point. They just time it, calculate it there and back.
Hey, you guys know how it's being said, by the Glovers, like, we're anti-science and all that stuff. When's the last time you heard Glovers telling people, like, go out there and measure it? Like, go out there and test it for yourself. Like, they don't ever say that shit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think the Globers are anti-science.
Everything that proves that it's not a globe. I mean, everything that proves everything that could be everything that's self-evidently not. I don't even know how to say it. They just take everything that already is and say, no, that's happening on a globe. That's what they do. It's like, what? Yeah, that eclipse right there, that's happening on a globe. Prove to me how it would work on a flat earth. Well, seeing is that the only thing we can do is observe it. I look at it and then I say it works on a flat earth.
Right, exactly. If we know the Earth is flat and there's an eclipse happening, it must be possible.
Have you guys heard of the Nebra sky disk?
No, what's that?
It's something to be dated back about 16 BC. It's a sky disk. I put it in the chat. There's only a few that are against it because it wasn't found so deep in the ground, so it must be relatively. It's because it represents a flat plane. It's a map of the sky. I posted in the chat. Give me a second.
Can you say the name of this again?
Nebru.
How do you spell that?
I just put it all in the chat right there.
Oh, there it is.
Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool stuff.
I was supposed to do some homework and then head over to Brandon's with some quotes, and then I didn't do it.
Yeah, can I be heard? Okay. You guys hear me?
Definitely can hear you. How's it been, Hank? Haven't heard from you. Like you haven't been over to Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience lately.
Yeah, I ain't been there in a while. I get frustrated, with the libtards being dishonest. Because I can handle an intellectually honest argument, I can do that all day long. But when people are just like trying to use like tricks on people, like I ain't got time for that shit.
Right.
Every once in a while, I'll get like a wild hair and I'll go over there and check things out at other servers and maybe jump in, drop a few.
Well, we've been cleaning it up over there. We actually been cleaning it up over there. Yeah, there is no Globers that are moderators now. None. It's all Flat Earthers.
Oh, that sounds like Flat Earth service.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Been taking care of business.
Good to hear it. I think this will always be my home server, but I really do like the people over there. You guys have always been cool. But yeah, I would just get so frustrated, right? Because I'd be like talking to a normie, right? And the normie would say something like the stars spin the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. And I'd be in a room full of seasoned Globers, and I knew that I was correct. They don't rise in the west and set in the east, right? And I'd be trying to explain that to the new guy. And I was like, ask your buds, ask your friends.
Right.
And they wouldn't like back me up on the truth that the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east. So at that point, I was like, I'm done with you fucktards. Like, you guys are retarded. Because how hard is it to admit that the sun rises in the east? I mean, as a Glober, how intellectually honest do you got to be? Not very, right? Not very honest to say, yeah, the sun rises in the east in Australia.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Hank. I completely understand.
But it's like they're keeping like a score, like it's a game, right? They're trying to say like, oh man, if we say yeah, right, that's Flat Earther 1 and Globe 0. And they can't do that. And this isn't a game. Like, this is about seeking the truth. That's what an intellectual honest debate is about. That's the whole point of having a college. So you can go to this place, right? Nobody's going to kill each other over anybody's ideas. We're all going to talk about this shit, right? We're going to get together, and now we got like safe spaces and free speech zones, and this is bullshit. It's all bullshit. We got to get to an open conversation. We have to be honest if we're going to find the truth. And from what I could tell, is there's just a bunch of cock blockers for the truth.
Yeah. They don't really come around as much no more, though. Maybe Puppy. I mean, Puppy's. Oh man, that guy's a trip. Well, other than that. Yeah, it's changed though. It's not as it used to be.
Well, I'm used to doing it, back in the day, like just 10 people, just raw and dirty, and everybody just trying to get their point across and try to get a word in. And now everything's more moderated, but it's even harder to get your point across because of the tactics, right? Like, this isn't like a football game, right, where you got to use tactics. It's, drive straight for the truth, right?
Right.
And it's like these people are like obfuscating from the truth. Obfuscation is like number one. Number two is, I didn't say that. Well, of course you didn't, dumbass. That was my argument, right? That's not what I'm saying, right? And these people, it's like they all go to the same Globetard school, right? Because there's a difference between a normie, a flat earther, and a Globetard, right? And the Globetard is the minority, right? Like Nathan Oakley says. So this minority of fringe, like religious zealots, Like it's they're playing defense for their religion. Like it's almost like flat Earth, kind of came around right nearly 500 years after the Reformation, and then after that was the Counter-Reformation, right? And then after the flat Earth thing, now there's counter-flat Earth, and that's what you got people like Fight the Flat Earth and things like that,
Yeah. We've been calling them anti-flat earthers recently.
They are really, and they hate the idea, let alone it being that. They don't even want to get to the idea. It's a bizarre behavior, man. They like their logical fallacies. They really hold near and dear to those.
Especially the ad hominem fallacy. That's their favorite.
Yeah, that's always been their favorite. Somebody to the face. But yeah, I think we just need to get a recording of Spock, right, when he says, you need to reformulate your argument, right? Because he's calling them out. We just need to have Spock calling them out on their logical fallacies. And I can't remember who shared that with me. I think it was India, right? So props to India for that. Yeah, we just need to get like a soundboard of Spock.
Right. Oh, we get newbies. We get some newbies over there, and they don't really know their fallacies. No, they do commit like the bandwagon fallacy. That's where they start at. Appeal to authority. Basic stuff. But with the other, with the hardcore Globers, right? They try to. They have their little weaseling way to it. Non sequiturs and. They're straw man. Oh man, they really get down and deep with it.
Yeah, they do.
One thing that we're go ahead.
Oh no, you can go ahead. It was my point was insignificant.
I doubt it. But my thing is that they always do these tactics, right? And it's always like real subtle obfuscation, right? And then other flat earthers are like attacking the chaff, and flat earthers are like helping them with their arguments. So we really got to get like to a point to where not only are we calling out, the Globers, but we got to be like brutally honest with the flat earthers. Like, hey, why are you helping them?
Right.
Because when I first started in like 2015, 2016, like I didn't know who was on my team and who wasn't, right? So I thought Poncho Pete was like on their team, making me look bad. So I called him out, right, publicly, which I should have done privately. But I didn't know who was on my side, right? And it's like sometimes you just gotta call the flirter and be like, dude, can you shut your mouth? Why are you helping him with his obfuscation tactics?
That's why it's really important to know your fallacies. I think it's one of the important things to learn. Also, their own model. Once you learn that's what got me on Flat Earth is learning the model more and more, the heliocentric model. So once you know more about that and learn that, you can just aim. You don't even have to introduce Flat Earth. You can just have them show their provide their claims and back up their citations and all that rigmarole. Break it down little by little. I mean, if it's like a serious, like a new person that's really trying to be honest about it, right? Not facetious.
So I was in Red Redrick's hangouts back in the day, and he was teaching me like dishonest debate tactics. And we weren't really arguing at the point. We were just talking about the tactics. And there were so many tactics that I didn't even know. I wasn't familiar with the logical fallacies. I probably committed a bunch when I first started because I didn't know what I was doing. But one thing that they do, I noticed a lot. Well, that's QE. Right? Well, that's a genetic fallacy. And it's not like QE invented the scientific method. So what are they talking about? When they say, oh, that's QE scientific method. Like, what, you think he invented this shit? What are you talking about? And I think the number one thing that gets me is they say, well, if you go high enough, you'll see the curvature and you'll see the earth spin, right? It's like, well, what if I said, hey, if I go high enough, I'll see unicorn nipples and Pegasus nipples, right? And that's what's causing the tides, right? And my cosmology is no more scientifically legitimate than theirs, and theirs is no more scientifically legitimate than mine, because as far as I know, Pegasus nipples don't actually exist. But then again, neither does space-time, right? It's just a concept, right? So if you go high enough, you'll see my concept, and that's what's causing what we see here on Earth. But there's no way to prove any of that shit, because you can't manipulate the cause to see the effect.
Right, just a description. Right, hit the money right there. That's why I like it when they you got Glovers. They'll come in with evolution, right, too. And I was like, can you repeat history for me? So
You cut out repeat history for me.
yeah, when they try to invoke evolution and carbon dating and all this rigmarole, I'm like, okay, cool. Let's do the scientific method. Can you repeat history for me? So we can, get a controlled variable and all that, Nope, can't repeat history. Okay, thank you. There you go. It's a religion. It's a faith.
Yeah, it really is sun worshiping. Heliocentric model, Earth-centered model.
All a part of it.
Right? And all the stars, they're actually the sun, or they're the suns of different solar systems. Right? The stars are suns. Right? And it's like, no, the stars are stars. It's very different than the sun. Right? I don't get star burn. When's the last time you got a good star burn? Right? You don't get those. No one ever does. You get sunburns, right? I mean, these people are just, what's going on is, it's like, there's two Americas, right? One is a corporation and one is a continent, or two continents, right? And then there's like dual cosmologies, right? Well, what I can understand is that most of the people are suffering from mass hypnosis and subsequent psychosis, right? All these people have been hypnotized and brainwashed, and now they're all suffering from psychosis to the point to where they've completely lost touch with reality, and they think that space-time is pushing them down, and at the same time gravity's pulling them down, which doesn't make sense, but I digress. Pick a gravity, fuckers. Stop trying to do two at the same time that contradict each other. Yeah.
Yes, they do, man. It's amazing. It's a I think it's special time to, be alive right now. To be honest with you, it's amazing, to be honest. You just observe it and just see it. It's what times we are in.
Yeah, I mean, you got people talking about, go take a jab, right? What kind of jab? I don't know. What's in the glove? I don't know. But you should take one. Well, if you break my nose, is there any liability? No. But you should still take one. Like, yeah, what kind of jab are we talking about here? Is it going to be a left or a right hand? It doesn't matter, right? Just take it.
The cock,
right?
Or the coxes.
And it's like, does this jab, is it going to benefit me? Is it going to keep anyone else from getting, No, it's not. Well, what's the point of taking it then? Oh, just because we want you to. Like, nah, bro, I'm not bending over for you. I'm not bending over for nobody. And that's the same thing with the cosmology. Like, you have no authority here. You can't force your cosmology on me anymore because I'm not 5. I'm not a 5-year-old anymore. So take your cosmology, your religiosity, and kick rocks, fucker.
Hey man, kick rocks, bro. Yeah, it's true.
How do you really feel, Hank? Don't hold back, man. How do you really feel?
That's it. I'm gonna let someone else talk for a while.
Okay, since he won't say it, I'll say it for him. War! That sums it up.
What is it good for?
Everything is busting. Even out them scales of liberty. War. The natural state of man is war. And everything it's good for. Maintaining your natural authority. Balancing the scales of liberty. Libertas. Freedom. Every man's right to choose what's best for his life. My life is mine, not yours. Don't worry about my health. Worry about your own damn health. In a natural environment, or as evolutionists would say, as cavemen, if you were sick, we'd just kick you out the fucking cave. Go die somewhere else, motherfucker. So all the sick people and weak people need to go run and hide, because in nature, you probably wouldn't be around still anyway.
I think you're wrong, Mike. I think that a real man, if he was sick and knew he was dying, would just go off into the forest or go to the ocean and eat natural food, drink natural water, right? And if he didn't get better, he just wouldn't come back. Right?
Yeah. Like we see in animal life. Yeah. I agree. And I'd also like to say, in nature, I don't think you would be as sick as often if you were living natural. I don't think there'd be sickness that separate us. We'd each separate when it's our chosen time. Because I literally think there are those people in this life who have chosen when they pass.
Right. Well, see, my son still has a sandbox, and he plays in the dirt, and he doesn't get sick. He plays in the dirt, guys.
Dirt. I used to eat it. Mm-hmm. Hey, when I was a kid, they talked me into eating lightning bugs, grasshoppers, crickets, night crawlers. When I was in the Corps and they put me in the jungle training, they showed me every creepy crawly thing you could eat, and I ate it all. I ate it all without hesitation. We went to Kentucky when I was a kid one day, and my brother said, "Look how big that lightning bug is. You ate a little one from Michigan, eat that one. This thing was big as like a flying palmetto bug." I ate it, and I had glowy stuff all over my lips. My mom took a picture of that. I was like sick. I still got that picture. My kid's like, "Dad, why was your lips glowing?" I didn't want to tell her the first couple of times she asked. I was like, "Yeah, well, we'll talk about that someday." But I caught her eating a cricket one day. At 12, I was like, "Yeah, since you're eating crickets, you know why your dad's lips was glowing in there?" "Yeah, I ate the biggest damn glow bug you ever seen." She's like, "How'd it taste?" I was like, "I don't remember, but I do remember it was crunchy."
Where at in Kentucky was this big lightning bug? I'm curious since I live here.
I'm not sure. My uncle lived in Kentucky. His family owned a coal mine.
Oh, it's down in the southeastern corner then. It's a coal mine.
Yeah, and they lived by the base of a mountain. There was a coal mine, and the whole family lived on like 3,000 acres. So they all had their own home in different areas on the 3,000 acres. We went down there because
they all sat barefoot on the porch and drank moonshine, right?
Oh yeah, they didn't bat an eye once when I ate that lightning bug. They just said, "How'd it taste? Was it good, boy?" My uncle was from Kentucky. He said, "You ins, you furs." We used to pick on him. "What's a fur, Uncle Ernie?" And he'd say, you ins. I'd say, "What's an ins?" "Y'all ins is furs." Be like, that man there is actually where I got my redneck talk from. Oh my God, I'm emulating my Uncle Ernie. By God, I'll tell you what, I'll raise a knot over your eye so big your shirt tail won't go over it, boy. See what you think then. He used to always say when I pick on him, he'd say, "You're on the ball, aren't you, boy? Well, bounce up and kiss my ass." I think of that every time the Glovers say, "I believe I live on a ball." I want to say it, but I don't think they get it. You know? "Oh, you're on a ball, huh? Bounce over and kiss my ass, and you bouncy ball motherfucker Klingon."
You could say bounce out of here and kick rocks and fuck off while you're at it.
Yeah. Oh, darn, kick a rock.
And when you get there, fuck off just a bit more. There.
If you can. If then you can. If not, we'll take to just getting the fuck on and kicking rocks. That's your cousin now. Don't kick it too hard, you fucking moron. Yeah, people from Kentucky, man, they don't waste no time telling you when you're just seemingly full of shit. And they got the most creative ways to say it, honestly. I like the way Southern people talk. They're slow, so there's no confusing. I talk slower, like, "Oh, well, let me tell you, from time and time again, I've seen a fucking moron about as dumb as you. It's pitiful. It breaks my heart to see stupidity in such a handsome man." When I got family from down south, we go to Tennessee, and my cousins own a mountain. They own one side of a mountain in the holler, the holler and the plateau, we have the family reunion in the plateau. And Michiganders, we got to strut around and announce it. We're militant motherfuckers. We're militia motherfuckers. My cousins from Tennessee, you wouldn't know what the hell they was until they was up in your face telling you about it, but they hold about the same values as me. And when I go to a family reunion, I've never seen one with less than 2,000 people at it. It's like the plateau's just covered with campers and all that. But we have a large family. We keep a genealogy. Every year when we have a family reunion, cousins come from everywhere to write names in our book. We have a new birth book. And they're proud to come put their child's name in that new birth book and add them to their branch of the family tree. So I know a lot of people aren't from families like that, but if they were, and all families stuck together and the neighbors agreed with each other and we all worked together with a purpose, imagine how great the world would be. We'd make it in our image, what we thought was best for man, not what's best for big business or global politics. What's good for us here on our land? The hell are we fed up with, That's why they tear apart our communities, It's like that cartoon, Ant's Life, where the ant took the wasp's food and the wasp said, "It's not about the food. It's about those ants outnumber us 10,000 to 1. And if one ant stand up against us, the rest of those ants might get the same attitude to stand up against us. And it's about keeping these ants in place and in line so they don't challenge us. Because if they challenge us, we're screwed." That's the federal government talking about Americans. That's a global politics talking about world population. We are the many, they are the few. It's about maintaining their way of life through control. They reap the benefits of technology and man's work. They eat the best, they live the best, but they don't do any of the work. We do all the work for them. All they do is cut down trees, print money on paper, and move money from one place to the next. That's all they ever do. The people who actually earn what they get probably never see it in their entire life. I don't care if you're a fisherman, if you're a shrimper. I don't care if you work at Burger King. You've earned more than some millionaire that just took his daddy's money and took 10 billion and used it to make 15 billion. Well, you did a hell of a lot more than him. For the human race, for the, they'd say global environment, I'd say for Earth, the environment of Earth and mankind, you done more for mankind than they did. Their economics tear the world apart and divide people and give multiple courses of division to the human race. You're helping feed the human race. That's an honorable, respectable career or employment. It's not honorable to say, well, I need to make this 10 billion into 15 billion, so I'm going to have to screw these 150,000 people and they're going to be homeless. As long as I make more, who cares? What happened to when the days when men had honor and respect? They taught it to their children and they used it and exercised it when raising a family and marrying a woman. What happened to those days? What happened to good men? Where are all the good men gone? In my mind, the failures of the world are the failures of the fathers. Without feminism or equality, it is a man's place to control his household, keep his wife happy, raise his children right, and bring them back to a godly nature, or respectable, honorable, with morals instilled in them. If you don't believe in God, I'd be happy with respect and ethics and morals. As long as your children respected my views and I respected theirs, then I respect you as a father. But instead, we live by the sins of the fathers that didn't have these virtues that I speak of. They didn't pass them down to their children. So their children don't have them. They couldn't pass them down to their children. So is it the fault of the father who wasn't equipped with morals by his father that he didn't pass morals down to his child? No. It's not so much his fault. It's his father's fault. And somewhere in there's a broken link in the chain that nobody's repaired. Our responsibility to raise good people. Good people go out and respect other people and build good communities. We don't have good communities because we're not doing our job as parents, and it's because most of us got to work our back into the ground. We don't have the time to instill good morals and put deep thought into raising our children so that you become good, honorable, moral members of a moral society, founded on love for the human race and the betterment of all humans. We're too busy living in the slave system. You were born free. Every person knows it when they have to accept how it is. That's a lie. You don't have to accept how it is. But we all do at some point in our life when we take our first job, and from that point we accept that we're enslaved to an economic system for the rest of our life. If we want a good life, then our life will reflect our work ethic. You think people who run their own businesses and have more money, they got it better than you. And it's not true when they're a owner-operator and they work just as much as their employees, and their family lacks because they work, but they're a slave to economics, and they think they're doing the best by getting the most amount of money they can get for their child, when the truth is they've been doing the best, getting only what they need to survive and spending more time raising their children and nursing their family and nurturing their relationships within it. And I don't just mean your wife and your children. I mean your cousins, brothers, uncles, aunts, great aunts, your entire family. I know I talk too much, so I'll quit so other people can have the floor. But I believe that the answer to a lot of the problems starts at home with good people raising good children. If we can up the numbers of that, then it'll start to tilt the scale back, even out the scale of liberty. Because life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is yours from birth. It's your birthright. It's your right to choose what you think will get you that, so long as it harms no other person. But we, through compliance, give away that right through free will, and we live by other people's standards, and really their standards has nothing to do with what's best for my life, but more to do with what's best for the rich people who want to keep their next generation rich, and that's what we work for. Most and women. What do they get for it? Worn out spine, blowed out joints, carpal tunnel, blowed out elbows, weak grip, arthritis. Because none of us take responsibility for our part in how the world's fucked up. We need to take our part and then raise our children to take their responsibility. I mean, bad things happen when good people fail to act. And if we know what's wrong with the world and we just don't act, well, then we're pretty much part of that system that perpetuates it. And that's my opinion. By Michael Jonathan Smith. They call me Battle Mod, but my mama named me Michael. God bless, and I love y'all.
God bless you, brother.
I need to clip that rant by Battle Mod just now and make a video of it. I can't disagree with anything he said.
Yeah, me three.
It is the top of the hour. You are listening to KGTL 47 Flat Earth Radio, where we are killing the globe live.
What's everybody doing?
That's funny. The first person that talks in 5 minutes is robot. What'd you say? My robot.
I just said, what's everybody doing? I didn't know if it was me or I've been there. Piece of crap phone. Sorry.
Yeah, you're still roboting, but I understood most of what you said. We're just chilling here waiting for direct measurements of Earth curvature, proof of actual rotation of the Earth or any movement of the Earth at all, and the existence of gas pressure next to a near perfect vacuum. That's all we're waiting for. So surely somebody will show up at some point with one of those. Not.
Wow.
The point is, those don't exist. The globe doesn't exist. The globe is complete and utter bullshit. And anybody that still believes in it, I feel sorry for you. So how do you feel about it, Jim? Do you believe you live on a globe?
Fuck no.
You're breaking up.
Tell us, right? No, I'm sorry.
This ain't gonna work. I can't understand. I'm getting every other word. If somebody else want to try, it might just be me.
Live stream. Hello guys, how are you doing? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone?
Yeah, mate. Aye, how you doing? How are you? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How can we help?
How are you doing? Are you doing well?
Yeah, we're okay, yeah.
We're okay. Are you Scottish?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Oh my god, I love the Scottish accent. Go ahead, speak, please. Let me enjoy listening to your accent, please. Go ahead.
I'm one of the people that doesn't speak in here. How can we help you?
Oh my god, Mr. Old Dude. Are you shy or something?
No, not at all, Doctor. Not at all.
Okay. Wonderful. How can you help me? I'm gonna send you a message to add me to your list of contact list here. And okay. What kind of topics are you speaking about here?
Hello, Dr. Haytham.
Hello, Dave Henko. Long time.
Welcome
Thank
to the
you.
server.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Do you think you live on a ball?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Do you think the Earth is a ball?
I do think that the Earth is a ball. No, I think the Earth is spheroid.
You think it's a spheroid, huh?
Spheroid, not flat.
What's your number?
Is that so funny? Can you be more
what's your
funny
number one
like
proof?
this?
What's your
Sorry,
number
what did you
one
say,
proof?
Dave?
Can
What's
you
your number
read?
one proof?
Okay, let me mute this mentally sick guy. Hold on.
Don't be
I'm talking
muting
about
people.
this Sasha.
Am I talking over somebody?
What are you
No,
saying?
no, I'm muted
What you will
because
do?
he needs
What you
hospitalization.
will do?
Okay, go ahead.
What you
What
will
was
do?
your question again, Mr. Dave?
What you will do? What you said? What you said? What you will do?
Sasha, it's okay. I think he muted you. That's the thing.
Yeah, he is muted. Yeah. I can't even hear all the fucking saying.
I was trying to ask you, Doctor, what is your number one proof that you live on a spheroid, sir?
Oh, well,
laugh.
There has no
Is this
person
when Sasha
whatsoever
starts
all over.
laughing? Maybe Sasha's just
There-
start laughing now. Yeah.
Maybe
There
laugh.
has no one all over the history of humanity who has ever discovered an edge. Because if the Earth was flat, then there should be edges of such a flat surface.
I don't think you answered my
it's never
question.
been-
I don't think you answered my question, sir. What's your number one proof that the Earth is a spheroid?
Well, I told you, because if it was not spheroid but flat as you claim, for example, then there ought to be an edge of such a flat surface.
That's not
and
proof.
it has never been.
Somebody else go.
And it has
I have
never
no
been
idea
discovered.
where you're going with that
Man.
because that's not true.
It was funny in the
Oh,
beginning.
Mario, just-
Not even in
your mic?
logical sense. It's not true.
Yeah. Can you fix that mic? It sounds like you're in a coffee can, Dr. Hatham.
Yeah, and it was funny in the beginning.
It's
You
okay.
laughed
It's okay. You can
because
mute me if you can.
no, we know
You are
we
having a
not
bad
read-
connection, Doctor. You do have a bad connection.
No, my connection is
So
wonderful.
to the Discord here, you are having a bad connection to everyone else but you. So yes, you are having a bad connection. Thank you.
I'm having a bad connection
Yeah,
because you think that the Earth is flat, and I don't think so.
Moron, coming into a fucking flat Earth Discord, you idiot. Bye bye.
Okay, here's the spiral. Here's the spiral. That was easy. A class 6 full roaming phantasm. Thank you, Justin.
Is this something I said, guys?
As soon as he started
sorry.
laughing, it was over.
No, he literally immediately started to threaten people that he was going to mute people. I mean, he just lost it right away. Yeah.
Right away.
That's okay. I've just kind of blown up his DM with every single bit of evidence from Flat Earth.
Oh, good.
Yeah, especially with the edge, what we never claimed. But where is the edge?
Yeah, this
What
is the edge. Yeah, this is the edge. That's why you're not getting past this wall.
Yeah.
Welcome to the end of the world, and that's why they spiral. Kick them right off the edge.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was not going to play any games with that kid.
No, the question was, what was asked was, where's the measurements of the Earth curvature? And here's the answer: if the Earth is flat, that's not an answer. Sorry.
No, that was not beginning. If you're coming here, you're starting like this. Are you starting like
that
this?
was kind of it was cringy.
What is funny, You came here with nothing and you are laughing,
Somebody was pulling his heartstrings, Sasha.
No. You know what? Because you think the Earth is flat. You know how much is retarded that? Do you know how much is retarded that you can think that you're living on the flat surface?
How much?
It's so retarded that, man, you are living on the spherical surface. That's common sense. If you only think how you can live on the flat surface, that's impossible.
Yeah, I'm just gonna why don't they start asking us? I mean, how do you explain that we don't feel movement, Sasha? That's what they're gonna start doing. Why do we experience no movement? That's what they're gonna start asking us.
Because all speeds are constants in the whatever it is space, and all that speed is going. I don't know that this is strange machine, that space and everything that mechanism that we don't feel that all that speeds, but they are there, We are moving somehow and we don't feel that. Gas is moving also. Everything is moving and everything is still. It's magic. No, it's okay. Prove me that. No, it's all right. It's here. Look, I have this. I have this. I have curvature. It's here. Other guy said, what other said? We have less curvature. We have less curvature on the North Hemisphere. Oh, great. We have less curvature. How we do know where we have more and when we do have less? Come on, people, come with something, don't come here with laughing, come with something what is not NASA footage, something what is like, look at there, ship is going over there because, look, it's going really over there because there.
So another person came in here and couldn't find a claim for a globe. Just another tally on the wall of, 5 million last 7 years.
I like it that Elijah last question, what he asked that guy. That was the best thing to ask. What? I cannot repeat that question. That was the best question.
Yeah, coined it. Yeah, Elijah's got this question. Which, is he here right now? He's not here right now, is he? He asked him, why do you think that there are flat earthers? Why do you think there are people that believe the earth is flat?
Yeah.
And that way you get them to explain, which they can't explain anything, right? That they just, I have no idea, right out the window, right? Because you can't say because it measures flat or looks flat, because right away you've annihilated your own possible, escape route. So really, it's a good question, yeah.
But listen this, if somebody listened to you, for example, for 1 hour today, only on topic of the Jesus or God and everything, nobody will, everybody will say, look at this guy. If somebody listen only that part, nothing else nothing else, what did you say in last, I don't know, whatever, 1 month, 3 months, they will conclude, listen this guy. He is, religious, everything is God, the God sent him a message and that's it,
Whatever it seemed like an hour, yeah.
But that is enough, if somebody listens to you, oh, this guy, it's everything Bible, everything it's that and nothing else, and that's it.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they listen, if somebody listens to me for 10 minutes, they can make whatever assertion they want about me. However, it was appropriate to the topic and was linked significantly to not only my own claim, but the claim of my opposition. See, that young man kept bringing up religion. He was right. He's like, oh, wow, it's because I was talking about Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Apollo, and the Great Attractor. What are we talking about? Gods. And this isn't my claim, Sasha. That's the claim of NASA. This is the claim of the space program. So that's the thing, guys. It's 100% religious conversation already, right? So then I have to eventually point out, guess what this is the antithesis of? Guess what? Of all the belief systems, right, on the plane of existence, this is all to be the antithesis of the biblical scriptures, of the word of God. That's what it's all antithesis of. And that has to be pointed out. That's the whole point. So yeah, they're going to make a claim about me. And that's why I even give a disclaimer. I go, listen, we're all different people. Nobody here agrees with me 100%. We're all individuals with our own understanding and ways of doing this. And that's why I make that disclaimer. Like, hey, we're all individual thinking people. None of us agree 100%. We're not a cult. We're not like Globers that, it must be curvature because it's flat. We're not the cult. We're the anti-cult. We're just a group of people that don't want to be lied to. And we can take it from there. That's it.
Yeah, but because on the end, it could be true, it could be Bible, it could be everything, but we can reach that point after we reach first point. Let's say that it's flat for the beginning, and let's go on from that. Let's find out what is Antarctica. Let's find out what is the sky. Let's find out slowly. Then we will maybe reach everything else. But we cannot find out that. Yeah, of course.
You can't. Yeah, let me find out something I can't test before I find out what I can test. That's a diversion. That's just somebody's scared of what we can prove. They get scared. They go into a panic attack, like the young man earlier who left for a half hour and then all of a sudden was probably told a few things very differently than what we were discussing, right? So now he got his other point of view, and he comes back and he tried to use that, and of course he got shot down right away. And that's how it's got to be handled. I do know that these people are trying to be, they think they're being honest, right? Well, I just talked to my dad, who's a pilot, and he said that airplanes travel because Earth curve. Okay, great claim. And then, of course, we just dissect it and go, where's the curve? And then the ball's back in their court, right? Where's the ball? So that's the thing. I mean, he didn't necessarily want to talk about it, but if I don't relate that, Sasha, because remember, he brought up religion, and it was a good conversation, but it took him 20 minutes to forget everything I said, though. Remember, I mean, I gave him a speech, right? And then 20 minutes later, he's back. Well, what about this? Well, thanks for ignoring everything I said.
Yeah. But that's another place. We would have some instrument, man, all this time that how to say, counting on curvature. That is not gyroscope. Especially these military planes, who are flying like a 2,000 mile per hour, 2,000 or one. How much is 2 Mach? It's 2,000 kilometers per hour.
Hey, Sasha and XO, we got another VC Verified in here. We have Merciless. Welcome to the server.